Mustafa now with a straight draw to go with his flush draw.
Which I think means we're only going to see more barrels.
500,000. Once again, Charlie just calls.
So far, so call.
The river is a 7. That is a straight to the 10 for Mustafa Canet.
Oh, come on.
1.9 million in the middle. Mustafa betting for value, 1.4 million. That's roughly 3/4 of the pot.
Mustafa's hand is pretty dang disguised. And this bet is polarizing.
I beat some of your value hands. I'm not sure if I do when you get that size there.
Ding!
Oh, that's a less confident smile than last time. That's good.
No, I'm confident. I'm confident.
Yeah? I believe you're confident in life, but I'm not so sure about this hand.
I'm always confident, bro.
Dude's got more confidence than a 1920s grifter.
Oh, there's one on the rail.
What do you reckon I have?
I have no idea, but I don't care.
I have king.
Kings is a good hand.
It's a really good hand, right?
I know. It's one of my favorites, to be honest.
Oh, you kind of deserve my money then. What can I have? I can have 9 7s.
I can have 3-3, 6-6, Ace-6, 6-5, 6-7.
9s.
9s. 7s? Maybe 10-8?
Really, not really 7s.
Maybe 4-5?
Yeah. What bluffs can you have?
All of them?
I 6-bet 10-6 offsuited yesterday, so I have a lot of that. But that is not...
Was it offsuit?
Of course, bro. What do you think you're talking about?
Double suited, let's go.
He doesn't do this with queens or jacks, that's for show.
Come on, don't stare at me. We are friends.
Well, Charlie Carrel, it's time to make like a subtitle and read.
Charlie folds.
Good fold, bro. Good fold.
Yep.
Show one, show one.
Huh?
Show one.
Yeah, you can pick one.
It's the 10.
That's a bad one to see.
Is that bad to see?
I mean, usually, you can have 10-8 club, a king.
I don't open 10-8. Huh? I don't open 10-8 suited with these stacks.
That face when you think you've made a really good fold, but at the last second, you're not that sure.
Here at the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin High Roller Final Table, we've been privy to an incredible laydown. It's difficult to say how Charlie Carrel managed to fold his kings, so we asked him.
Mustafa knows that people are going to be expecting him to try and bully the final table. So I thought that he was going to use big bet sizing for value. On the river, Mustafa reasonably quickly bets 1.4 million. This is where the hand gets kind of interesting. It's a really, really strange bet size for that situation. Mustafa had no idea what kind of hand I had. I could have a trap, I could have a misdraw. For him to take such a line would seem kind of reckless. So I started speaking to Mustafa and I told him what I had.
I have king.
He looked a bit surprised. He started talking a lot.
Kings is a good hand.
It's a really good hand, right?
It's one of my favorites, to be honest.
I know that Mustafa does that in a lot of situations, whether he's bluffing or whether he's value betting, so I carried on speaking to him.
What bluffs can you have?
I 6-bet 10-6 offsuited yesterday, so I have a lot of that.
I'd prefer not to say on camera one live tell that I had, because it's quite consistent throughout quite a lot of players, but I did see it on Mustafa as well. So despite the fact that there are a lot more bluffs in his range than value hands, I thought the live tells were a lot more important than the theory side of it. So I decided to flop my kings.
Good fold, bro. Good fold.
I don't know, I thought it was pretty obvious he was bluffing when he pulled apart that cookie and started listening to it.
Well, for me, it became obvious when he started weeping blood.
Probably shouldn't give this stuff away, but whatever.
I don't bluff people with crazy shirts or crazy things. I love the crazy things, so I'm not gonna bluff you. You have a good image.
Mustafa, was it 10-8 suited or 10-8 offsuit?
Which hand?
You took the chips from Charlie.
I had the 10.
10?
I had the 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've handled it now. I'm fine with it.
No, it's a good fold.
I've messaged my therapist and we've had a talk.
Blind still 40-80. Action folded to Jeff Rossiter. Now on chance, Cornuth on the button. Bertelsen in the small.
What's your play?
900 and, well, about $1 million, I think. That.
$1 million ain't that much, it's like 13 big blinds.
Pocket sixes for Anton.
Probably good enough for a poke.
He raises enough to put Keith Johnson all in. Ace-5.
Come on, you silver pigeon, fly. Or at least run around real fast.
He calls.
No, I haven't got the best hand.
Just one overcard, but pairing that card's gonna lock it up for Keith just about every time.
The flop. 7-5 deuce. Keith flops a piece. Can now hit an ace or a 5 to survive. The turn card is a queen. Still 5 outs for Keith, an 11% chance. The river is a jack.
No thanks.
Keith Johnson eliminated.
You know what'd be better than bust out
Do the
handshakes?
full set I played.
Bust out milkshakes. It's just a thought.
Please don't have any more thoughts. So Keith Johnson is the first man out, cashes for 106K.
Satellited in for 3,000.
Yeah, pay jump.
That's what we're all thinking, to be fair.
You need it.
The rest of us are going to wait till he's out of earshot, you know, whatever.
You hear that, Keith? Everybody's making more money now.
Next player out will receive 137,000 euros. So we've got 2 big stacks. The rest are reasonably short. Chance Cornuth is in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
As the blinds go up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Jeff Rossiter first to speak.
Rossiter the Bossiter.
Jack 9 of hearts. He raises to 200,000. Folded to Mustafa Kanat. He passes. Charlie Carrel in the big blind. Also has hearts. Ace-8.
Super easy defend in the big blind.
He calls.
So it's the guy who dresses like a 1970s Miami dentist waiting room versus Australian Mike McDonald.
Interesting way of looking at it. Oh, both flop a flush draw.
This is shaping up to be a bigger cooler than the one where they keep Marlon Brando's spleen.
Action check to Rossiter, who continues for 150,000.
Bet call here would be quite standard.
Charlie does call. And there's 2 of his supporters on the rail, Tim Riley and Ben Heath. The turn card is the 8 of diamonds, top pair for Charlie.
I think this turn's likely to go the same way.
Action check to Rossiter, who's betting again. 400,000.
Charlie's got a strong hand, but he's not nutted, so I don't think he'll raise very often.
Yeah, once again, he calls. The river card. It's the King of Hearts. They both now have a flush.
This is just a sick, sick cooler, and Jeff Rossiter is probably going to get hurt.
Nut flush versus third nut flush. Charlie shoves. And Jeff calls.
Not surprised he called, but surprised he called so quickly when he had far from the nuts.
So Charlie Carrel doubles up through Jeff Rossiter.
It's a flush, Tim. That's what happens when you have 5 cards. You know what? I don't want to educate the fish.
And Jeff is left with just 6 big blinds.
Look at the way the mic pack weighs down Charlie's harem pants.
Can you get me some food?
I mean, come on, look at that outfit. Ben's not sure if he's talking to someone or having a fever dream.
So the clothes that I wear, I get asked about quite a lot. I find it's a conversation starter with people. Poker has definitely given me confidence to wear them outside. Like, I'm not saying, you know, I never went out of my house, but usually if I went out, I'd try and kind of tone it down a bit. But because there's been such positive feedback from the poker community about the clothes, excluding Joe Stapleton, may I add?
Charlie Carrel looks like Burning Man threw up on his clothes.
Yes.
It's kind of made me feel a lot more comfortable wearing the clothes that I'm comfortable in. I think it's kind of ludicrous taking a step back and looking at my life that I am playing a 25,000 euro tournament and I'm only 22. I'm quite well known online in a very niche group of people. Winning the 25k in Monaco definitely put my name on the map a lot more. So I was a lot more known throughout the higher stakes communities. Taking down this 25k would mean so much to me. If somebody wins one big tournament, they can almost pass it off as just a one-off, but I think if somebody gets consistent results, it might cement my place in the poker world a bit more.
Well, as we rejoin the action, Jeff Rossiter is all in. He came over the top of Cannett's opening raise. He's getting called, and he is dominated.
Domination Nation, and I don't think he'll be bossing his way out of this one.
Jeff is looking for a jack. King high flop doesn't change anything. Rossiter still in need of a jack. He has 3 outs. Heart on the turn picks up additional outs. 12 cards save him. Any jack, any heart. It's the ace of spades.
Isn't it weird that there are just as many aces left in the deck as jacks, but it's the ace that hits? It always annoys me.
Cannett KOs Rossiter in 5th place. Jeff cashes for 137,200 euros. As Mustafa increases his chip lead.
You know, now that I think about it, Mustafa's fashion sense isn't much better than Charlie's. Those stars are questionable.
Thanks for the insight, Gokwan.
Don't hate.
So, we're 4-handed now. Action on Chance Cornuth. Looking to win his 2nd 25k event in a row.
Jeez.
He folds. Anton Bertelsen satellited in for 3,000 euros. He has queens on the button.
Lady Kings, hello.
He raises to 200,000. Queen 9 of diamonds for Mustafa Cannett in the small blind.
Well, this is not going to be very well timed.
The chip leader is re-raising. It's a 3-bet to 530,000. Charlie Carrel folds. It's back on Bertelsen.
If Anton knows what Mustafa's up to, he'll just call. If he thinks he's got a hand he'll stack off with sometimes, he'll put in another bet.
That's a re-raise. Bertelsen 4-bets to 1.18 million.
Well, we know Mustafa should fold.
He calls. He's playing a flop out of position without the betting lead with a dominated hand.
Yeah, very interesting. An out of position pre-flop float.
The flop is ace-8-8. Bertelsen now better than a 9-1 favorite, but maybe a bit worried about that ace. Cannett's check the action to him, and looks like he'll continue.
Mad credit for being able to fire on this flop after getting 3-bet and an ace comes down.
He bets 700,000 into 2.5 million. Cannett calls.
Mustafa is a crazy person. Must figure this flop's super polarizing.
7 of hearts on the turn. Cannett now drawing dead. Checks a second time. Bertelsen has less than pot behind. He checks. We go to the river. Jack of spades.
I assume this is where we're going to see the move. I just wonder if he'll end it with a twist or a pinch.
Canet bluffs for a significant percentage of Bertelsen's remaining chips. 1.75 million.
Most dramatic glasses removal ever. This is an extremely convincing line. I'm not sure how often Mustafa expects Bertelsen to have queens here, but this still might work anyway. His story does kind of check out. Maybe Bertelsen will see the same thing Charlie saw.
Bertelsen folds!
Show one. Show one. Pick one. I pick one.
You get to pick one, Anton.
You want to pick one?
It was a bluff.
Yeah, can I pick that one?
Yeah, pick.
Queen diamonds.
Oh! That could have been ace-queen. Anton, it was ace-queen, okay, buddy? Don't worry. Nobody tell him.
Mustafa Canet closing in on the 10 million mark now.
I like how you balance your show-one range, though.
Your customers. I have to treat you good, no? In Italy, it works like that. I don't know where you're from.
Why don't you ever treat me that good?
It doesn't work like that in
Because
America.
you're not that good customer compared to him.
That's not a compliment.
4 remain in this high roller, and Mustafa Canet looks unstoppable. It's the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin High Roller Final Table, where Mustafa Canet has been leading proceedings. So far, he's had the other players questioning his every move.
Well, that's a less confident smile than last time.
You don't bluff people with crazy shirts. Ace-jack suited like a boss. Playing tight because he's right.
I'm the craziest for sure. Like, I think Italian have that reputation because of me, probably.
Mustafa's the best thing to happen to Italian poker since Max Pescatore discovered bandanas.
Well, Canet has raised from the button here, and we, Joe, are going to sweat with Charlie Carrel in the small blind for the rematch between these two.
Sweat with Charlie Carrel makes sense since it looks like he's on his way to Bikram Yoga.
Ace-king suited in the small blind. He 3-bets to 700k.
Yes, let's 3-bet this clown, and also, namaste.
So with Chance Cornuth folding the big blind, action's back on Canet.
Well, we already know he doesn't fold to re-raises, and this time he's in position.
That's a call.
Look.
Thank you, you too.
1.6 million in the middle already. An 8-7-5 two-heart flop. Not ideal for ace-king of spades.
Yeah, I'm fine with us not continuing.
Charlie checks, Mustafa checks.
Cool.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Well, we've got 2 giant spades on a mostly red board. I hate this, I hate our hand, I hate this board, and I hate his stupid mustache face.
Charming. Well, Charlie's checked for a second time. Mustafa not checking back this time.
No, of course not.
He bets 550,000.
I actually kind of like a fold here. Oh my God, what's happening in the background? That guy's more machine than man.
Charlie decides to call the bet.
I know we're going to face a bomb from Mustafa on the river. Jason Mercier, Natasha Barber know what I'm talking about.
Jack on the river. Charlie checks.
And here we go.
2.7 million in the pot. And it bets 950,000. What do you do here with ace king high?
Fold the turn.
Ace high, by the way. I have ace high, by the way.
Ah, ace high. Oh, okay, I feel better now.
We've pretty much the bottom of our range. Totally cool with a fold here, guy. I mean, unless you're in a hurry to get to the sunset meditation drum circle.
No, hard save. I needed a heart.
I put you on the heart.
We could very well be good here, but there are just better spots.
Don't waste my time. You're not beating anything with ace high, so...
Ding!
No?
King, queen, king 10, queen 10, ace 10, ace queen, ace 2 suited.
You beat something.
Yeah, I do. You look different this time to the time you had
I
today.
always look different, you know. I'm schizophrenic.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
More mental health jokes. We're gonna get letters.
Come on. You can be outplayed once. This hand, you cannot win it with this run out. Just, right? If he has ace high.
Why do I feel like you have nothing?
I feel like I have something.
I feel like he has something.
Charlie calls.
I got you bet the jack.
Ew!
You're so good.
Gross.
It's so lucky.
I think that's correct.
Most of the value about a jack and a 4-card straight board got called and was right. That's just creepy, but not as creepy as couples that wear matching t-shirts.
Agreed. Mustafa Kanat now has more than 2/3 of the chips in play.
Mustafa Kanit, I'm 25 years old. I born in Italy, I live in Vienna. I'm used to play this kind of tournaments, so I try to take it easy.
I'm always confident, bro.
I think I have a good experience. I won two high rollers. The 50K in Monte Carlo and the 10K in Barcelona. The PCA, I make 4th in 100K. Was a good tournament. In the final table I had good chance and I lose a huge flip, another couple hands, but was a good tournament. Right now I do what I was dreaming to do, like when I start to play it, so of course I enjoy it and I try to enjoy my experience and experience with all the other players.
We are customers. I have to treat you good, no?
It doesn't make any sense to stay there with headphones, don't talk to anyone for like 10 hours. It's not funny for me, not funny for anyone else, so it's nice to, you know, have a good time.
I shared a cab once with Mustafa from Nice to Cannes. Let's just say I hope he's gotten better at calculating 50% of something since then.
Ooh.
20 more.
Blind's currently 60-120. Anton Bertelsen is now the short stack after being bluffed off those queens. Chance Cornuth with ace-6 in the small blind.
All in.
Shoves on Bertelsen, who's got king-10.
And he's pretty short.
He calls all in.
His kings and tens are live, his diamonds are not.
If Anton doesn't improve, we will be down to 3. The flop is 6-5-3, so a pair for chance, but both of Bertelsen's cards are still live.
Low card's bad, possible straight on board good.
Deuce on the turn, so Bertelsen wins outright with a king or a 10. He chops with a 4. Any other card? He's out. KO.
It was a pleasure playing with you, man.
Was it a pleasure playing with him, or are you just saying that? Come on.
I'm sure he meant it. Chance seems like a nice guy.
I'm sure it was a pleasure laddering up for him going out.
Well, Anton Bertelsen satellited in for €3,000. He cashes out in 4th for 176,640.
If you want to look to the numbers, we can give a look.
I mean, we can look.
I can't do maths.
Sure, bring it.
Oh, Ben!
I don't mind.
Ben! We need you.
Players are allowed to select one person to take advice from when discussing a deal. Charlie's called over his friend Ben Heath.
I don't trust myself to know what's fair, to be honest. I trust him, though. Maths degree and drunk.
But I'd never go like, 10 or 15K beyond ICM, which is likely what's going to be asked for. Okay. So what are their stacks? The 2 stacks. And the rest.
2.7, 1.5, 1.6.
Boring!
There is like 70 million on play.
Okay. Probably it'll say he gets like 440, and in practice maybe he should get like 450.
Yeah, and there's I don't think there's any way in hell I'm doing that, especially with tells on both of them.
I don't think this deal is happening. 6 guys, 20 people's worth of egos. Uh-uh.
Well, here comes Big Nick with his laptop.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
So, you guys want some numbers?
Please.
ICM first, and then
Okay, so there's the ICM there.
ICM's a formula. It gives a little more to the short stacks.
We do have a minimum amount of money to play for.
Those are ICM, right?
Yeah.
Let's play.
And
It's just not even close. Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I'm positive.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Done.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
It's just,
Yeah, no, I know.
Told you.
you want more, we want more. Save us all some time.
No, actually, I was kind of close.
At least they all agreed they weren't going to agree.
So they're playing for the advertised payouts. 234 for third, 360 for second, more than $500,000 for the winner. And blinds up now to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action on Mustafa Kanat, who has kings.
He's pretty happy they didn't make a deal.
The chip leader raises to 325,000. Pocket fives for Charlie Carrel.
Uh-oh.
Well then.
He shoves for 2.75 million. Chance Cornuth with ace-9 in the big blind.
All in?
He's all in.
Really?
I call.
And Kanat calls.
Good luck, guys.
Whoops, not so sure about the move with ace-9, but it's probably really close.
Three-way all in, and if kings hold, it's over.
No ace.
Charlie has chance covered, so he's set to get second place here.
What do we have?
Fives.
As things stand, Kanat is a 58% favorite to win this hand and the title. Even bigger favorite now.
Can the best hand hold for once?
We need a 5. Yeah, we need a 5 or no ace. If there's no ace, then we just heads up.
Then we all get to the bar a little bit faster.
This tournament about to end with a double bust out. 5 on the turn. Charlie now set for a near triple up.
No deuce, no king.
That's Riley's feeling it.
The other two now drawing thin.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable.
Pretty horrible.
Cornuth needs a deuce to survive.
One off would be the deuce of spades, right?
Poor kings. Started off the favorite, now he's the dog.
The river card is a deuce. A straight for Cornuth. Charlie's not out. He wins the small side pot against Kanat.
Sick.
And Chance Cornuth triples up.
Here, guys.
I don't think he called.
You got me, remember? Oh, but you covered.
Oh, hang on, no, I'm still. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta.
Chip in a chair, that's what he's got.
That's pretty fortuitous.
Kanat was on the verge of busting both of them and winning the tournament. But we play on three-handed.
Unlucky, man. Unlucky.
Unfortuitous.
I realized very quickly I made a mistake and thought, I hope I have a chance to make up for it.
Chance? You got that chance.
Kanat was so close to victory, but he's still in command.
So you're saying there's a Kanat?
Well, if you want to experience all the drama of an EPT, why not try qualifying for a main event at PokerStars.com. By a divine act of the poker gods, we are still three-handed at the PokerStars.com EPT Dublin High Roller.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable.
Pretty horrible. Sick.
It's pretty fortuitous.
Mustafa Kanat still remains on top, but he's taken his first hit at the final table. Could this be a sign of a change in the balance of power? Well, Kanat still leads with 8.8 million. Chance Cornuth has 5.7 million. Charlie Carrel's the low man with 2.6 million.
I think if either of us win this, we should probably give Mustafa the trophy.
I'm agree.
There's a lot of shoulds in poker that don't happen.
Yeah.
Like I should not take my pants off while I do commentary, but I do.
Just stay seated on the other side of the desk.
Okay.
Blinds 80,000, 160,000 with a 20k ante. Kanat has jacks in the small blind. He completes. Charlie Carrel with ace-4 of hearts.
Chip in a chair time.
Pull in. I call.
Shove and a call. Charlie Carrel at risk. He's got it in as a 2-to-1 dog. Needs an ace. Or some hearts.
Hoping to pull himself a chance Cornuth.
The flop. 9-5-5. Pretty good for jacks.
Thinking what I could do with 234k.
Played 9 more high rollers.
Charlie's down to 3 outs. He needs the Barry Greenstein. He needs an ace on the river. He doesn't hit.
Good game, buddy.
Good game. I'm sweating. I'm not gonna wash my hand.
Played well, buddy.
It was a good play with you, man. That was fun.
With him?
Come on, let me get it through.
Oh, life's fun when you're winning hundreds of thousands.
Charlie Carrel busts in third for 234,100 euros.
Now quick, get him to the charity shop before it closes.
So we're now heads up in this 25k event.
Good luck, buddy. Let's have some fun.
Mustafa Canet looking for his 3rd high roller win. Chance Cornuth looking for his 2nd of the year. But Canet has the chip advantage.
Chance got pretty lucky to get to this point. He's going to need some more. You know, I think the biggest mistake of his poker career was coming on our podcast, but Ace-9 is probably a close second.
Oh, come on. That was Mustafa's favorite episode.
Real good, bro.
So Canet has almost a 2-to-1 chip lead over Cornuth as we get this heads-up battle underway. Blind still 81-60.
Chance has got an uphill battle, but this is far from impossible. Yes, I'm saying there's a, you know.
Chance is raised with 10-6. Mustafa defending with Queen-Jack.
This is fine. Heads up's weird.
The flop gives Canet top pair, bottom pair for Cornuth.
Chance probably likes his hand, but it can't get too much value from worse ones.
Action goes check-check. Queen on the turn, 2 pair for Mustafa, open-ended straight draw for Chance.
Top pair versus open-ender, things are getting interesting now.
Canet leads for 450,000.
Calling makes perfect sense.
Cornuth does call. And he gets there on the river. He makes his straight. Canet still with 2 pair. Value bet's just over $1 million.
He likes to value bet thin. I think we can expect to see a raise here a lot.
Well, Chance has got the 2nd nuts, right?
Sure.
Call.
Wow, he just calls.
Pretty tight just call. Probably thinks Mustafa's never calling with worse.
Meanwhile, our 3rd place finisher is on the rail, and he seems happy with his lot.
I'm feeling really, really happy. I don't really get the feeling of, you know, disappointment if you come 3rd, because most of the time you're not even going to cash, so I'm feeling really good about it. I've been playing a lot longer since the first time I final tabled a high roller, and I'm definitely more comfortable with the situations and making correct decisions. I definitely put a lot of more emphasis into live reads than I think most people, especially people that have an online background. I'd hate to say which one I would think is better, but I know they're both incredibly talented and they played really, really well throughout the whole final table.
Oh, come on, pick a side, Bella.
Blinds 100,000, 200,000 with a 25k ante. Chance Cornuth raising the button with 7-3. Mustafa Canet with ace-8. He defends.
No reason to go 2 nuts there.
The flop is 7-6 deuce. So Chance flops best. Top pair.
Top pair heads up. Oh, yee.
With the action checked to him, he continues for 350,000. And with 2 overs to the board, Mustafa calls.
Ace-high could be the best hand. It's not, but it could be.
The turn card is a 9. Canet is now open-ended.
Not too much of a scare card for a pair of 7s.
Canet checks. Cornuth checks behind.
No reason to make the pot bigger, though.
Jack on the river, so Canet left with just ace-high. And he's betting. He leads river for 900,000.
Weird river bluff. Ace high could be good.
Can you beat a 7, Musta?
Close your eyes and put it in.
That's gross.
You know me, bro.
I'm not sure anyone does.
All right, let me think about it.
Take your time.
I'm uninclined to fold a pair.
I know, bro. This is why I love you.
I solved it.
Chance folds the best hand.
Solution, yes. Correct, no.
Darth Cornuth still wondering about that one. Mustafa took nearly $1 million off him there. And he has regained roughly a 2-to-1 chip lead over his opponent.
Cornuth's getting to the point where he's going to have to take some kill me.
You only have yourself to blame. Chance first to speak here. Ace-10. Raises to 500,000. Canet has a small pair, threes.
Oh, maybe it's Mustafa who's going to push the action.
All in.
He shoves on Cornuth.
You like deuces, right?
Huh.
Jesus never loses.
No, they do sometimes.
Patently false.
Call.
Chance calls, and we're off to the races.
Oh, good thing you have threes.
Yeah. I'm
This flip could be the decider.
Chances sucked out once. This one's way less uphill.
Good game, Chance. It was really nice to play with you.
I appreciate your optimism.
Mustafa's already sizing up the trophy for his luggage.
If his pocket pair holds, he wins that trophy and the €500,000 first prize. Well, threes are holding.
Deuces will be better.
They never loses.
Chance has 6 outs. Charlie Carrel sweating the action. Queen on the turn.
If I lose, I'm happy it's to you, but I wouldn't mind playing a little bit longer.
I'm fine like this, bro. We
thinking-
play next turn.
I'm thinking like a 10 of diamonds, actually.
Any ace, any 10.
Don't think so. 8 of diamond, maybe.
The river. It's a jack.
That's close.
Canet closes the deal.
Good game, buddy.
Good game, bro.
You're a beast.
Mustafa Canet wins the EPT Dublin 25K high roller.
People say there's no second chances in life. Well, they were wrong.
Bro, I bust your 3%, bro.
Jason Mercier is more delighted than Mustafa is. Well, no deal was agreed, so Chance gets 360K for second, while Canet receives more than €500,000 for the win.
Mustafa Canet, you've won 10K high roller. You've won a 50K high roller. You just won a 25K high roller. Where are you going next?
The 100K, I suppose.
You think it's going to be the 100K? Your prediction for how long that's going to take?
1 month and a half, Monte Carlo.
I love the confidence in this guy. Speaking of confidence, I noticed you were having fun actually throughout the rest of the tournament. There were a couple of hands you were playing with Charlie where you were very honest about where you thought your hand strength was. You're like, no, just fold. I got it here. Is that just because you're having fun, or is there some strategy to that?
No, it's strategy. Like, if I have nothing, I'm going to say something like that too, so it's random.
All right, perfect. Well, guys, let's get a big round of applause for our high roller champion, Mustafa Canet.
I feel really good. I had a lot of fun. I really love to play, and I really love the competition, and winning is like the end of it, so it's really nice.
Put a smile on your face like you never cared. Sick of dreaming you could be out there. And it feels like I am on my own.
I value bet the jack. No, so good.
And it feels like I will never.
I know, bro. This is why I love you.
One more story to tell to my children.
There's no messing about here. We are playing for big bucks, but we're also playing for an extremely prestigious trophy, one that will mean an awful lot to either player, but particularly to Steve O'Dwyer. And that's a nice thing. That look, he's Irish now, he's ours, but technically speaking, he's American. And for years has been coming here, and for years wanted this. And the last time that I commentated on the Irish Open was 2015, and he finished 15th that year. Ace-5 here for O'Dwyer.
Yeah, this is pretty much slam dunk all in. These hands contain an A. Oh, wow. Okay.
Pocket nine.
Big opportunity for Kyle McGuire.
This is where we were talking about possibly getting to 14.4, and he's all in.
Automatically shoves his chips over the line.
Auto call? Heads
Absolutely.
up with the ace?
100%. These pairs go right up in value heads up. Pocket nines is in great shape. 8.4 million. And, I mean, this is exciting because, I mean, if Kyle holds here, we could have a game on our hands.
Yep, absolutely.
Steve, of course, I mean, this is standard all in on the button here with the ace. And Kyle looks down, pocket nines, all in a call. It's 8.4 million in the pot. There's a total amount of 60 million in play. We're just going to wait for the TV director. Well, actually, sorry,
he hasn't called it.
Yeah, this.
He's actually.
I thought
it.
Steve shipped on the button.
Well, it looked as though he had. I think what he did was he limped in. So he's called.
Okay, well, he limped to call a bit of raise, and that's, yeah.
And he has called. And here we go.
To call. He doesn't like it.
Well,
nines versus ace five. I thought Steve just put Kyle all in, but he limped with the intention of calling a raise. He wasn't expecting an all-in rip, that's for sure, but he's ahead of some all-in rips here.
Yeah.
He could be doing this with like king queen, king jack, queen jack suited, these type of hands. So pretty standard situation here. Steve O'Dwyer with the ace five, and he's behind, but I mean, we've seen Steve O'Dwyer behind before, come back from the dead. Ace five versus the nines.
He has the wheel draw. He has the overcard, the ace. He's got heart for flush possibilities, but right now, Colin McGuire is looking to double up and make a game of this. Four, jack, ace.
Not good.
Ace on the flop.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty brutal stuff.
McGuire's not even looking at the table, he's looking at the screen.
He's with his rail looking at the screen, and he's hoping there's a mistake with the graphics, but it's no mistake.
Four pairs with a jack.
So pair for Steve O'Dwyer, who's about to become the Irish Poker Champion 2022, unless, Emmett, we see one of two cards appearing on the river. It doesn't happen for
10 of diamonds, and that is it, baby. We have a champion. Kyle McGuire can be incredibly proud of his efforts, his achievement.
Great display.
Being runner-up in the Irish Open is no mean feat. Getting €196,000 in prize money. But there is the man who dominated wire to wire, as Finton has said. He was the one we picked out as the most likely champion. Kyle, brilliant. I think, is going to have an interesting night in the bar. There's JP, one of the main men behind the Irish Open. There's Paul Riley, who both men deserve an enormous amount of credit. Paul O'Reilly and JP have injected so much love and energy into this. They've had to wait 2 years to get back to have a live Irish Open. That patience has been rewarded. Let's hear Phil chat to our runner-up, Kyle.
I'll translate. They said they're going to get Steve outside.
We get Steve outside.
I think with 318 grand, he could afford a security. I think he's okay now. Ladies and gentlemen.
That's your host, Phil Baker.
Phil's fantastic.
That's your runner-up. From Glasgow, Scotland.
And he's been terrific. He's been tremendous since we started. He's been absolutely superb.
But we must talk about our winner.
This man
A lot of you might not
Well,
know him in the poker world. He hasn't really won anything or performed in any high-end events whatsoever in the world.
Complete unknown.
Will you please put your hand together for the 2022 Irish Open champion, Steve O'Dwyer.
Steve O'Dwyer. Let's hear what he has to say.
Steve, we're not going to keep you too long. Steve, the whole experience here all week and your experience of dominating our final table, how is everything? How do you feel about your win here today?
Look box! Look box, someone yell.
That's brilliant.
Well, Steve,
Such
I
a
know
humble guy as well, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You've always been a champion on the felt. You proved it again here today. And
It's
a very
Phil Baker,
worthy
the
winner
Irish
of the title
Open
this year.
host.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2022
Most
Irish Open
recent
champion,
guest in the
Steve
final
O'Dwyer.
furlong as well.
We have a top quality winner. Really have.
This
Real
is,
class act.
there's some great names,
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
some fantastic names.
we're going to ask Mr. J.P. McCann and Mr. Paul O'Reilly.
Here's
Ladies and gentlemen, Paul, come
exactly
across
the men I was referring to, the two
We
main
have
men
our two hosts
behind
of
the Irish Open, the
Open
two main men
Championship to
who've
present the award to our winner.
taken it over
€318,000 and, of course, the Irish Open main
and
event champion
restored it to its former glory. I think that's fair to say.
This is it's a runaway success, this event. It's by far the best ever Irish Open.
Welcome back to the 2023 Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker, as the final six return from dinner. That's right, it's the final day, it's the final table here at the RDS in Dublin. Numerous side events being played to their conclusion this evening. And of course, the main event will play down to a winner who'll receive that first prize of €365,000 and into the history books, joining former champions like Steve O'Dwyer, who we saw there, and the 2017 champion, Griffin Benja.
Yes, that was a great little footage there of O'Dwyer's big win. And who is going to take this one down? Even more money up top, remarkably. 318,000 last year, 365,000 euros this year. A massive field, and we're down to 6.
Yeah, since we got down to 9, we lost Jamie Wynn, and from the official final table, we've lost Henry Ojola from Finland and Carl Shaw from the UK. So we still have Irish poker legend Andy Black. We still have EPT London finalist David Docherty. We still have Tom Waters from the UK, and Griffin, it finally clicked. I've spent the entire day looking at his face, seeing that name on screen. Why do I know Tom Waters? He's the former managing director of Party Poker. He's an industry veteran.
Wow, there you go. You cracked the case.
According to LinkedIn, he's currently on a career break. Plus, also at the final table, Panagiotis Mavericks from Greece, Eugenie Barbaros from Moldova, and Declan Rice from Ireland. 6 players, and still pretty shallow, I think it's fair to say, Griffin. I think we're still playing just over a 20 big blind stack, pretty much where we started the day. And even though I keep saying it's going to speed up, we're going to see some eliminations, we're going to see some stack consolidation, they seem insistent on playing shallow. We seem to have those 15, 18 big blind stacks hanging around, but with the money jumps we just referred to, that would make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. With each elimination, more and more money here as we have a little look at the field in other events. A lot of side events still going on here. Big festival this series. Very successful. Awesome stuff.
And it draws to a close today. The main event trophy will be presented tonight. 6-figure scores for the top 4 as far as prize money is concerned. 365K up top. Nikuhara in position, just waiting for all players to return from break before we can kick off the next level, which will be level 37. Blinds are going to be 200,000, 500,000 with a 500K big blind ante. And straight off the back of level 37, we'll roll into level 38, 300, 600. So 2 more hour-long levels to play before the next scheduled break. I still maintain that this is probably going to finish this side of midnight. But weird things have happened. 13 bigs is the short stack. Barbaros black around the 20-25 big blind mark, not that much more for Docherty. Rice 44 bigs, and even though Waters is the chip leader, 54 big blinds, not exactly a monster stack, is it?
Yeah, all it takes is, you know, one ace-king against jacks against Andy Black, and suddenly you're right into that middle of the pack. So not the kind of chip lead like we saw with Mr. O'Dwyer last year, that's for sure.
Oh, and thank you, Tom, Supermod on Twitch, for pointing out that those blind breakdowns, that's from the former blind level. They haven't flicked the switch yet and gone up to 200, 500, so it just got a whole lot shallower. So we will continue to follow this cards up all the way until we have played down to a winner. The final table will conclude tonight, concluding our 4 days of live coverage over the course of the Easter weekend from this 2023 Irish Open. And just to bookend what Griffin was saying, a very successful series. And I do feel that this venue has been almost perfect for the Irish Open, what they're calling Europe's biggest poker room, hosting Europe's longest running No Limit Hold'em tournament. And a venue that has run many an event. And just got to play this main event down to the conclusion as Statrick is on stage, ready to remove cellular devices, smartwatches, headphones.
Looks like he just got kicked out of his dorm.
I'm going to go home for the Easter holidays and see my mum. So yes,
just got expelled.
I hope you've enjoyed our 4 days of live coverage, which will conclude tonight. If you are a fan of watching live poker on the internet, I've got some good news for you. You've not got long to wait until the next EPT stream on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. We are going to be in Monaco at the end of April, start of May, for the next leg of the 2023 season of the European Poker Tour. It's the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Festival dates, April 26th through May 6th. If you want to qualify for the main event, you can. And we will present 7 days of live cards up coverage from April 30th to May 6th on Twitch and YouTube. And did I hear you say earlier on, Griffin, your birthday falls during EPT Monte Carlo?
Yeah, in some circles, actually known as the Griffin Benger EPT Monte Carlo week, between April 26th and May 6th.
So we will celebrate Griffin while we celebrate the FPS main event final table, the super high roller final table, and the main event. 5 days of main event coverage as well. So stay across it. We'll keep you updated on social channels, keep you updated on the PokerStars Twitch channel and on our YouTube channel as well, what you can expect. Happy early 25th birthday, Griffin.
Nice try, Tom. I'm 26.
Looks like we are ready to get cards in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Someone's not back from dinner. Andy Black, as ever, filling the role of poker police, making sure that everyone is in their seats so that we can shuffle up and deal.
Love to write one says on Twitch. Monte Carlo seems like the most high rollerish place. I think I would have gone with high rollery. Please vote in the chat between rollerish and rollery.
It's a bit tomato. Ultimately, yes is the answer.
This is my line in the sand from Hook. Stay on my side. We're rolleries. Oh wow, a lot of rollerish. Rufio.
I didn't actually get a chance to look at anything really on the break.
Hakan Osbey, who was at our feature table yesterday, made a deep run in this year's Irish Poker Open. So hi James, great meeting you yesterday. Unfortunately, coolers with Ace King versus Aces, but I got my 15 minutes of fame on the feature table, literally. Yeah, it was a short day, but yes, it was lovely to meet you too, and congratulations on the score.
Ooh, roller-esque. NE43. These are really the important questions.
Corey Jones says, glad that he got back from dinner break. Didn't want to see Andy cry again. Lol. Little callback there to the 2005 World Series of Poker.
Probably had a full tilt patch on.
So Waters is the chip leader at the start of this session. Has Jack-10 in the small blind. And looks like he has raised David Docherty's big blind. David with 7-6 offsuit, and he folds.
Do you live in Scotland still, mate? You,
yeah, I am.
Whereabouts?
East side of Glasgow.
Oh, nice.
Charlie says Monte Carlo more James Bondish than high rollery. I just don't necessarily associate Monte Carlo with Bond. It took until 1995, it took until GoldenEye for Bond to come anywhere near Monaco. Never Say Never Again does not count, not an official Bond film before anyone brings it up.
No.
As Joe likes to call it, the one set in the old people's home. Andy Black, 8-4 of hearts, folds. Round to Tom Waters on the button.
With your windows down in the car park.
Now David Docherty in the small blind with King 7.
09 with light blue with your lights on. Both of you are going to have a bad day if you don't go there and sort that out. We got one black car with the windows down and one blue car with the lights on.
Yeah, interesting fold on the button here with the chip lead with the King 7. I would have thought that would have been an open most of the time from the chip leader, but maybe the fact that two really tough opponents on his left, that Waters isn't necessarily that interested in over-opening.
By the way, we've had some amazing announcements on the PA system in the last 3 days. That might be the best one yet. Someone's car has the lights on and the windows down. Sort it out. Also, there was a hailstorm earlier on. You leave your windows open, that car is going to be damp.
So, an easy shove for 15 big blinds for Barbaros. Barbaros.
I stand corrected. The phone in the toilet. The phone being found in the toilet was better than the car with the windows down and the lights on.
Was that another announcement earlier?
They literally found someone's phone in a toilet. Not like in the men's room, Griffin, but in a toilet.
So I've been missing my phone.
I hope you like it sloppy.
Yeah.
And yes, if you had notification about a car with its windows down and its lights on in the PA bingo game, congratulations, that's a house.
Can't be my car. I don't know how to drive.
Docherty on the button, 6-4 of clubs.
King Queen offsuit in the small blind here. Playing about 17, 18 big blinds. The ICM considerations, I need every single player's current stack in front of me to really deduce maybe what the best move is, but it's going to play as a raise. From raise to rice.
Rice with Jack-8 offsuit.
Call.
Okay, we are going to the flop.
I know. Yeah, just 250. We had those first two levels of 1-1 or whatever it was, seemed a long way away. Yeah, they're massive now, aren't they?
Jack-8, 5. Nice flop, Declan.
Kind of hate that board. Going to connect with a lot of the range that Rice is going to flat with pre. You know, you don't necessarily think he's hit it this hard, but a lot of Jack-X type hands, maybe some 9-10s, some 8-9s. Of course, all those Jack-X pairs. Really smart check here from Barbaros, looking for a free card. And I'd be very impressed to just see a check fold with the 2 overs.
Kim says, never mind the PA announcements. Whoever wins, I will remember this event for that loud fart at the TV table.
Was there a loud fart at the TV table?
You missed all the good stuff, clearly, Griffin. Everything good happened when you weren't here. I think it got clipped if someone has the link in Twitch.
I mean, at one point I did sneak over to the final table and fart. So, might have been mine.
Rice wins that hand. A few people observing that this dealer has flair. Let's have a look at the next deal. I haven't noticed yet. Don't cover the deal with the graphic. Which highlights how short at least 4 of these players are.
Dealer has flair. Flair pitch project.
You can't get more flair than the slide. The slide has more flair than the pitch.
It's true. But it works better with my...
No, I got the gag, don't worry.
Gag,
don't
yeah.
worry. No, I mean, people love references to movies from 1999, Griffin.
It was a good year.
It was a very good year for cinema. Very good year.
I should go only in the flop lane.
Pre-flop?
Pre-flop, yeah.
Barbaros now with queens.
Full pre-flop,
No, I had queen king.
There you go, Griff. There's the clip.
Yeah, let's watch this.
I guess they'll tell us if they're not scammed.
Yeah, habit, I mean.
Yeah.
The GU KPT, they've got a feature table, all of those, so you just, I'm so used to they don't let you
Okay, I'm all caught up. Oh, that's good. Yeah, can't get away with those at the feature table with the mics. Wow, and deciding to stay balanced. I think I would have preferred to have seen a raise on this chip stack with this monster of a hand. Hard to get dealt queens, and you're going to get shoved on by the hands that called you anyway, so may as well just, and you can see, like, you know, the queen 10 suited might have flatted from the small blind facing the button open. Andy Black might have decided to peel the min raise, so I think this is maybe a small mistake. Certainly nothing wrong with it, but there's more right in making sure you try to get value. So, James, I assume you're all caught up with this, but I'm just wondering, what was the thing about O'Dwyer's chair?
Steve O'Dwyer has a lucky chair, which I believe he brought to the venue.
Because he has a place in Ireland.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't like travel with this to every stop. Or
I mean, the way he runs with baggage, I would say that's probably not a good idea.
Yeah. That's some kind of superstitious. That's man, that's really wildly inconvenient to lug that thing around. But I guess you just bring it there and then, I don't know. It's not like you bring it home after every day, right? Probably just store it somewhere.
David Docherty opening here with Queen Jack.
Please fold, everyone fold, please fold, please fold, please fold. Please don't wake up. Please let me get it through. Please, 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 please. That's what you're thinking when you raise Queen Jack with the hijack. Please fold, Andy.
Mavericks in the big blind. 6-4. Yeah, specifically, it was the chair that he was sitting on when he won the Irish Open last year.
Okay.
So he wanted to bring that chair, even though it was at a different venue, to this venue. And literally, as he was moved from table to table, including the feature table, took the chair with him.
Yeah.
But
weird.
My understanding is
weird.
after being eliminated from this year's Irish Open,
he decided
the chair is no more. It's not a thing.
No longer lucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's clearly lost its power. Barbaros wisely folding the ace-8 because sitting behind him is Declan Rice with ace-jack, who opens from the cutoff.
I know I said this yesterday, but I love the name Declan.
Ollie. Andy Black all in with queen-jack.
Trouble. Trouble for Andy.
Sorry.
Irish on Irish crime here. This is going to be too strong to fold, but certainly some consideration for Rice here. It does represent nearly half his stack. So much easier to call 6, even 7 million, 8 million. You get into that 16, 17 plus big blind territory. Start thinking, do I need to call this? Andy's been pretty tight, but this is the reason that you do need to call this, because your opponent is going to have sometimes hands like Queen Jack, King Jack suited, maybe even a hand like King Jack off. Will Rice be able to decode this? Unscrabble this puzzle. What's the energy telling you, James? It looks like it's a fold.
He folds.
Oh, Black gets away with murder.
The better hand. Yeah, I don't know whether Declan Rice has had any information about other hands that Andy Black has played, specifically hands that Andy Black has shoved with. But I kind of feel if he's going to be folding hands as strong as ace-jack, Andy can really take advantage of that.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting thing because I think that I would find a tight fold with ace-10.
Yeah.
There a decent amount of the time. I don't think I would ever fold ace jack, but it's you know, it's right in there. It's in that kind of pocket of just you don't feel comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And you flip-flop there. If you lose that hand, if any black turns up ace queen, ace king, and you lose there, and you suddenly have 9 million, and you're in that no man's land of just trying to survive and just trying to get the pay jumps, you know, you have a lot of power with this 17 million.
Black back in action. Queen 10 of clubs raises from the cutoff.
You said 1 million?
Ace 9 for Mavericks on the button.
Ooh, and this is a tricky spot here because black should be raising pretty tight here. I think with, it's funny, we're talking about ace 10s and ace jacks again, but I think with ace 10, Mavericks would pretty comfortably still not be thrilled, but put it in. Ace 9, it just gets quite murky here. Of course, there are still two players behind. This is a pretty tight range from black, raising into the chip leader and a very strong Docherty. And here you are with 8 big blinds. I think he might fold, but I also would not be surprised. It's just so easy the way I describe things. It's just like I'm right and wrong either way. Really interesting spots with medium plus aces here. 2 hands in a row. Really wearing it on his sleeve. I mean, at this point, everyone kind of knows what you have, I think. I mean, I've never seen a more obvious ace 9. Let's get a vote there on Twitch. Shove or fold. What's he gonna do? I don't know how to start polls, so just tell me afterwards what you would have said. Well, I'm getting a lot of folds, seeing some shoves, but wow, those split crew.
It's a fold.
There is the fold.
And a fold from Tom Waters. David Docherty with ace 10.
And now what does Docherty do facing a cutoff open? I think you probably want to just call here. You'd hate to just shove and get snapped by 2 queens or something. So, and obviously Docherty very comfortable with post-flop play.
Nine, 7, 5. Ace 10 still ahead.
And the folded ace 9 is spinning.
Oh yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. If only you'd listened to pass 59.
No, excellent inspired pass.
Oh, never mind.
Domination rotation.
Well, the
as
queen
far
jack
as
might have
this
folded though.
hand is concerned. And black now has a lock on it.
Queen.
Queen's good.
Queen is good. Andy Black wins another hand.
Just in case. Do you have anything to call me? No. The chances of you fucking checking the 8 are greater than you having something to maybe not call anyway, so I'll fucking let it go.
Yeah, I think that I think
Any
Andy
good for
should
you?
find a bet there, but I understand
I'm
the
calling the raise,
rationale.
obviously, you know that.
To understand the rationale of you know, not wanting to check raise there.
I would
but
lose eventually, but yeah.
Yeah, it would've
technically
been
didn't
good
miss a bet.
start,
Ace 10 was
bad
not
turn.
calling.
You had a 9 on the flop. You king 9, had you?
Andy hovering around the 25 big blind mark.
I don't know what anyone has.
Mavericks super short now, by the way. 7 big blinds, and Rice has picked up aces under the gun.
See, why are you putting the money in with ace-jack when you can just wait for aces?
Opens to 1.1. And this is going to come round to the blinds. David Docherty in the small. Has Jack 10 of diamonds. That's not unplayable.
Yeah, you would have loved to have gotten this hand in the big blind, but you can't play it from the small blind in this spot.
Sneaky, sneaky with the queen on the turn, eh? I can't do that next time.
Yeah. You needed it as well.
What?
You needed it.
Yeah, I like fucking flop hit you.
You had
Fucking
3 outs.
What?
You had 3 outs on the flop.
Figure it out, Andy.
9-10?
A bit more. A better 10.
What?
A better 10 than you.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
King 10. All right. Okay.
So that was a really interesting little mini conversation there because Docherty, you know, in the
maybe if it's not a queen,
the friendly spirit of discussion of the hand did say you really needed to hit that queen, and then of course eventually Andy figured out, oh, you had a better queen, so you had king 10, and Docherty in that moment had the opportunity to be honest and say, no, I had ace 10, but then I think realized that's actually a lot of information. I don't need to give Andy Black that I didn't, you know, decide to re-raise or shove this ace 10 that I just called, so I'm just going to agree with what he said and say I had king 10. So a little bit of mind games worked in there. Docherty catching himself a little bit there, being like, oh, wait, I don't need to let him know I had ace 10.
Folded to the blinds. Barbaros, queen 6 in the small.
I'll buy a purple just to keep my stack top.
Sure, my man.
Easier to count.
Anytime.
Yep.
Well, so yeah, I get like that.
I haven't seen much indication.
The colours.
It's an even 5.
I didn't even take oranges phase. I got a whole row of whites before I got into the orange world, you know. I actually bypassed the oranges and got the purples. I had so many whites. It's some kind of weird set of like.
Just a little one.
I had 2 of them anyway.
Yeah.
Rice had 6s in the big blind. Got a walk. Mark Zutkov says, James, a broadcast tech question. How are we hearing the chips being riffled? Are there mics on the table, and if so, how many? Sounds too close to be the players' vocal mics. Thanks. It is being picked up by the players' mics. Each individual player is mic'd. I think there is also an overhead microphone next to the flop camera, which is picking up the overall room atmos, but the chip sound will mostly be picked up by the individual clip mics that the players have.
I appreciate a good sound nerd question, you know? Oh, getting teed up here, James. I know you love telling this story.
Don't even look.
What?
Don't even look.
Finscan asks, what is the reference behind pocket eights being num-num? James, take it away.
Oh, you had it.
I have no idea. It's like the sound of it.
What?
It was.
No, I did the fucking thing earlier. I threw away.
He's not up for it, sorry. Finscan.
So, no, same station, small blind, 7 deuce of hearts. I threw it away. No,
We've got to the point now where I kind of feel you either know or you don't know.
7 deuce of hearts. I showed him.
What's her background?
Clubs, 7 clubs.
Like her nationality. Did she finish? That's ironic. The guy's name's Finskin that asked. He probably already knows. Num Num was created during the Shark Cage by a Finnish poker player, and that is your only clue. Double down Docherty the 8-3. Oh, come on. You could have had a nickname right there. If you had shoved and won, you would always be known as Double Down Docherty. But what are you now?
Rice, Jack 9 suited on the button. Raises.
And Mavericks crumbling here with each big blind plus big blind ante representing this stage, taking out a good quarter of his stack. So he's thinking like, well, what do I have to lose here? Maybe I do want to call this 600,000, try to flop some equity and get in my last 2.5. It's not the worst idea. You'd like to have something like a little better, maybe 7-6, even 7-5. 7-4 is it's basically just the big brother of 7-3, and does fold. And Bujal says, this is why he should have went all in with ace-9. He would have been out of the tournament. It was 8 big blinds.
Would have raised you there.
Yeah?
At an ace
Andy already said he would have called.
Well, I was prepared to call off. I like the I would call it a small raise.
I mean, there is a €20,000 difference between 6th and 5th. And that's effectively what's weighing on everyone's minds right now. And that's why the play is a tad cagey, especially when everyone knows the Maverick sack is so short.
Right, now I'm done.
I took your ace.
I think I got you.
I didn't tell you. I was sort of thinking I'd beaten the ST.
Well, I'm not going to tell you that one.
Remember which card it was.
Tell you that one.
That's right.
But it's a pretty tough call, but
yeah, to be honest, it's pretty much. The only back of my mind was I knocked Benny out with the same hand either.
Right.
And whenever I got her done bad.
Oh, right, okay.
Gotta love repping the Hendon mob. What's the story with that?
Makes sense why you don't see white chips very often.
The Hendon mob?
No, I mean, I don't know. It's a cool sweater to own. I want a Hendon mob sweater. I have friends that work there. Why don't I get one?
Have you tried asking them?
No, I just like complaining about not getting merch. Like I do it all the time with you guys. I'm like, why don't I ever get any cool merch? And they're always like, you never ask.
And
sometimes you don't want to be asked.
Do give it to you, you lose it.
What did I lose?
Water bottle.
That's true. In fairness, I've only lost like 4 of the water bottles. You know, we're still
I would have taken the
single
over.
digits.
Okay,
well, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm under exaggerating.
So Rice is opened with ace queen. Waters, the chip leader, has a slight advantage over Rice as far as chips are concerned. Does not have the advantage as far as the cards are concerned. Is dominated with ace 10 of diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can't cook rice without waters. All right. James just left. He just got up and left.
I think another bet's coming. Waters is going to re-raise, and I mean, Rice made that fold with ace-jack. He's got to go with the ace-queen here, though. Too good to fold six-handed.
Yeah, but I think, you know, it's not easy to continue here against the chip leader, but yeah, is going to call the 3-bet. I mean, this is too strong. Chip leader on chip leader here.
Yeah, absolutely. The two biggest stacks tangling, which is great news for everyone else. A 3-bet pot, ace-queen versus ace-10. Rice with the better hand and the advantage of position. Still has the best hand. Top pair, top kicker.
Big time.
Waters with the betting lead.
Check. This board sucks for Waters. I love this check. You know what? Let's just give up. I'm into it. And I know it's easy to say because we see Rice has the ace-queen, but Rice continuing here pre-flop quite quickly is strong. Like ace-queen, pocket jacks, pocket tens, pocket nines. So I really appreciate Waters.
Flop by any more.
Yeah, I appreciate this. Let's not pretend to have kings or anything here. Let's just get out of here and still be second in chips by a fair margin.
I didn't have ace king. I had the ace of diamonds and something else.
Oh.
Another diamond.
Another low diamond.
Not that low.
Stop telling Andy Black your hands, you fools.
Right.
So much information that he's
that
he's farming
you
for.
Hit the flop. You fucking three to a Broadway then.
That's basically the nuts.
It's essential nuts. Like, as if.
Banco does ask something interesting. Why do players handle their chips so much? And I wonder, do you think maybe the players handle their chips even more now that they don't have their phones? Something to think about. Might be even more shuffly. What else are you going to do with your hands? Queens,
Gesticulate.
Rice.
Getting a run of decent
Rise,
cards.
queen.
And it's going to raise to 1.1. Quick fold from Andy Black with King Jack. Queen 10 for Mavericks.
More like Mav Nitsakis, am I right? Can't get a hand.
What?
I think he's a nit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because ace 9 and it's like kind of ironic because he had perhaps the biggest pre-flop blow-up of the day that he got rewarded for with the Jack 10.
You really don't think about these things before you say them, do you?
No, it was like kind of meta. He's clearly not nitty.
No. You like the sound of it.
He's
and
not
then
nitty because he's,
you're just trying to now find a way to justify
he's blinding
saying
out. You know what? We do need Joe back.
You think he's going to be on your side?
No, we just need him to handle the jokes. Like when he leaves, I feel like
Here's a really controversial idea.
I feel like Michael Jordan's backup point guard.
Here's a controversial idea. Don't try to be Joe just because he isn't here. Just be you. Give us top-level analysis.
My whole aesthetic is.
Give us the perspective.
Joe, what do you mean?
Give us the perspective of an Irish Open champion.
No, you hired me to be the poor man's Joe, so he looks even better.
No, I didn't. I hired you because you know about poker. You can't get more cut rate than Joe.
I stand by the Rice Waters joke.
Version of that act.
I stand by the cook rice with Waters joke, and I have people out there that agree with me. Rice under the gun. 25 million now. Black, opportunity. Creeping towards 30 big blinds, well out of the danger zone.
I hate the fact that we're just sat here waiting for two massive hands to collide, because otherwise nothing's going to happen. And I get it. I understand. That's how poker works with these ladders. I don't consider Ace-Jack versus 10 Deuce to be two massive hands, by the way.
Yeah. The house both time in the river. One time he was up against a better two pair.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I two out with him.
Yeah. Backdoor, I think he backdoor runners in one of them. Anyway, it was a very bad out draw. Something like ace. But you just think if you're not told that, you think, he flopped two pair. No. He fucking got his money in really bad and sucked out one of them.
And Andy Black all smiles after that raise and
Before
take
the
it.
internet, that's all there was to study poker.
Yeah.
You'd read
This
stories.
is how you put it on the hand.
There's no computers, no nothing. You had to study it like that. You'd hear a story, and that would make you think, oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Mavericks makes a committing raise here with King 4 from the hijack. It's a virtual all-in, Griffin.
And so far, so good. Yeah, one more. Oh, and dominating the King Deuce in the big blind. Nice takedown.
First one looked good.
I'm ahead. Discipline pays off, Andy. Discipline pays off. Finally got the hand.
5 big.
Nice hand, Shane, but the pot.
Discipline.
No.
I've been really disciplined after the break.
Yeah.
See me?
Yeah, I mean, you must have folded 5 hands in a row.
Yeah.
I know it hurts. When you like to play pots, it's hard to fold. Discipline.
Almost 10 big blinds.
Almost. You mean you have 9 big blinds? You have under 9 big blinds.
Yeah, it's not even 8, right?
What?
Maybe you had more in your hand. I was like, I think you've got about 8.
Oh, look at that.
Maybe you had more.
It was less than 5 before that hand, right?
Yeah.
What?
Before that hand, it was less than 5 bigs, I think.
Don't be telling me, I might have called that, didn't he?
Now, with 8 bigs.
Has he done the same again? Made a committing raise. Yep. Another virtual all-in from Mavericks. Jack 4 for Barbaros. 9-5 for Rice.
Pass.
Andy Black in the big blind. Ace-9.
Oh, wow. Size 8 bigs is too short.
Ace-9.
Looks happy. It looks happy.
Considering Mavericks shoved King 4 off the hand before, I think Ace-9 is a pretty profitable call here.
Well, Mavericks needs Ace-Jack to hold. He's the at-risk player.
Oh, I'm wearing it on his sleeve here.
Ace-8 deuce.
But clubs favoring.
Money's going in, whatever happens.
Mavericks. Oh.
Oh.
Do you want to say it or should
Opportunities.
Oh, they said it for us. Did we trademark that, by the way? I feel like we created that.
4 on the river. Ace-Jack holds. Mavericks doubles up through Andy Black. To be fair, I believe opportunities came from a member of the audience. I believe it came from the live chat, so cannot take credit for it.
I'm pretty sure actually I created it.
You called me really light, I have to say.
Joe created chip in a chair.
Well, what do you think I'm solving?
That's the nuts.
How much?
So Andy Black's going to be left with 9 million. Mavericks with roughly the same number of chips now.
Yeah, that's going to spread out these chips quite evenly.
That was just fate. By call, the money goes in on the
Do any of them have less than 15 bigs now?
Okay.
I mean, it's really bunched up.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Back from the brink of death.
Yeah, would you look at that? Short stack Barbaros with 12 blinds, all the way up to Rice at 47. So we are playing quite short stack, but still no eliminations.
And it's going to get even shallower in 15 minutes time because the blinds go up again.
Okay, at the end, possibly.
I hear myself think on the river.
Yeah, it was loud.
What was this?
Biblical.
Empty, and this is the small one. You put
Players,
time
if you signed up for the hyperturbo, you have to
Oh yeah,
before that
sorry.
tournament begins, we
Yeah, I thought the button hadn't moved and I was putting out the small blinds the next time. Yeah, yeah.
I have here the pop.
I thought the button had moved and I put out the small blinds.
Seat number 4, please begin to prepare your deck if you have 3 players checked in. We're getting ready to start this hyperturbo in less than 10 seconds. Players, if you want to this is the absolute last tournament of the festival.
Caroline, what's need to get me a hotel room for tonight?
100.
Can you buy me a hotel for tonight? I'd round about here somewhere. Getting there somewhere to get I.
Players, you should be making away your seats at this time.
Clearly, some of the players were hoping to go home tonight, but realizing it's already 8:30 local time.
Where do they get the money to afford these hotels?
Hey, listen, when this is over, I ain't going. I will sleep.
I think he's just getting a hotel room for the night, Griffin. He's not looking to buy a hotel.
Oh, I thought he was ordering a hotel to buy a hotel. Okay, yeah.
Playing live Monopoly while playing poker.
Yeah, I'm caught up. Sorry. I'm glad too because one of the closest hotels, great hotel, Clayton. I mean, I'm staying there. I don't want there to be some sort of power struggle and change in ownership. You know, I want a good night's sleep. Docherty, go for it, Docherty. Crazy man. Finding the open with the King 5 suited at the hijack. You got 4 players to get through on a hijack open, and that's scary stuff. Barbaros only has 2 moves, shove or fold. This would be a lot easier button to cut off, and even easier in the blinds against a cutoff or button open. But this is murky stuff. 3 players behind that can wake up. Docherty, who could be huge, and Barbaros, as the short stack, might find the shove here. Might be aware that Docherty is willing to open this light. Not many players on this table are prepared to make these kinds of open on these kind of stacks. But, you know, we saw earlier from the hijack, Docherty opened the queen deuce suited earlier today. Does Barbaros know that? Is that something he's taking into consideration in this massive spot? Chat, give me your shove or folds. Now they're in there somewhere. Too late.
Huh?
You were all right if you were going to write fold.
Most people wrote shove.
Fold.
And Rice just quick calls the button. Says, you know what, I'm chip leader. I feel comfortable playing post flop. I'll play in position against Docherty here. I know you're messing about with the queen deuces and the things like that. Let's see 3, buddy.
So it's a raise of 1 million. If there is a pass, there is fold and pass. Okay, don't worry. Anyway.
Quite a loose complete here with the 10-7, but a very, very live hand based off what they have.
Ace Jack 6 on the flop. So Rice flopping best here, second pair.
I think if there was a club on this flop, Docherty would continue sometimes, but he knows Rice is all over this texture. A lot of Jack X's, some Ace X's, and I don't think Docherty is going to really go after this.
Check.
You know, not a lot of room to. Only 6.7 million back, 3.7 and a half in the middle.
Check.
Oh, and on the chat talking about the 6s folded.
Oh.
Let's hopefully we can get a little look at your man Barbaros.
Check.
Should have shoved with 6s.
Should listen to chat.
Said no one ever.
Check. Check.
Oh! Docherty, huge river card. This is the difference between having 13 big blinds after this hand and having over 20. Gets there. Very lucky on the river. Huge swing here.
Check.
No reason to go for value with such a thin value hand here, especially because Rice can be sitting there with some better kings sometimes. Better to just maybe bluff catch sometimes.
King.
Showdown. King 5.
King is good.
Yeah, that's everybody knows that feeling that Rice has right now.
We folded 2 6s. 2 6s.
What are you winning, man? No respect for my big blind.
Oh,
Zero.
you've certainly got no respect for his.
I know, yeah.
Certainly he has too much respect for me, so with Queen of Hearts. Caroline, have you got the genius level?
With a 1.
I do it mine.
6 on the flop.
Yeah.
I think that's when you open King 5 like. I folded.
Maybe he opened King 5 because he knew you'd fold something like 6s. You ever think about that?
You definitely should have at least calling him.
I think like if I know he's open so.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, you have to have respect from under the gun like 40.
Yeah.
So that, I know I've already gone over it a bit, James, but that does show the value of
the way
the
that
live
actually ended
stream.
up going.
I mean, we in the booth here we watch every hand basically.
Yeah.
And we remember a very specific hand where Docherty opened Queen Deuce suited from the hijack, and that is a piece of information that is so valuable for these players to have, and almost certainly one that Barbaros didn't have. Now, I'm not saying at all that he's, didn't do enough work or wasn't prepared enough, but there is something to be said that there are these edges you can find with the live stream, and, having friends at home watch and maybe tell you a couple things on a break can be very, very helpful down the stretch. I mean, that's a spot that Barbaros probably needs to shove because of the wide range of hijacks that's been established by Docherty, and just couldn't find it, and now really regrets it.
About 5 minutes until the blinds go up. And I don't think it's going to shock many of you to learn that we will go from 200, 500 to 300, 600.
Barbaros now on that 12.5 big blind stack. Only really one way to go with it here. Just say the words, man. Say the magic words.
All in.
There they are.
All in.
Waters in the small blind with King 3 has folded. Docherty 8-7 off.
Sorry.
Also folds.
Call?
Yeah, blind.
raise actually.
Put a straddle out. Go on, put the straddle out.
I hear some people done that the other day. They decided that they're.
No, I've seen it all.
Yeah.
I was in a 5,000 tournament in the Caribbean once, and a fucking guy was putting a straddle out every time he had a chance in the tournament.
This whole table agreed to play with a straddle. One of the tables here the other day.
In a tournament.
In a tournament, they agreed to play with a straddle. To spice it up like.
Cool. That's funny.
It made like degenerate gamblers. Pass.
Pass.
Yeah.
Pass.
Pass. Pass.
Maybe like try to stack in 20s just so I can guess how much you have. Thank you.
Yeah, sort your chips out.
Did you say mine, David? All right, I know you're.
Here's fine. Yeah, it's if they're not in 10s or 20s, it's hard to tell. You know.
Yeah, I expect
I'm actually
Barbaros
small
to have
chips at the front. I
probably
wonder, haven't got shouted at for that.
about 16 blinds, which should play as a pure shove with this ace-6 from Docherty, but he just wants to make sure. And I can appreciate that, at this juncture, it's such a huge stage of the event. And I'm surprised to see a raise. That doesn't matter. Very curious about that. I would love to
an ace.
ask
an ace.
Docherty about that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are our chip counts, and they're about to go up, these blinds. So
they are indeed.
Those two 13 big blind stacks are going to become more like 9 or 10. So going to be very short stack. We will be seeing some eliminations. So if you guys like eliminations, stick around for the next level, because I promise at least one. That's all I can do. That's all I can do.
We look hungry.
Can't promise more than one, but definitely one.
Didn't have any.
No.
Andy Black with exactly 10 million. Pretty cool. Pretty cool amount to have. Exactly.
Here, Penton. What are we at? Where are we at?
Big Nation asks, and I want to answer this because it's one of my favorite things about feature tables. At work, listening, not watching, so not sure, but are they saying pass when folding? Yes, they are. And I really like it for some reason. I like when they say pass when people fold. They don't do it on normal tables, but they'll do it on the feature. I think a lot of it is for the production team in the headset. So, but it's cool. I like it. Pass. The cool accents often help too. Barbaros, ace-6. Still spinning after that pocket sixes, but knows better than to put this in against the ace-10 open. Tight fold from Rice in the big blind, but I'm fine with it. Mavi's pretty tough player.
I just had this vision of this carrying on like this until we get to the point where the big blind is literally forcing players all in.
You mind if I force in? Seemed like a good segue.
Hello, Joseph.
Hi. Oh, I'm getting a correction. Senor Valmano said he raised to 10 BBs, Griff.
Sorry, I was thinking about the passing, I think. My mistake. There's the beautiful stage here at the Irish Open.
Kevin on Twitch suggesting that I crank it. I don't think I'm going to have to as soon as these blinds go up.
Crank it, crank it.
Crank it.
You know, Michael was staying in my room all week, so
yeah,
I haven't been able to crank it.
By the way, I want to ask, is he related to Andy Black?
I think they're long-lost cousins, yes.
Okay. I figured, because of the names. The last name.
Now that he's gone, I brought the crank, the cooler machine down here. If we need it, I'll fire it up.
Yes.
Can you do it here? I do like to watch when you crank it.
If I have to, but like I said, these blinds are getting pretty big. Like James said, we might have people all in the big blind.
Well, we've got Barbaros here shoving from the button, but the blinds don't have hands they can
You
play.
stand on the net.
No, but I'm going to stand and fucking really rent it anyway.
About 21 mil, I think.
Did Declan get a hotel room? Has it been sorted?
And you know, son, not going to fucking take much. I'll not take much.
Still got a couple of hands, or maybe this will be the last hand, depending how long it goes, of the 250-500 blind level. Queen Jack of strawberries for David Docherty. Raises to $1 million. Snowman,
Oh, num-num.
For Barbaros.
No chance Barbaros folds this after regretfully folding the sixes in the exact same spot. Doesn't even hesitate, which shows additional strength, really. Which I guess you kind of want with eights. Kind of want to fold out the ace-10 type hands, which would consider folding hijack to cut off for this.
Oh, boy.
God. Oh, you should have just put in the sixes, man. Very unlucky. Oh. The only thing that's going to be... Oh, this is...
Now should Mavericks call or go all in for another quarter of a big blind?
Count, please.
Well, first of all, we're going to need a count, Joe. Because whatever happens, you want to make sure you don't call the wrong amount.
So Mavericks has Barbaros covered, right? Just.
Yes.
Very close, though.
It's weird that when you haven't cranked it for a while, all you have to do is talk about cranking it, and sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
Here it is.
It's like
the cooler we've all been waiting for.
It's like the Force, you know?
Just put it out into the universe.
Mm-hmm. Woogie B says, Docherty's too good to call this. Well, we know that because we see all the cards, right? So this feels like our time is being wasted, but this is just the process of these things where, you know, he wants to make it look like he has ace-jack suited or, you know, 2 nines to maybe help in Docherty overvaluing a hand like 10s or ace-queen suited or whatever. So it's just part of the process.
Barbaros was the start of day chip leader. Now he is at risk. And he has dominated. 8, huge underdog to kings. And we are likely to be down to 5 players.
He covers me for a while.
Yeah, I think he has slightly more. Not much, though.
Wow, people really want an 8.
What's the magic word to get Frosty the Snowman to come to life. Happy
Where's he
birthday.
gone?
Yeah, there.
And Queen Jack.
Oh, he's watching it on the screen.
Low board.
Queen Jack of hearts.
Kings still ahead. Barbaros drawing to 2 outs, the 8 of hearts and the 8 of diamonds.
The safe ones you got to be worried about.
Same outs needed with 1 card to come.
No, but just in case the 2 comes.
5%.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, does not change the outcome of the hand. We are down to 5 players.
Nice hand.
Eugenie Barbaros eliminated in 6th place. The Moldovan will cash for 73,500 euros. Everyone else has locked up 95.5k.
Yeah, fucking, yeah, like, who knows? Like,
I like it, mate. Like, even yesterday.
I did promise an elimination.
And we get an elimination at the start of the next blind level. And Luca Pagano from 2013 has now got 17 million chips.
What is it?
yeah, he's covered, yeah, I think. Unlucky.
Covering, yeah.
I prefer to think of him as
Unlucky, but man.
Robert Smigel from 1996.
Good game, mate.
Good luck. Good luck.
That's a
guys.
very
Good luck.
nice stack for me to poop on.
Unlucky. Good luck, yeah.
Good game. Good game. Great,
No,
great
good luck,
plays
you're
yesterday.
You're welcome. Huh?
Great plays yesterday.
Thanks. See you. See you.
Game.
Just come back
All
from
the best for
brink
you.
of death to being chip leader nearly. Nice hand.
Mavericks has been chip leader before.
Yeah, and now vying for the chip lead once again. I mean, that's the thing. Huge swings at this final table with the stacks so shallow and the blinds so big. And I think we are now rolling into level 38.
Well, he tried to rebuy, but they didn't have it.
I never even got a first pump because I thought he still was here.
You reckon you could rebuy for now about 100 or something?
Yeah.
You could have said, I've never played against you.
Yeah, it's 3-6. That's horrible.
What did you do?
Blinds
Look at that.
No idea.
are now 300, 600. So again, much shallower now.
5 remaining. Just a reminder, when we have 3 players remaining, it changes to a 40-minute clock. Just a reminder.
If we lose the 4th player when there's more than 40 minutes.
The level,
Okay.
and then the following one will be
Sure.
And poker players think of everything.
Yeah.
Nice to have tips again.
Don't waste these ones.
Yeah. Leave my big blind alone.
Time to play some unnecessary inflated spots.
Yes, we can punt again. Yeah.
Punting units.
Everybody guaranteed 95,000 now, almost 6 figures. This pot raised up by Rice with Jack 8 suited. Let's see if Mavericks wants to get weird with the 9-4. No, and Tom Waters with Ace Queen in the big blind.
And going from a significant chip lead to really only playing 1 3-bet pot with that Ace-10 suited that didn't even lose a street on the flop, but suddenly only has 26 big blinds. So, I mean, you can just justify shoving here if you want. You can just call for sort of ICM purposes, or of course you could just raise.
Just take it down without
Yeah,
a
just
flop.
take it down. Wow, but that's a bit of a problem. If your opponent is sticky, that's
sticky Rice.
Yeah, this pot's getting so big now. Oh, just the nuts.
King, Jack, 10, just the nuts.
That is why we 3-bet. This is why we play.
I didn't do anything.
Cha-cha-cha-cha. Broadway for Waters.
This is maybe a bit of confusion to start there. The dealer maybe thinking that Waters had checked.
What action took place? Oh, okay, so I thought we were waiting for
back
floor.
on. We're back on Waters.
Very good.
And
no harm, no foul, it seems.
Oh, love this baby bet from Waters because we see what Rice has and is going to have to continue with this jack for sure.
Do you have to continue with the jack?
Yeah, I mean, try not to see this as like Waters has ace queen. Try to see it as like Waters has ace king. You have to call. It's 1.5 million and 9 million.
Okay, so even if you think they have ace king,
yeah. Oh, the price is there.
Or ace jack.
Yeah. You're in there. I mean, ace jack's obviously a bit different, but it's still like, if you flop a pair in a 3-bet pot and you get a 10% bet, or I guess 15% less, 12%, something like that.
I mean,
but this is why I would never call pre-flop in this spot.
Right.
Because suddenly you're in, the SPR is like 1-to-1, and you have jack 8 on a king jack 10 board.
Yeah.
It's just like chip lead on chip lead practically. It's like it's highly unnecessary and a mistake from Rice. So, I mean, I think we're just going to probably see a bet and a fold now, but
that one's a little bit bigger compared to the 1.5 million C bet. 7.5 million.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay, I'm folding. Just want to figure out
how I'm even in this pot.
Yeah. There we go. Tom Waters up to 22.7 now, and that's going to be put him back in the chip lead, I think.
Yeah.
Mavericks had around 19, right?
Yeah. Maybe he'd actually more like 17, 18.
Sure.
So, yeah.
But under 22.
You guys know how much you have roughly? I've got 9.5.
Yeah, would be interested in the tip count as well.
17, I think.
Similar to you.
If you asked him, we could probably put it up to 10.
Tom's
it's just so I don't have to keep asking. Normally
you'd have like
have them up.
If we go all in, you have 375 change.
I'm big blind.
Yeah, you're still 375. A weak clash this hand. Well, no, maybe they took their 500, so I'll have change on you. Yeah. The 600. Yeah, I have you covered.
I think I've just over 16. I think.
Cool. How much are you playing?
Me?
9.
9.
9. Yeah.
Yourself?
9 including this.
Yeah.
Actually folds around to Mavericks.
Oh, yeah. Mavericks has never seen a queen 9 suit he didn't like.
And especially with Docherty in the big blind, doesn't have to worry about.
I think the dynamics change where guys might call a bit. I'm getting very close to this.
I guess he does have to worry about getting shoved on, but
yeah,
it's not
but
going to be.
It's
not going to be too
so,
light.
Yeah, I quite like this limp. I mean,
oh, it's a limp.
Yeah, the hand has so much pre-flop value. Now, Docherty might just shove with this ace deuce. It's risky, but when you start breaking down Mavericks' range here, it's a lot of hands like this that are just going to limp fold.
Free
but
flop.
it's also some trap hands, so
And
I don't mind.
That flop
yeah.
is ace,
Let's go.
6-4, 2 spades.
Let's go.
Pretty dreamy flop for ace deuce.
And the spade. He has smashed this flop in spades. And Docherty is going to activate check call mode, and this is a great result for just checking this ace deuce, because it's going to be next to impossible for Mavericks to put David Docherty on an ace, because a lot of them would just shove over this limp. So if Mavericks deduces, well, it's more likely he has something like 6x, maybe something like 4x, maybe something like 5-7 off, 5-8 off that now have a pair of fives. This could sometimes play as a sort of triple barrel from Mavericks. I think the 5 is difficult to continue on. You would love for the turn to have been like a 10 or a jack or a 9, where it's going to be easier to, well, a 9 would make a pair, of course, but just easier cards to bluff off the 4s and 6s. But he's coming again here because he doesn't think Docherty has an ace. And it's going to play as such an easy call down for Docherty. I don't think there's any chance he folds by the river here. I think he's fully aware that this is a really sweet little hidden spot he has with the ace. And he also knows how capable Mavericks is of just blasting off.
Yeah, you got to just go here. Huh? I mean, not as in get it in, but like you just grit your teeth.
And the reason why I think Mavericks is going to probably go for it on the river, as long as it's not something like a 3 or a 7 or an 8, maybe not a 6, maybe not a 5, is because of everything we've talked about. But those kind of cards would then complete something like, 7-6, 5-8. So a really, really interesting hand.
What's crazy is that these pots that aren't even all-ins, that could this pot could end on the turn, right? And they're going to flip-flop positions on the leaderboard.
I just hope Docherty is really aware of how much Mavericks could just be drawing dead here a lot of the time. Like a lot of Jack 9, Queen 9 suited, sort of Jack 10 off types hands.
Like all the
just like
all
the,
the
like,
Broadway
like just
hands
realizing that this
yeah.
is like the nuts here. Like if he somehow has, that's going to be
flush
another tough card
come in.
for Mavericks to shove on. Without a spade blocker, Docherty could have something like 9-5 of spades that now has a flush. So this could be a quit card for Mavericks. It feels like it could be a quit card, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a snap call from Docherty if it's a shove. It's quite nice you're blocking that ace of spades to it. It's just one little thing. I mean, you have so much perspective when you're seeing this in the booth, but it does give up. And he has to show.
Mavericks has to open the queen high. Docherty shows top pair.
Nice hand.
And it is good. Docherty jumps ahead of Mavericks on the leaderboard now, adding nearly 50% to his stack. He said it was 9 big blinds, 9 million.
Yeah, and I
before
think that
the start of that hand, and now
Mavericks is really like seeing that ace deuce. Would have hated to have seen 6-8 off or 6-7 off or something and lost to that at showdown, but knows he's getting trapped there.
Mavericks just below Docherty now. Andy Black, the shortest stack, 14 bigs.
So interesting question here. Why does he have to show the queen high? He was button. No, so that's reversed here in Ireland. I don't know if it's an Irish thing
it's
or
last aggressor here.
It's last aggressor. Yeah. So I was very surprised that I had to show my bad.
There's a couple of things that are rules that maybe once were the thing on the other poker tours. They stuck with it here, or maybe it's new here. I'm not sure, but that and the first card off the deck rule, both in effect here at the Irish Open.
Wait, what's the first card off the deck thing?
If you're not in your chair when the first car is off the deck, or I think it might be near your chair here. I've seen them be pretty. Uh-oh. Like I've seen people be like at their chair and not enforce the first card off the deck rule.
Yeah.
But I had a hand killed this week.
Yeah.
Because came back as the last card was hitting my seat, and they're like, "No, we got to fold it."
And then he said, "I'm going to talk about this on my podcast, on my stream."
I did demand to look at the hand at least.
Yeah. Nice.
I've seen
Demand
the
is the
first
wrong
couple of
word.
times I played, you one minute you
Asked.
raised like 2.1, the next minute was a 10 big blind raised. Like I couldn't.
Yeah, I just didn't know how much I had, that was all.
Only one small one. Thank you.
Just leave it there for the next time. Leave it alone. Tired.
We all are.
Yeah.
Mavericks under the gun, 4-2 suited. Nay. Water's out. Docherty
Nay. Stop horsing around.
folds the 5 high on the button.
See, I still have jokes.
Ace 8 in the small for Rice. Andy Black, the shortest stack.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to just shove.
And you had it out for a reason.
No, this is a limp trap.
Oh my God.
8 million.
No.
It's feeling like a limp trap.
Oh no. Oh no, Andy. Doesn't think that Rice has a limp trap, but this is...
I mean, it's obviously not a limp trap, but doesn't think he has a very strong limping range, I guess, is the better way of putting it.
Oh, please don't fold Rice. You have to punish this shove here. This is reckless. This is
There's
not
the call.
the
Flicks
card.
in the white chip.
This is not the hand to do
and
this
he may
with.
feel like this is a bit of a slow roll.
This is really...
Yeah, the 6 deuce. Against an ace 8.
He's got live cards.
It's not the way to go. I mean, we're only at 3-6 here. You can just make this 1.9 million if you want. You know, like it accomplishes the same thing. This is just, you got to think these hands through. You got to think these. This is a really bad blow up here from Andy. But he knows it. But this is the great thing about poker. Anything can happen, and there's something.
Wow.
Just a heck of a sweat now.
The world.
Andy does catch a pair, is technically in front, but is behind statistically.
I mean, if anyone could get away with it, it's that man right there. And a picture, he asked for a picture, and a picture came.
Queen on the turn.
17 million chip pot. This is insane. The scenes here at the Irish Open.
River card. Is a 5. That's the straight for Rice. Retakes the lead on the river. Ace 8 somehow holds up against 6 deuce.
Cover, right? Yeah.
Declan Rice.
Oh, yeah. Well done.
With some just dice.
Pleasure. Do nothing else.
Andy Black's going to get congratulations all around. A legend of the Irish poker scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
Extinguished in 5th place for $95,500.
And honestly, a legendary exit. I mean, to just go out falling on your face like that. I mean, just really entertaining, amazing stuff. Always has been so entertaining over the course of this week. So, wow, 6 deuce. Crazy stuff.
Everyone now guaranteed 124,500 and 500 euros.
I didn't expect
Andy Black's vacated space at the table.
It was.
Now just black.
Yeah, it was.
Well,
nothingness.
I hope you enjoy your commercial hands here at PokerStars. I think that might make it.
I just sort of know that he's
classic
a
hand.
lot of times it doesn't refuse there.
Where were you when?
But when you see a fucking 6 in the window, like it's
Great run out too. Real exciting run out, and the look on Andy's face when that 6 came, and then followed by the 7 and the 9. An all-timer. But we got to move on. Suddenly there's 4 left. We're moving forward here. And I'm excited to see hands between these two players. Unfortunately, they're only playing 20 big blinds effective. But I mean, look at Mavericks already just thinking, how can I punish these wide opens that
I'm not
Docherty's
gonna
been
mess
getting
around
away
with
with.
eight deuce.
They know what they're both up to.
3-bet me and triple it off, or double it off.
Four-handed. Everyone guaranteed 6 figures now. And
fair,
no more
it was an
danger
amazing
zone.
example for
Shortest
us.
stack
Yeah.
is 20 big blinds.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, fuck, that's
Thank you.
That's a big job, yeah. 135. Yeah.
Thought maybe we might start hearing rumblings of a deal after that elimination.
Yeah, I'll buy you a pint for.
This is funny. Like I was saying, I was all day yesterday just watching the page. They're absolutely meaning nothing to me.
Yeah, it just goes into a blur once.
Yeah.
How much now? Another 60k? Oh, right.
Mavericks with 7 tray suited on the button. And it's going to take this opportunity to raise in position with Rice having folded already.
Ambitious, but Mavericks is going to push
I'm not the only one
edges.
playing the flag for Ireland. Like it's.
I mean, steals are just so huge at this point,
So
right?
huge. Waters has been playing pretty honestly on this final table. Docherty's a bit of a problem, but sometimes you just get dealt Jack 3 off. And unless you're willing to make it 3.3 million here, you're just going to fold it.
I did say to a few of the Irish lads, I'm happy to become an honorary Irishman if one of your countrymen can't deliver. Just give me everything. Give me the tricolour, the top. I'll wear it all.
Are you all from the UK, right?
I'm from Scotland, yeah.
Yeah, 6. Yeah, I'm not going to go. Where's the say big blind?
Mavericks under the gun, four-handed here. On about 23 big blinds with the pocket 4s. Stack too valuable to even consider, you know, open shoving and anything like that, like you see sometimes with hands of this ilk with sort of 3 players to go under the 20, 22 big blind kind of area. So should probably just play it as a raise and then see what happens. But trying to make sure, I think. Maybe, do I want to shove this? But probably not. We'll see.
I'm all in.
Wow, and does do it.
Okie dokie.
Certainly a plus EV shove. Just find it a bit risky.
Sure.
You know, if someone just wakes up with
Ace 8.
You probably have too many. What are you paying? You have 10. You have over 10 there.
14.
Yeah, it's too many. Nice hand, but too many.
Yeah, it is a bit too much, Rice.
Tom Waters, ace 10 suited under the gun. Under the gun. Although we should have a gutton.
Sorry.
When under the gun is on the button, that's how it threads up. Under the gutton. Not quite there yet. Still four-handed.
Dilo asks in the chat there, what's Rice's first name? Just the most badass name ever. Declan? Come on. Hit by the deck, Declan? You'll love to hear it.
He's going to go do some commentary now. What do you think?
You can really do it. Look, I'm up here in the commentary box.
So, Andy, can you just explain this shot for us, please?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to fucking... I'm going to needle him when he comes back.
I really hope he doesn't come back here now because I don't want to have to ask him about.
We want to be balanced when we're shoving there. We want to have like some ace-x.
I mean, you don't need to ask him. You know. We know what he was doing.
So,
what a
Andy,
Face said it all when he called.
Yeah.
What have I done?
It was like an amazing, you know, like.
He 3-bet me earlier with I folded ace jack to him, and he told me that he got me like.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point to bring up that hand. I think it's even more ambitious, Joe.
Yeah.
To shove the 6-deuce over a limp from the player that folded that ace jack to you earlier.
Yeah.
Do you remember when he shoved the queen jack suited for like 16 bigs from the button against Declan's cutoff open?
Let's assume that I do.
And it would have been 30 minutes ago, so he would have that information. I think that it does create a bit of a dynamic of maybe being more prepared to not make a big fold in that spot.
Not to nitpick you, but the information being available is different than him having the information.
Right, no, but that's my point, is that Rice just said he told me that he had
okay, so
ace
we
jack
know
was
he
a bad
had
fold.
the information.
Yes.
Look, I think it's as simple as he sensed weakness, he pounced, he was wrong.
Okay, just simplify my very intricate, nuanced take. It's fine.
Right, yeah. So, do you know that on Declan's rail, his daughters Jasmine and Rosa Maria are there?
No, but I saw Bismati. Okay, now you're pushing it, Mav. You're a loose cannon, Maverick. But goddamn, can you fly? So, Mavericks is taking advantage of those button spots. 7 high, 2 rotations in a row, 2 orbits around the Irish Open Poker Sun.
Is his Uncle Ben and Aunt Pilaf there also?
True.
I actually like James' joke from
you got ace jack from him
earlier today.
That's a hand that you 3-bet. You had ace jack. No, when the mistake was done in the dealing, I got you you got my hand, you got his hand. You had ace jack, right? That you 3-bet. Yeah, the queen. Yeah.
Yeah, James' joke, I think it was earlier today, when Rice was calling a 3-bet. He called him a sticky Rice. That's good.
That was me.
Was it you?
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes ago.
No. James, thank you. Yep, taking credit. That was earlier today. Did you make another sticky joke reference?
I mean, it
That's
wasn't
fair.
another one to me. It was the first one.
Right. Well, you're a comedian who
It's just
steals
surpri-
jokes.
it's
Very
surprising-
creative.
Surprising that you don't remember that from 10 minutes ago. Ace tray for Waters. Pocket 5s for Docherty.
22 big blinds. I think this needs to play as a pure shove for Docherty. Going to get a lot of raise folds from hands like this. Ton of fold equity. Sometimes you do run into it, but sometimes it is a hand that you're flipping against. Docherty has surprised me before with some spots I thought he would have shoved and instead made like a raise. I don't think that he would do that here with 2 5s.
Good.
The 3-bet, a normal size, not the rip, still has the desired effect. Players to go. Everyone guaranteed 6 figures now. Still jockeying for 365,000 euros for first place. Absolutely a massive score in a 1K event.
Walkies. Not be many of them, have there?
I don't think we're getting those. Oh, you're not.
I haven't had a single walk all day. No one respects.
I wonder why.
No one respects my big blind.
We just sat like this. I don't know what was going on the rest of the day.
All right, High Hopes, you banned. Thanks for the channel points.
Thanks for the channel points. Docherty prepared to open the Queen 10 under the gun. Just the last orbit here. So Queen 9, pretty close for him, but decides to let it go. Declan. It's okay, Aaron Paul Kramer. We already banned that person.
One more orange.
Waters in the big blind with ace-8 suited. Has Rice pipped. Does not get aggro with it. King-7 trade. Domination rotation.
Advantage Spraggy.
Advantage Spraggy. That's right. The Spraggy. I guess it's only dangerous in the hands of Spraggy. Everyone else seems to do fine with it. Turn is the 3 of spades. Waters might start liking ace-8. Check, check. Oh.
Big trouble in little ace.
2 pair.
2 pair.
Oh, this is a slow roll, accidental.
Yeah, he showed him.
Nice hand.
Could have been though.
No, but I mean, like,
he says
'cause
2
the
pair.
3's on the board.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
It's a slow roll.
Unintentional slow
Bad
roll.
river.
Yeah.
Decent sized pot, 9.5 million. That's gonna really extend Rice's lead here.
Dark React says, how does the stream know which cards they've got before they looked at their cards? I don't think that happens. Let's keep an eye on it. If that is happening, that is weird. Okay, so Rice, he's looking now. We have Jack-6. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mavericks.
Oh my God! Did you see that?
Looking, yeah.
No, but did you see that? We saw the graphic before he looked.
I think he was.
How does
looking
it work?
already. I think he was already looking.
No. No.
His hands were on it.
Okay, Mav, this is great stuff. Mav is just thinking, oh, did he fold? Or is he thinking about it?
No, his cards are still there.
His cards still there?
No. Also, Mavericks could have looked at it when we were looking at Rice.
Okay, that was at the same time with Waters.
Yeah, but he already looked.
Okay, so we know Docherty hasn't looked yet. This will be
How
the
do we know
ultimate test.
Docherty hasn't looked yet? Were you watching him the whole time?
Let's assume Docherty hasn't looked
We
yet.
can't just assume
okay?
that.
And if we
The
get
whole-
the graphic before he looks, give us 2 cards. You're right. That is messed up. That's messed up.
This guy is so cool. He says, I mean, it's literally his screen name is so cool. He says, the stream knows when they put the cards in the box, which happens before they look at the cards.
Straight.
Oh, Tommy. And a street flash redraw.
Street flash redraw. Rut-row. Oh, yeah, I still have a straight and a street flash draw. Too strong, must limp, must call. And I would love to see Docherty hit the brake pads, but there's something kind of weak about the way Waters is going about this. Like the look back at the card, like it just feels like he's just going to fold to a big bet on the turn.
He did the look back when he flopped Broadway with the ace-queen as well.
Docherty has the look of someone that is firing another shell here. Don't do it, David. Pull back.
I mean, he can still chop, right?
David, no. Don't do it, Doc. That's a big bet. That is a bet intentionally targeted against those kind of marginal hands like, you know, King 9. Even something like 10-6 is just kind of hating your life right now, facing a pot-sized bet.
$2.4 million to call, $5.4 million in the middle. Kind of a big bet to call with Justice. I guess he's got technically a better straight draw.
I think,
but not clean outs.
I think you can just decide to like raise here, but at the same time, it's like,
oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at this the wrong way.
What are you really afraid of?
I'm sorry, everybody.
Right?
Obviously.
What are you afraid of? You're afraid of a heart coming, and then you'll have the 4th nuts. Afraid of
yes,
Jack
sorry.
coming.
I also just assumed that I'm probably going to make a straight flush here.
5-5.
Sorry, everybody. I misunderstood this as a bet from Instamuck from Docherty.
I don't really blame Docherty there. That's why I kind of saw it like in the slow-mo car crash kind of thing, because I understand why he fired and went for that. But Waters just had it.
And Docherty now drops below the 20 big blind mark. Mavericks at 25 bigs. Waters just over 30, and Rice with 45. I mean, this is really anybody's game still.
Except Andy Black's.
Right, yes. And any of the other 2,487 people who have already gone broke.
1-2. No.
Sakis raising, Jack 8 suited. Docherty with ace 4 in the small.
players on the below master, if you have 3 players, you can prepare the deck.
William says, Joe, can you ask Griffin how he studies? Yeah, I sure can. Thank you for your question. Docherty moves all in.
Good for you. Recognizes how wide Mavericks is opening and puts the ace-4 off in his eye for 20 big blinds. Let's go. Atta boy, Dave.
Master Saiyan says, lol, what a punch shove. So lucky the guy got no hand.
Well, Master Saiyan, if you've been paying attention and watching for the last 20 minutes, you would know that Matsuzakis has been raising extremely wide. 7-5 off, 7-3 suited, a lot of different hands, pretty much almost every open spot. So ace-4 offsuit actually makes for a great candidate, because when your opponent does wake up with a big hand randomly, like you just suddenly had 2 10s, 2 queens, something like that, you are 30% with that ace-4. So it's a great shove and a great awareness from David Docherty, being willing to do that with 4 left here in the Irish Open. And you're wrong. And you're banned. No, I'm kidding. You can stay.
T-dubs, Tom Waters. Ace-10 offsuit makes it 1.2 million. Docherty in position. Queen, Jack suited.
I'm going to be really curious to see how Docherty plays this. I think this can be played as a kind of a mix. It feels too good to 3-bet fold. You're never just folding, and it feels like a lot of chips to just shove. So I'm going to be curious to see how Docherty approaches it. It looks like it is coming in.
I mean, that's more or less a shove.
That's a shove, yeah.
You put out a stack of your biggest chips.
Yeah.
And that's a virtual all-in. 10 million.
And the big, the ace-10 side. How many ace-10, ace-jack sides have we seen on the over the course of this coverage, all the way from 16 players down?
So many.
And this is
and
just
Tom,
so tough.
Tom probably like half of them.
Nice hand.
Yeah, it's
nice
too
hand.
many. It's too many chips, and that's why Docherty just shoves it in, because hands like that kind of just have to find folds.
I think I have to go back to a recent comment that said, lol, what a punch shove. So lucky the guy got no. Oh, wait, he did have a hand.
He did have a hand? He still folded? Wow.
Sorry, William has rephrased his question. Can you ask Griffin what he does to study?
I don't think he's jamming ace-9.
Yeah, sure. I can ask him.
I don't think he's jamming ace-9.
Thank you for your question.
I did have a couple of nice hands in a row, has to be said.
I gotta say, this, it's not an emoji, is it? Do you call it an emoji? No, it's one of these things. Emotes. Emote. The emote of the guy with the mustache, the laughing face guy. It gets me every time. That clip
like it too,
is
yeah.
so amazing. All the like fake, like the, you know, you write your own sort of thing about it. Like I've seen ones about the Toronto Maple Leafs, and I've seen one. It's just so funny. Oh yeah, there they are. They're just look at his face. He can't even. It's the perfect encapsulation of uncontrollable laughter. It's just. I can't look at them so. Okay, guys, stop. I'm you guys, I'm working. Stop. Ace suited for Docherty. Why won't they stop? Ace queen for Rice, 3-betting air. Docherty been very aggressive lately and has a decent candidate to 4-bet shove. But
lucky he got no hand might come true on this one.
Rice hasn't been 3-betting light very often.
That was a great impression, by the way, Griff. Credit where credit's due.
Thanks. Docherty. Such a... I don't want to call him his nickname, the brain. Just he's thinking about things. It's working.
Sounds like an insult when you say it.
That noggin. Really?
Look at this brain over here.
I think that's just maybe some sort of deep-seated like bullying thing from high school. I mean, he just looks like a smart kid, and he's breaking it down, and he's gonna make a good decision. It's just tough, like after showing so much aggression in the last few hands, and then, you know, this spot. I wouldn't fault him for shoving, honestly, but I would like him not to. What a fold! What a fold! You're four-handed. You have an aggressive image.
It's
you have
almost
a good suited ace for a good reshove, like 4-bet shove. It's a nice fold.
It's almost as if lull punt isn't really a thing because one shove was against a very wide opener. One shove was against a hand but got it to fold, and then folded to a hand that was definitely not folding. So David Docherty sprinting through the minefield right now and dodging everything.
Yeah. And this rice keeps boiling.
Ali Pico says it's almost like Docherty knows what he is doing. Almost.
Mavericks looks down at 10-7 suited, and it's basically the nuts. After we saw some 7-5 and 7-3 opens, 10-7's just looking like gangbusters.
Trish Howard asks, hi guys, will this be a yearly event with you guys? It was great. I hope so, Trish. I sure hope so. This has been a lot of fun. I don't know if the business is going to be able to recover from putting Hardigan in 3 times, though. I think we'd have a better chance of coming back if he had cashed.
Yeah, we're going to have a meeting about that. And last time, so we've learned a lot about Mavericks' button play in the last level or two. The weakish connected hands, we're seeing raises. The medium strength, we're seeing suited hands, we're seeing limps. We haven't seen any strong hands, but these two players are going to be aware. And is that an attack? It looks like an attack on the limp, and I love this from Waters because a lot of these limps will play as folds at this stack depth.
Are you limping to call sometimes too, though?
I think I would limp and call with 10-9 suited.
Yeah.
I think it would be really close with 10-8 suited, but I think 10-7 suited. I think Mavericks might still call. I don't know if it's the best idea. I think he really trusts his post-flop ability, probably trusts his edge over Waters, is going to be in position. Docherty does have a decision here with this A7. If he thinks that this Mavericks is the same kind of limp, and then this is just an ISO, but it's too many variables, and that's why Docherty has to fold. And now, man twirls his mustache and decides how loosey-goosey he wants to get. This is a near 4x, so it's a pretty stiff open.
Stiff.
I'm going to vote call, but I think that maybe he should fold.
This answer.
That was a release from Mavericks. Time for a question from SPC Starfighter. Do the same dealers travel around with PokerStars so that they work at each of the various events, or do you get dealers from the local area for each event? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Why are you trying to find out so much about the dealers, huh?
That would go down well, wouldn't it?
Four-handed here, Irish Open.
Ace.
That is 1.2.
Now it's Tom Waters' turn with ace-8 off. We are nearing the end of this level.
If there's one thing we've learned about David Docherty today, it's that there isn't a suited queen that he doesn't like. But sometimes you have to let your children go. Once they're all grown up. Takedown for Waters. Up to over 20 million now. Joe, you have a very bad commentator voice. Don't listen to him. He just wants you to ban him. It's some sort of a trap.
It's actually like
some sort of it's an exploding ban or something. Don't do it.
It's like the least hurtful thing someone could say to me. Is that I have a terrible commentator voice. Like literally something I can't help at all. My voice is my voice. Oh, Pat. Pat says, I miss when Joe was nice. That was a reasonable question, but now Stapes is just too cool for school, I guess. Really nice when I met him years back in person. Kinda a shame.
And
self-fulfilling prophecy here, pal.
You're banned.
You are banned. The thing is, it wouldn't be a problem if I was actually being a jerk. The guy asked a question.
The final table with green, white, and orange chips in there. They're ending them purple and orange.
And the answer was yes. Do they travel with lots of the same dealers, or do they hire dealers locally? Yes! The answer is yes.
Thank you.
You telephone pole. Oh, jeez. You bag of oranges.
I mean, that's a bit far. There are our chip counts. Rice, I don't know how he does it. He has 28,555,000 chips.
After that conversation,
Waters has 20,025,000 chips. Docherty, 13,950,000 chips. Mavericks, 11 million chips. Irish Open. Someone's going to win. 365,000 euros. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Makes it look like a bigger bet.
I like that. That was fun saying all the numbers. I like big numbers. I'm a big number guy.
Being able to read off the screen is one of the best parts of the job. I agree.
Gives you something to do, you know?
Docherty with ace-queen. I mean, card distribution's going around. Everybody's getting raisable hands. That's why we haven't seen anyone eliminated or any real chip movement for a little while.
Thank you.
It's actually a famous Canadian snack, Tinky Winky. I have one big bag of chips with ketchup, he or she said. Ketchup chips are native to Canada. They are grown in our ketchup fields.
Crow asks, what's your process for coming up with those jokes, Stapleton? I just think about what is going to annoy Magic Heffen the most, and then say it, who's also banned.
Flynn BJ says, interesting look up Declan Rice in the Hendon Mob. His biggest score is only 3,700. I find that to be very interesting because Declan has not seemed out of place at all and very prepared to take stands almost to a fault sometimes, like that Jack 8 suited hand. But overall, just played really, really well over the course of these few days we've had him on future tables. So gonna bust right open. This score is gonna represent, it would be 100 times? Is that right? It would be 100 times. 100 times the score.
3,700 times 1,000 is
300. Yeah.
Is 100 times. Yeah, 3,700 times.
100 times
yeah.
his biggest score. Destiny.
Rice is raised. 9-8. Looks like we're going to see a flop for the first time in a little while.
Told you Docherty loves his queen deuce suited. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Queen deuce of clubs is the brain's hand.
Clubs do kind of look like a brain, like all squiggly. Queen Jack 4. Gut shot for Rice. Top pair for Docherty.
Takes the free card looking for that 10 ball. Gets more equity with the 8 though. Docherty might want to start betting here to start getting value from Jack X type hands. You want to try to get 2 streets here, even though it's the weakest of the queens, I think. Also, something like 2 9s or 2 10s would definitely call a bet here and probably a bet on some rivers. So Docherty's looking for a brick and then a bet. Brick bet.
River card.
Brick bet. Yep.
Not exactly a brick.
It's a brick. It only completes 5-6, right? Oh, 9-10. 9-10 was already straight.
9-10 was already straight. So yeah,
it's a brick.
But yeah, it's not the brickiest brick.
No.
It's not like a deuce 3. 4.
Yeah. Okay. Over under bet size. I'm going to say 3.5 million. Over under quickly.
Over.
Okay, chat. Over under. Well, now you see him counting it up. You can do it anyway. Under. Over. Under. I like the people that he's cutting out the bet. And he knew that I was going to do the thing.
He's giving everyone a chance to get their answers.
He's giving them all a chance to get their answers. See, this is a man that knows. He's a showman. The brain is a showman. Now we're getting full amounts here. See if anyone can guess the exact amount. That'd be pretty cool. Exact amount. So what's your exact? I see 2.1, 1.6. I got 4.2. Hey, I want 2.8. I want 1.7.
It's okay.
Be dang close to 3.5. No,
2.75.
2.5.
2.5.
No, 5.5. I was right with the over.
You were right with the over, and no one had 5.5, so everybody gets banned.
Also, Declan Rice is like, I don't need to count it.
Yeah, it didn't matter, which means everybody wins. Okay, you're all reinstated. Over gang rise up, says Saturn. Johnny Q says, "Oh, ban me harder, daddy." Oh, I shouldn't have read that one.
Aye. I'm a couple updates in my phone, like so. Right.
Was
that licking the lips then?
Was that Gaelic?
I started licking the lips in about an hour's time.
No, it's Irish. Well, it's the language of English in an Irish accent. Sorry, I don't want to offend anyone. But I did hear 2 dealers talking in Gaelic the other day, and it was very cool. Language sounds awesome.
Nick. Break after this one?
Yeah.
You heard him. Another break coming up. We already took the dinner break.
Sorry, you started before anyway.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Gaelic is Scottish. We call it Irish. I didn't know that. My mistake. Everyone has a head like a bag of hammers. That's fair. Ted Beans is back.
Is Ted Beans back? Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. know, I like being educated. I like learning. Waters, queen 9 off. 31 big blinds on the button.
The quinine.
The quinuf.
Quinuf, quinine. You know, it's
sounds like a
quinine is
Star
a major
Trek.
ingredient in
What?
tonic water.
Oh yeah.
Waters, quinine, the tonic.
Nice.
Awesome. Could be dependent.
I've got just under that.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, that's just the point getting the hammer now.
20-minute break.
There it is.
You heard Big Nick. 20-minute break coming at ya.
Well, that was a very entertaining couple levels.
It was great. We lost 2
Yeah.
players during that session. These, we believe, are the blinds as we will see them when we come back. That is the next blind level. 300, 600, 600. More from the Irish Poker Open in 20.
Oh. Kings for Notkin under the gun.
Cowboys.
Hang on a second.
Here we go.
So Notkin raises. Miller moves all in. What's Miller's hand? King Queen. Jacques with a decision in the small blind. He's got ace 10.
Hi-ya.
And he reshoves.
Oh boy. What is happening? What does Rivers have? How is he even thinking about this? He's got 2 8s.
OMG. Notkin's got more chips than anyone else. Notkin's got them all covered, and he's got the best hand.
This would be absolutely rishnefulous.
You're waiting for one player to go broke. You might see 3 players go broke here. That said, I think this is a fold.
I mean, Rivers is definitely folded in less marginal spots than this.
He's looking to ladder. That's what he's been doing all along. Why suddenly get carried away here with 8s? I think this is a perfectly legitimate fold. A raise, a shove, a reshove by the guy who's second in chips.
Honestly, James, I kind of just want him to call so we could maybe... This would be the weirdest end of a tournament ever.
It would somehow feel appropriate.
I mean, it would feel... The ending of the tournament was just dragged out so long, and then just an abrupt end all at once. Boom, done.
4-1 in one hand. Is it possible? I'm pretty sure that Rivers is folding. It's not a simple case of just Miller shoving. It's the fact that Jacques has shoved over the top of him. And Notkin is sitting there knowing that he's going to snap when the action comes back to him.
Oh, boy. How do you even stay in your chair? And you better, because they might kill your hand. He's in!
He's all in!
Holy shnikes.
And Notkin calls, putting the other 3 players at risk. I have never seen a 4-way all-in at a final table where the guy with the other 3 players has got them covered.
This is crazy town.
If Kings hold here, we go from 4 players to a champion. And Robert Notkin, the online qualifier, who got his seat for just $30, has won the Canada Cup.
Notkin could be knocking all 3 players out in one hand.
What a ridiculous hand. So just to clarify, Notkin ahead with Kings, Miller all in with King Queen, Jacques all in with Ace 10, Rivers all in with 8, 5 cards to come.
He's got half the equity 4 ways.
Good luck to the dealer trying to work out side pots.
Did anyone fold an ace?
Jack 7-3, King's holding.
King's way holding.
Notkin now a 75% favorite to eliminate the other 3 players and win the Canada Cup.
Way bigger favorite now.
88% favorite, the river card. As a man once said, it's a brick, and Robert Notkin has won the Canada Cup.
Notkin knocks out everyone.
What a way to win the tournament.
Can you hear me knocking?
His friends and family came all the way from Toronto to see this tournament, and what a hand for them to witness. A 4-way all-in, which sees Robert Notkin claim the title, the trophy, and $366,000.
Let's play for it all, like for the glory and stuff. I call.
Mallets completes with ace-3 of hearts. 10-9 for Uri Reichenstein. He checks his option.
Cool that Uri's not taking a super long time with his decisions to torture the kid.
Oh, wow. Reichenstein is up and down while Mallets flops the nut flush draw. Uri bets.
Oh, really? I raise 3 million.
800,000 becomes 3 million.
Kind of a weird raise. He's got showdown value already, and Uri might not fold a pair. If Uri wanted to get an edge, he could just start making water sounds or tell him his middle name is Nate.
Reichenstein calls the raise. The turn card is the 8 of hearts. What a card!
Welcome to Cooler City.
1 million here. This is 23.9. 5 million.
So Mallets has turned a flush. Reichenstein has turned a straight. This could decide the tournament.
Let's just fold and I can go to the bathroom. I mean, you don't have any strong hands when you just lead, like, yeah. I'm pretty sure you're going to just fold, so.
I can't tell if he's talking too much or just the right amount.
Reichenstein doesn't look like he's folding.
How you call? Very brave, very brave. Very brave indeed. Very brave indeed.
The river card is another 8 pairing the board.
Very brave indeed. Like.
Flush not quite as strong now.
All in.
Strong enough. Mallet shoves on Reichenstein.
Here we go.
All in to call.
I think I cover you, right? Yeah. So you call and it's over, baby. Like, you know, like Scott in Guyan, yeah? Like.
True story.
It's so sick that you're telling the truth and my hand is insanely strong.
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any strong hands. How can you have a strong hand? Like, you lead. Like, never strong hand, never strong hand. So, just fold and I can go to the bathroom.
It's like I have a hand that's impossible to fold, and everything you say just makes it slightly possible. I don't like.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I just want to go to pee. I really want to pee. So, I'm just convinced. Like, I don't know. I guess you could have like 9-10 or something, but I don't know.
What about 9-10? Is 9-10 good?
It's a straight, but like, I have queens in my range, jacks, sixes. You don't have those hands in your range, so.
I don't think you have any of those hands. I think you might have a flush, though.
It's your choice, man.
Wow.
It's so sick. Nobody ever talks like you without having the nuts. It's so sick.
Totally agree.
Where is Mallets going?
How are you doing, guys?
Hey, how are you, man?
How are you?
Are you good? Okay. Or what? Are you going to win, no?
I'm going to win this. Like, I'm a winner. EPT champion over here.
Who's that guy?
Reichenstein calls, he loses it all.
You're so big, you are, man.
Yeah.
Did that guy just take a selfie with Mallets?
Is he a paid extra?
What is that, man? Jack Daniels?
Yeah. Do you want to see?
Yes, please.
What is going on?
This is incredible. Poor Uri. Taking it well.
Reichenstein calls! And it's over!
I have no words, James. No words.
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion, taking down the biggest EPT of all time.
Best last hand ever. This little one is going to have quite the sugar crash. Oh, there he goes.
This means the world to him.
Every emotion possible in the last 10 seconds.
Good job, man.
He fell in love with the game watching his heroes on TV. He qualified for this tournament for just 27 euros. Sebastian Mallets will lift the trophy and earn himself a seven-figure sum, 1.1 million euros.
Queen Jack for Vicky, but aces for Fundero.
Oh boy.
This could get messy.
We're certainly going to a flop.
Fundaro's got both flush draws covered as well.
And Fundaro just calls, playing the aces deceptively. Oh boy!
Two pair for Vicky.
Stop it.
Vicky now a huge favorite. Roughly a 3-1 favorite over Fundero. And from Fundero's perspective, he is an absolute monster here.
And he's really under-repped it as well, so he's going to convince himself that...
I mean, Vicky could be betting anything.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's reaching for a raise. And why wouldn't he? He does raise.
And with authority.
A check raise from Giacomo Fundero. 825,000. Vicky asks how much he has behind. The answer is about 3 million.
Apologies, viewers, if you can hear our hearts beating right now.
Vicky once again really taking her time in one of these huge moments just to make sure she has the situation assessed correctly. This is not a time where you want to make a rookie mistake, realize the guy's got more chips, or it's not your turn to act. She's just kind of overthinking everything right now.
Vicky just called. We're going to the turn. It's a 10. So Fundero now picks up a gut shot to a straight.
And this board's starting to get kind of dangerous for Queen Jack. Now, we know that she's got a lock on the hand for a moment, but against Ace King, she's not doing so hot.
Well, Fundero's equity hasn't changed since the flop.
There's 2.2 million in the middle right now. Fundero only has 2.9 million behind to play with.
Fundero can hit a set. He can counterfeit Vicky's hand with a 7 or a 10.
Remember, he check raised the flop, but he does not continue to bet on the turn. He checks to Vicky.
And Vicky must bet here because even though she has two pair, there are cards that can come on the river that she will not like.
Into a pot of 2.2 million. She will bet $1 million, roughly half pot.
$4 million.
And that's a third of Fundero's remaining stack. I think he has to make a decision now.
I think he's going to be shoving a lot of the time here.
He shoves! And Vicky calls!
No tank this time.
And we are on the verge of making history on the European Poker Tour. Vicky Corrin gets it in ahead.
What a sweat.
Giacomo Fundero needs an ace, king, 10 or 7. He has 12 outs. Any other card on the river, and we have our first two-time EPT champ.
Just an unreal tense moment right now.
If you're ever going to pray, Vicky, Easter Sunday is the day to do it.
The entire poker world calling for a deuce. No ace, no king, no 10, no 7. It's a break! It's a break! Vicky Corrin has done it! She is the first player in the history of 10 seasons of the European Poker Tour to win 2 main event titles.
And I cannot think of a better ambassador for the game who reaches so many facets of life to have accomplished this task
Very good. Congratulations.
in front of a huge audience, maybe one of the biggest we've ever had on EPT Live. And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
Vicky Curran shell-shocked. She is congratulated by tournament director Toby Stone. Yes, she has won a huge amount of money. She has won 476,100 euros, but she has also made history.
Line's now 61-20. Therese has ace-9.
Hey, that's his lucky hand. That's the hand he busted Johnny with.
He raises to 310,000. Mateos with 7-4 of spades.
Hey, we are heads up, and Mateos is going to have the post-flop advantage, so a call here is perfectly reasonable.
He defends. And what a flop. Top pair for Ferez, 2 pair for Mateos.
That is some post-flop edge, but also what a cooler. Heads up, this is a bigger cooler than the one where they keep a cryogenically frozen Marlon Brando.
425,000, the C-bet from Ferez.
It's got to be very tempting to raise here.
Mateos does check raise. He makes it 1.1 million.
Ferez might just think Mateos is trying to push him around, the big bad pro.
Three bet coming. 2.675 million.
Ferez has also got backdoor hearts. And once he's shown himself to have something here, it's entirely possible Mateos goes to play this fast as, which I am totally on board with.
All in.
Mateos moves all in.
Too many chips in the middle of the fold now.
Ferez calls, and the cards go on their backs.
Dobles contra as-9. Doble stopper, sí.
Ferez has run pretty good this whole tournament, but that can all change in a blink of an eye.
Ace of hearts, 9 of clubs, pair of aces. Adrian.
The turn card. Jack of diamonds. So Ferez spikes an ace, jack, or 9 on the river. He's the grand final champion. 8 cards that give Ferez the win. It's a blank. A huge turning point in the match.
That was the big double-up opportunity he was waiting for. Now he's in the lead. Now he can put it away.
Adrian Mateos now has a 7-1 chip lead over Muhyiddin Ferez. And his friends and fans know that we are on the verge of crowning the first ever Spanish EPT champion. Back to the action. Mateos, commanding chip leader.
Well, this is a different story than before, eh?
Ferez with ace-6 of spades. He raises to 410,000. Mateos has him dominated with ace-8.
All in.
He shoves on Ferez.
Ace on ace, heads up. One player short. This could be for all the monies.
Ferez calls! And this could be it.
He doesn't need an ocho. He just needs no seis.
More than half the time, Mateos seals the deal here. Here comes the flop. And there's the Ocho!
That is just about going to do it. It might finally be Perez Bueller's day off.
It could be over on the turn. Spain has been waiting for its first win on the EPT for 11 seasons. And the wait is over! Adrian Mateos takes down the EPT 11 Grand Final! And a great showing from amateur player Mohideen Perez, who finishes second.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
Hello once again, welcome to the 2023 Irish Poker Open, live from the RDS in Dublin. It is the final day, it is the final table. We are still four-handed in the main event presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Yes, we lost Andy Black during the last session. That's taken us down to 4. The stacks continue to be shallow and the blinds just got bigger. 400, 800 now, with an 800,000 big blind ante. But at some point tonight, someone's going to win this thing, ship the trophy, and the first prize of €365,000. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
And special guest commentator for the next 60 minutes, 10th place finisher in the Irish Open main event, Benny Glaser.
Hello.
Benny, congratulations. And we saw the moment, we saw the pain on your face. I'm assuming now, with a bit of time to reflect, it's like, hey, I won the high roller and made the top 10 of the main event. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's been a good week. Definitely sad, especially the way it happened was obviously unfortunate for a lot of chips, but it has been a good week. Yeah.
Good.
You had 10 million, right?
I'm glad we've got that perspective. Now, obviously, you've played a fair amount with these guys over the course of yesterday and today. It's such a cliche to say it's anyone's game, but if we just take the experience, results, skill level out of the equation, with everyone being so shallow right now, to a certain degree, a lot of it does come down to what cards they get dealt.
Accurate, yeah. That's a lot of poker tournaments, yeah. And especially now, is Rice chip leader with 30?
I believe he still has the chip lead at this stage.
Then, yeah, absolutely. It's clearly going to be a lot of card distribution at this point.
Who did you play the most against of the 4 players remaining?
I think David overall, yeah. Probably about 6 or 7 hours over today and yesterday.
So yeah, 33 picks for the chip leader, then 25-22 for Waters, Docherty respectively. And
a million big blind next over it.
The shorty with
level.
11 big blinds. And I'm assuming that David Docherty's a player you probably encountered before.
Yeah, actually not a ton. Once or twice live. He doesn't really play in the same games online very much, so I think maybe once live, and that's probably it. But yeah, he was the only player out of the remaining 4 that I played against before.
Yeah, because he'd start with a million chips. Yeah. Forgot about that.
I mean, obviously you play a fair amount of poker live and online, Benny, but I mean, yesterday was a pretty grueling day, and then to have to finish in the early hours of the morning and then be back today knowing the sums of money you're playing for, I can't imagine that was particularly easy.
Agreed, it's been pretty rough, especially when I went through on 1C, so I had back-to-back-to-back days, which has been pretty rough when I haven't been haven't been sleeping enough. So to finish at 3 a.m. and then, you know, have to be back, it's not been easy. Did not sleep enough today, which would have been nice on such a big day as today. Yeah, but I'm guessing the other players are in a somewhat similar boat.
Yeah.
Benny, are you a believer in sort of meditation and breath work and that kind of thing? Do you subscribe to that sort of thing?
Yeah, I think it can definitely be helpful.
You're saying that's optimistic.
What kind of meditation do you sort of suggest do people employ in their sort of mental game strategies?
Wow, that's kind of a broad question in the way that I think it depends for each person, and
Sure.
I don't necessarily just want to encourage one thing for everyone.
I don't know how I'm still going on.
I
Like
think.
like 5 hours sleep last night.
Yeah, same as
Oh yeah, David's just talking about how little sleep he had.
Exactly. It is not being funny. It's been the theme of the last kind of 3 days. Everyone comparing their sleep scores.
Yeah.
I think like somewhat basic things as far as just trying to remain present, trying to kind of take every moment as it comes can be helpful. And I think meditation can help with that, so that you're somewhat clearing your mind from things from the past, so that they're not ruminating on whatever beats you've just taken, or
Sure, it's not a one-size-fits-all scenario. Different strokes for different folks, but yeah, I appreciate that.
So, Rice has opened under the gun with King 9 suited. David Docherty, pocket threes, defends the big blind.
That's not very optimistic.
We're going to see one of those rare things in the middle of the table, Nick, otherwise known as a flop. Yeah, I mean, it's like 1 hand in 10 at the moment.
Yeah.
It's all Rice.
Be interested if David continues on this flop, depending on Rice's size.
1.2.
He's gone small-ish, so it's close when he has 3 to a straight and 3 to a flush. Definitely a candidate that David could have considered jamming pre, but more likely to do it, for example, versus the button, and he is not the shortest stack.
David is a player who I've been aware of for a long time, and was aware of his success on the UK EPT, but had never met him and never really seen him in action before until he made that deep run in EPT London, making the final table and finishing in 7th place last year.
Yeah, he just generally seems to kind of get it quietly. He's just generally a quiet lad. And oh, this is not an option I expected. Check raise. And
unfortunately for David, his opponent has top pair.
Rice almost feels offended by getting check raised there, it seems.
Oh, David.
I think he will probably proceed just by calling.
Seems likely.
I don't think jamming would be prudent. But it's an interesting check raise. Essentially, he's trying to get some protection, get folds from overcards. In this case, it's not going to work, but Rice looks like he doesn't like it.
I mean, top pair, what's not to like?
I also wonder if David might consider continue barreling if the straight containing a 3 or a spade rolls on the turn, kind of perhaps trying to represent a check raise draw that completes.
No,
wow.
Oh my goodness.
That is very surprising.
Wow.
Rice folds top pair to the check raise.
I mean, even Rice kind of knows he's going to get exploited there. That little grin, he's like, I might have just like literally laid down the best of it a lot there.
Wow, versus that size as well. David's just gotten away with murder. He's going to be overjoyed once he sees that back.
What's he putting him on there?
Wow. I mean, it's not like David Docherty is known for his nittiness either, right? It's not you know, it's not like John, who only plays 5 hands every 4 orbits. Never check raised a day in his life, you know what I mean? Very unusual to see that fold.
Yeah.
Nicely played, David Docherty.
Evidently. Can't tell you. I mean, just
Oh, Mavericks with the black 6-deuce offsuit.
You say, oh, like that's a thing that you're...
That's the hand that Andy Black moved all in with.
I just spoke to him about it. He mentioned it, yeah.
So it will now forever be named after him.
Oh.
The black. Maybe it can be like taking the black, like in Game of Thrones.
Actually, I think I'm going to call it the Handy Andy.
Oh, wow.
6-deuce offsuit, the Handy Andy.
What happened last night? Yeah, taking the black. Just punted it in with 6-deuce off.
I mean, it's a fair question from Alter Ego 77. Why did he fold then with top pair?
I mean, fair. Yeah, he's pretty much folding everything.
None of us can actually give you a definitive answer. Okay, we've gone to a flop again. It's Docherty versus Rice round 2. Ace, Queen, 5. And Rice has the 8 of diamonds, so has a flush draw. Right now, Jack high is the best hand. Not anymore. There's the diamond on the turn.
Short-handed poker, having a flush. We'll give you the best hand very frequently. Still, we see a check.
This is actually one of the flushes. Yeah. Well, I was going to say there's no counterfeit possibilities that you'd want to, but I think David should. Oh, no. I thought he might have elected to bluff this.
I think there's a 0% chance he's folding river. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Rice has the flush. Excuse me.
I mean, in this case, it's a good non-bluff.
Yep, got the hands mixed up there on the river. Sorry, guys.
Mr. Kalashnikov 555. He feared for a possible flush, which is understandable. There are only 2 spades out there. That means there is no flush actually possible.
Maybe just anticipate it coming.
He feared for possible flush in future.
Very scary.
In future game. I have nightmares about people making flushes, James. I feared for possible flush. I love you, Twitch chat. Still four-handed here. Irish Poker Open 2023, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
Okay. Scott Anderson raises a good point. Seeing that fold from Rice, it makes Andy shoving 6-deuce offsuit much more reasonable.
It's okay. You're allowed 1 slip up.
So rather embarrassingly, Benny, it took me all of yesterday and all of today to work out that that is Tom Waters, the former managing director of Party Poker.
Yes, and now since moved to the other company on his arm, I believe. Yeah.
He hasn't updated his LinkedIn. His LinkedIn says he's still on a career break.
Nice. I played with his wife, I believe, on day 1 of this event.
Great. 1.6.
Tom raising here with King 8 of hearts. David Docherty, Ace 9 on the button.
I do like this open, especially onto the short stacks, big blind. David with an interesting decision.
I think you can 3-bet not all in here, Benny.
I agree. And
I think that's, it doesn't have to go big either, right? This can be 3-ish.
Yeah, you can go 4. 3, 8, 4.
3.6.
Sorry, I meant 3x, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I think below 3x in this spot.
Something smallish. It doesn't have to be that, larger out of position sizing at this stage. I think you can get away with a lot here.
Gets it done.
Very nice. Love to see it.
So again, we need to highlight the money jumps, because even though everyone is now locked up, nearly 125 grand.
27-ish, I think.
If you can make it to third, you're looking at more than 160k. Make it to second, nearly $250,000, and 365,000 up top. And with everyone being bunched pretty close together, there is that classic "I'm going to wait for someone else to go broke" mentality.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they're actually now kind of close in first and second.
Yeah.
Clearly, the Greek gentleman is the clear shortest now. How are we pronouncing
That's
his
what I'm going to
name?
buy first in my winnings.
Mavericks, is it?
Mavericks, that's what we're saying.
Big spender, like. You know.
You're getting a lot of throat lozenges.
Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, third place
my
is
first is going to be a pint.
just hoping, waiting until he busts at this point, yeah.
Screw the losers.
And, yeah, Mavericks
Not
hoping
just be
anybody
one.
else busts before him somehow. And how have you guys been holding up in the commentary booth with the long hours and...
Not gonna lie, it's taken its toll physically and mentally. And I was saying to a few people, I mean, I remember when I started doing this gig, kind of back 2007, 2008, it was kind of like part of the course that you start at noon and finish at like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
But then in the last decade, things have got more civilized. And now, you know, with the events that we normally cover, you're starting at noon and finishing at maybe 10 p.m. And if it's a really big event, maybe you finish at midnight, but not 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last night was a late one, Benny. We were here till 3:30 with all the delays.
He knows he was playing.
Oh, well, I know, but then we were here an additional 30 minutes after that.
Delay, yeah.
No, it's been a lot of fun though. Honestly, Irish Poker Open for me, it's been a smash hit here, and obviously the turnout just spectacular. That's what we're paying for now.
Absolutely.
In hours. But this is what we want. More poker is better. Let's go.
Absolutely, yeah. Turnouts have been amazing. And
really, really great.
Yeah.
So Mr. Rice here, UTG, pocket nines. This is one that you want to play, for sure. I think it's fine just to open this up as per norm.
Do we have much info on Mr. Rice as far as his background goes?
Does not seem to have a lot of big results.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be his biggest ever score.
I thought you'd already looked. I just thought you'd have a difficult decision.
It's quite interesting playing with him, though. He seemed to be playing with his feelings in certain spot and kind of mixing it up and being not consistent in ways. It was interesting. So he's gone with the 2.5x open here, for example. So he was varying his open sizes as well.
Yes, indeed.
You see it happening again, give me a nudge.
Well, I honestly thought you'd already looked, so I didn't want to disturb you.
Thank you.
So David makes the fold there with the king six off. I wonder if after he sees that playback of the check raise getting through, if he's going to be so folding that hand so liberally.
Yeah.
Because I really feel like king six is probably already borderline Benny at that stage, just to defend. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, versus the min, it's versus, but like versus 2.5.
It does change things. Yeah, good point. It does change things considerably, absolutely.
But yeah, agree. If you're going to be able to realize your equity post that amazingly, or get him to.
It's not about realizing equity. Just check raise every flop. He's gonna fold top pair, so we're in good shape.
Yeah.
Just kidding. But yeah, we'll see how that affects play moving forward.
Well, Jojo1122 has a question for our guest. Mr. Benny, have you put any bets on how many scoops you'll be winning this year? I think 5.5 plus. He's setting the line at 5.5.
That is pretty strong.
I think even with your confidence and obviously your kind of knowledge of your own abilities, you'd probably kind of like err on the side of caution and take the under on 5.5.
Yeah, I would like to be realistic and take under 5.5.
Your turn. Second place finishes, maybe take the over on 5.5.
Including those, then yeah, I guess. I guess would like to be optimistic and take over on 0. So I think generally maybe 1 to 1.5 wins or something if I'm playing everything, which I probably plan to be, would be a nice series.
So Declan Rice, I'm being told, had no intention of playing the main event. He wanted to play cash, couldn't get a table. The only game that was available was a satellite for the main event.
Amazing.
Won a seat in that satellite, and now here he is at the final table, guaranteed a six-figure score.
I love that.
That is a great story.
That's how you do it. So you just got to be one with the universe, you know. You just got to allow things. You got to let poker come to you, right, Benny? And literally, when there's not a game running and there's only one table available, just sit and let the poker come to you.
So there have been a few references in the last couple of days which have gone over my head because I don't follow soccer. There's a Declan Rice who's a footballer, is there, who plays for West Ham?
No idea.
How much you started with? Sorry.
I had heard.
Okay, I'm guessing that's the gag that everyone keeps making, because we did have a legitimate football connection to this event. We had Vincent Sanchez, who is the brother of Laurie Sanchez, the former Northern Ireland manager. Obviously, Vincent no longer in the tournament, but Laurie Sanchez came over to say hello today, because, hashtag fun fact, in 2009, I did a poker show on Sky Sports where he was the guest. He was the sports celebrity in the studio playing online poker.
Wow,
because to be
amazing.
honest, I want to
Yeah, I heard
from you
Declan say something about that he's the original Rice. So that must be it. And I wonder if Declan shoves here. I think he will.
3.
Yeah, but he definitely seemed like an interesting character, and for this being like such a big moment, especially for him, it was kind of funny to me to see that he seemed like generally very nonchalant and blasé about it, and also occasionally just a bit fed up with things sometimes.
Okay, so Declan has indeed shoved small to big.
This is a grim spot.
And Mavericks calls with the King 5.
Now, I do think he's made the correct call here, but as he pointed out, Rice, I think Rice is probably going to be tighter than most in this position.
Yeah, agreed.
Good luck.
He's slightly ahead. Live cards abound, though. This is pretty much a coin flip.
7.5 bigs. Yeah, it's a close one.
We're ahead. We're ahead.
Not by much.
GL boys.
The flop. There's a 5. There's 2 5s.
Very ahead. Yeah.
How about...
Well, can we get a 9 of hearts stuff?
Yeah.
I was going to say, a heart on the turn would be lovely.
I like you, but
Give a sweat. Maybe a 9.
You have to lose to
9 of hearts. Okay, there we go.
Upside down 9.
Uh-oh.
Not like this.
8 outs for Rice. The river is the 10 of diamonds, giving Mavericks a full house, and he doubles up through the chip leader.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot, right, Benny? Because from a Nash perspective, blind v blind, you're calling King 5, right? But then the way we've seen Rice play, I don't know if he's ripping like all the combinations that you'd expect there. He's not necessarily going to be shoving like 5-6 suited, 7-8 suited.
Absolutely.
You know, and a lot of that is going to make up the combos that you'd like to find when you're making this call.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. From a Nash point of view, it's a much clearer call, but also it's just better for him to be able to be taking the open shove spots when he can, right, as well. Right.
You didn't take long to think about it for a bit difficult.
I mean, the ranges of calling big blinds is a blind.
I'm never folding 8 bigs for with that.
What?
Yeah. 1, 3, 3,
Okay,
5,
well,
5, 5, 5,
at least Declan just said, I'm never folding 8 bigs with that, so.
5-9.
5-9, yeah.
Good to know, good to know.
So Rice still ahead with 28 bigs, just ahead of Docherty with 27 bigs. Waters playing 20, and Mavericks has doubled up to 15.
Yeah, I think both players doing the right thing there, though.
You don't like it, but you just...
No one's asked to look at the numbers yet.
Yep. You like it when you see Jack 8.
There's been no discussion at all?
You see 2 5s the flop.
Yeah.
Nada.
No deals. Winner take all. That's the deal.
With King 5,
can we all agree right now? Put it all up top.
The 4 tables, blind on blind for 13, 14 blinds, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
I found a terrible 5 on the flop. I felt embarrassed. But still, you got it, you know, like.
I'm curious who would be for or against it in this scenario. I would have thought Declan would have been trying to push it potentially, but I guess he doesn't seem too bothered.
I mean, he might also be of the opinion, given the fact that he's qualified, he's just like, it's all profit.
Oh,
Go for it.
That's definitely a mindset I've encountered before.
Yeah, for sure.
By the way, hello to Declan's friends from home who are watching online. Apparently, the pub back home has the stream on the telly.
Oh, nice.
That's nice. Nice to have some support.
Ace for for Docherty.
He is going to open. Oh, wait, he's called? Okay.
The Gibbons.
Still a Gibbons when he's in the cutoff.
It says under the gun on my screen. That's first position. It counts.
Say it how you see it, James.
I don't care whether there's 3 players. I don't care.
I want to know my stack before I see my cards. 1 second. Yeah.
4.9 times 2, or 5.9 times 2.
Mavericks has a method. He's sticking to it, and I respect that.
11.8.
I'll be honest, I don't think this is a combo that I would have limped with. I think this one would normally play more as a raise or fold.
How do you feel about ace-4 suited, Benny?
Much more reasonable than
right. That feels like a lot more spicy from that position.
Yeah.
Tinky Winky asking the question that really matters. Did they find the person with the car that had its lights on and the windows down? I don't know. Did that phone that was found in the toilet ever get returned to its rightful owner?
I was going to say that's the much more important question.
I mean, not being funny, they're not cheap things, but I'm not sure I'd want mine back. If I'd done a recent backup, I'd be happy to just buy a new handset and restore it.
I understand.
Has David been limping
No.
much? No. I just saw him do it once earlier today, and that was just with 7s. Does make a fold.
Okay, well, Tom Waters can see a free flop should he choose.
Docherty got him right where he wants him. Dominating him pre-flop. Unbelievable techers. Finding the ace-4 limp when big blinds got 5-4 off. 100% skill game.
Oh my God, this never crossed my mind. Cooler Fish says the owner of the car and the phone could be the same person.
Wow, plot thickens.
King 9-6.
Pot extremely, extremely small here. I think it's very easy just to put in a big blind and just be done with it. Takes the check. Fair enough. Ace side does have some showdown.
It does, but I think I would have just always bet this board had I limped.
That's how I feel about it too.
And I mean, I assumed his strategy was to be aggressive post if he's limping, because you kind of have to be aggressive with these if you're going to try to limp this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really hard for Waters to have anything at this point. I mean,
oh, okay, there it goes. Yeah,
that makes more sense.
He said it was a misclick.
I meant to raise and I called by accident.
I was going to say that was very unusual. Yeah.
Well, I had 4 or 5 off.
Yepanuna watching on YouTube asks, it wasn't actually found in the toilet, was it? Yes.
Weird,
Thank you for your question.
It's weird after that. Well, I thought it was only especially about it folded king 9s, and it was a good technique.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Deco folded king 9 to the limp.
I had garbage.
What?
I had
Gibbons
garbage.
prevailed.
Rubbish.
There is a link for showdown split.
Sometimes you just mix in a Gibbons. Just to
Aces.
mess with it.
Almost paid them.
The
He limped
accidental
aces.
Gibbons, though.
The accident. Sometimes you gotta balance
You
yourself.
fold the kings, 'cause you're just like so scared.
Sometimes you gotta misclick for your own benefit.
You should have called. You would have flopped the set. That's not a king 9. No.
I was being asked who I think would be toughest heads up. I think either David or the Greek lad. Yeah, he seemed very aggressive from what I saw, and kind of mixing up in somewhat unpredictable ways. So I think he would be a tougher heads-up opponent with his aggression.
Yeah, he's definitely been very willing to get
friend.
out of line, but seems to wield it very well. Playing much wider ranges. Definitely leaning into the players he perceives to be a little bit softer post, and it's working for him. But yeah, I think he's going to have more moves than some of the other players.
My first walk.
Walk for David Docherty. It did occur to me, there was that
very good
time for a couple of hours the other night where the toilets had to be closed down. Is it possible that was related to the phone incident? Is it possibly we had a pipe blocking situation caused by an iPhone 14?
Your cans are special, brilliant. You're.
Galaxy
Wait,
Ultra.
banana.
Havoc in the pipes.
I mean, if it's a
I hope
Nokia
it's like I got it today
6600,
and I
you're going
haven't lost-
nowhere near that thing ever again.
Might as well tear the whole building down and start again.
Oh, yeah.
Reverse banana.
It's all connected, says Johnny Q.
Usually I've got my phone
It's
on
all
the radio,
connected.
so I just pretend it's, hello?
How many bullets did you fire in this, Benny?
One.
Just the one?
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
Mavericks.
All right. So I'm curious if he will open or jam. I think for this much, opening is better.
So we're about 15 effective. Yeah, I think probably the open non-all-in is better, because you will get players playing back at you with hands you have dominated quite frequently here too, given the four-handed nature. Plus, you want to be sealing it to stack depth as well, right? You want to be able to open this non-all-in with much weaker hands, and therefore not just limit yourself to playing more of a push-fold strategy here.
Too much respect. Thanks.
None of the respect, it was to do with 4 high.
So this is level 39, right? 400, 800. So I don't know if Senkel92 is still watching, but at the start of the day, Tobias had this tournament ending 45 minutes into level 39. So basically, we've got half an hour to lose 3 players.
That happened. Don't watch the stream, guys.
Tobias is normally pretty sharp on his structures, but that might be optimistic.
I was about to say whose name wasn't there.
David trying to gain some of that banana power.
Question from Henrik Lindahl on YouTube. Benny, compared to an EPT, what level is the play like in the Irish Open? And I'm assuming we're talking about the main event rather than the high roller.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this field is comparable to a 1K national EPT, rather than like the EPT main. I would say are tougher than this. This obviously just had a bigger field, so naturally. But I think, yeah, probably comparable to EPT 1K national, like the Australias or Oh, so this actually is an intentional limp.
Pat Cormack says, pity Finton didn't continue to commentate. He had other commitments. It was nice to have someone polite and funny and, of course, Irish. Pat, I am Irish. Thank you for your comment.
Wow. Disowned.
I was expecting, thank you for your comment, you're banned.
Yeah. Thank you for your question, you're banned. You're just lucky Joe wasn't here.
Oh, wow. So, I missed that.
minutes.
Did Iratakis jam or raise one on in?
I missed it too. There must have been some sort of action there, I guess. Might have taken the all in. In any case, the old limp fold from Docherty.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see him open that, to be honest.
Oh, I'm being advised that we received an updated estimate from Tobias. When he learned that the levels would be reduced to 40 minutes when we got to three-handed play, he says, I believe it will end at 20 minutes into level 40.
40 minutes rather than, what, 30? Or rather
So
than an
basically,
hour?
we've got like an hour from now, he thinks it's going to finish.
But they were reduced from an hour to 40.
They haven't been reduced yet, though. So 20 minutes into level 40, as things stand, is going to be about an hour from now.
And he thought that they were going to stay as an hour long? Or he thought that?
I don't know.
Want to do it blind?
Okay.
Want to do it blind? I mean, just give me a walk blind.
You know that I could,
Yeah, I just mean the walk.
Second walk is a bit difficult.
I'm actually curious how Mavericks proceeds with this one.
Yeah, this is...
Adam's fundamental both Adam.
I mean, depending on the big blind, right? I feel like a limp isn't that completely crazy, Benny, right?
Yeah.
Little limp jam scenario might be kind of nice, or a
This
limp
step-
call.
Up this step, I think both could be reasonable jam or limp.
Sure. Yeah, if you think your big blind's going to be hyper aggro versus limp, I think the limp is really cool because you can limp shove and actually create some dead money that you can win at non-showdown. And then, of course, you can also have big blind just rip in like ace-5 or something like that, call, have the dominating hand.
Yeah,
it's just got a lot of cool perks. But thus far, I don't know if we've seen Waters be hyper aggro in that position. Been pretty solid, pretty considered, pretty chill.
Agree. Yeah, I haven't seen him be out of line yet. Pairs aren't normally the ones that you want to be check jamming. They would normally just, sorry, limp jamming. Yeah.
Just to. Sorry, Benny, carry on.
Well, I was going to say no ICM environment, but that's fine. Like, this is clearly a reasonable one, too. He's gone with a limp.
He has indeed. Calls in the small blind. Queen 3 off for Tom Waters in the big blind.
Yeah, I think you've probably, Benny, I don't know if you agree. I think if you have a smaller pair, it's a much easier jam, right? Deuces, trays, 4s, 5s. Probably much easier. And obviously, far inferior post-flop playability with those smaller pairs. 7s, 8s, 9s, you're starting to get in the middle pair territory and obviously do quite well against a random any two cards in the big blind.
Absolutely, yeah. And as you see, the Queen 3 from Waters could have been an ISO, but he's gone with the check back.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of players just taking that ISO with an ultra wide range just because they know it's such an advantageous position, playing from position here. Check on the flop.
Oh,
always coming.
I love turning sets. You know, Joe, I love turning sets. It's one of Joe's top 3 favorite feelings in poker, right?
Does he take the bait?
It's much more fun to turn a set when your opponent actually has some kind of hand rather than just queen high.
Yeah, check.
Yeah. No, still with a check.
Not sure you're going to get paid off by a 3. Queen would have been nice.
Depends on his sizing. He should probably go pretty big.
It's just a bit of a weird one, isn't it, Benny? When he checks 2 streets, he's going to have so much showdown. It's really hard to get looked up by a tray or a 4 at this point.
He is going with the overbet. Is that 3.5? Big, yeah. Don't think Tom will call this one.
4 million.
Makes much sense.
One problem with this spot on this board is that a bunch of things that Mavericks would be bluffing on this river would start betting the turn.
Exactly. I mean, you really just need your opponent to have 4 tray here, basically. That's pretty ideal to get paid, but it's pretty specific.
17 million now for Mavericks. And quick answer to a quick follow-up question from Pat Cormack. What part of Ireland are you from, James? The Hartigans come from Cork, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stat trick in the background there. Doing the rounds.
Love some camera time for Stat Trick.
Stat Trick all day.
Custodian of the Phones is his new title. Guards that plastic box with his life. Only one of them got away and ended up in a toilet.
Oh, I spoke to him many times over the last few days, so shout out to him.
I hope you were nice to him, Benny.
Absolutely. He was getting me waters. What a legend.
Yes, Raceland, that was the real Stat Trick. He is a real person.
This would be an out-of-line open.
I agree, especially off this stack.
He is putting the card protector on as if he were play, but yeah, this is too much, I think. He's like joint shortest. He's opening onto David's blind. He's very aggressive. But
he looked.
His timing is good.
He looked into David's eyes.
Got
and
the
went.
6 deuce. So they've got the Andy Black.
Docherty folds the handy Andy.
The handy Andy. Yeah, he just looked into David's eyes. Sick live read. Guy's got 6 deuce off. I'm raising.
Some questions make us chuckle, some comments make us laugh. We can't necessarily read them on air.
Yeah, better not read out. Best not to be repeated, I think. But yeah, good comments from some people.
Nice work, Twitch. you got the official Glazzer chuckle. Well played. All right, next hand, guys. Still four-handed. Something's got to happen eventually, guys.
Yeah, someone's going to get dealt aces and someone's going to get dealt kings. It kind of feels like that's what we need. Or someone's going to lose their mind with 6 deuce offsuit.
Pay attention. You're in a hand.
He looks very laxed.
I mean, if he's opening queen 5 off with the button, jack 9 off is going to be miles in this range, surely.
Pretty similar.
It really feels about the same, doesn't it?
And yeah, he's going for it as well.
We've cracked the code.
Really is going for a win. Yeah, and he's had this kind of similar lax posture from yesterday as well when I played with him. Go on, Declan.
Mr. Rice. Wow.
Wow, his timing.
Yeah, he's just sick live reads.
Oh, sorry.
No, nice hand there.
Vicious.
Yeah, take my fucking big blind then.
This is aggressive fold.
That was aggressive fold.
You're messing with my big blind kind of fold, you know, like.
Your stack of purples is just a 19.
What?
Your stack of purples only 19.
You're missing one off the top. It's for 20. On your 5.
Really?
Yeah.
Stop buying his stack.
Good-eyed.
Oh, thanks.
I did say,
Stack management.
quite with some degree of certainty, some would say arrogantly that this would be done by midnight. And now, with the time at 10 to 11 local time, I'm not so sure. I wouldn't say no to a Canada Cup setup. I wouldn't say no to a 4-way all-in right now.
I wouldn't say no to a Guinness right now.
Oh, seconded.
Hey!
Just finished my current Guinness, so...
Where's Joe when you need him? I'll get the round, boys. Joe's doing the round. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
As we see Rice in the small blind with the KT. Okay.
Yeah, and as you're saying about the finishing time, I mean, if the lad's opening queen 5 off on the button, then might be seeing some more action. Especially if I think the others are seeing some of this as well, so they're going to be more encouraged to be 3-bet jamming late. Like I did see David 3-bet jam the ace 4 off small blind versus cutoff.
I don't remember.
Of Mavericks, which I don't think he would do if he thought he was in line, basically.
Jake, Andy, I like where your head's at, but I think you might want to rethink your suggestion. Next hand, please. Can we have aces, aces, kings, kings? I'm tired. If you want it to be over in one hand, you kind of want all 4 hands to be tiered. Unless someone gets 4 flushed.
19, 20.
Honestly, head's so fucking fried at the moment, I just can't count.
No, thank you.
So Mavericks obviously just asking for a count beforehand.
Yeah, I think he has a clear call.
Yeah, I think it's definitely just a call here every day. You got nice hand plays well in position. Your opponent should be stealing wide enough where this is going to be the best hand enough.
That creature.
Plus, you have
What is it, a
equity
dog?
just to improve.
Yeah, it's. Let's play the hand. I'll explain later.
No, explain it now.
Guys, I'm tired. Aces versus kings versus queens versus jacks, and then a straight on the flop. Just kidding. All right, so Mavericks here, obviously an opportunity just to flat.
Yeah, there it is.
Feels good. I don't think you need to do anything other than just call here.
I mean, obviously, if he jams and gets king 10 to fold specifically, then that's a great result. But I think Declan was basically doing this size with all his hands. Like he did this with strong as ace jack versus me, for example.
King 10
so
deuce.
Going with a check.
I know that Rice has made, well, one big laydown in particular, but if, and it seems that Mavericks is going to bet here, King 10 seems too strong a hand to fold.
Absolutely agreed.
Kind of expected just the c-bet from Rice here.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think that's probably a lot easier. It's a much easier way to proceed. It doesn't have to be big, right, Benny? He could just put out a quarter here on the flop.
Yeah, I mean,
turn.
somewhat. This texture, you're probably going to be going somewhat on the bigger size generally.
Okay.
Than like 25, but it's definitely reasonable check call. Oh no!
Oh,
God!
Have a word, ref.
Poor Declan.
Have a word, ref. What would be your preferred size here then, Benny? Something closer to 40%, or?
As in the flop? I mean,
yeah,
he's going to check back. But
sorry. If you're in Rice's position on the flop, having raised pre, what would your lead size be like?
I mean, I think anything. Well, honestly, you can maybe have more than one size, but anything between third and 2/3.
Okay. Seems about right.
These calculations. Thank you. Mavericks really doesn't seem to be one to be hiding his live reads as far as literally mouthing things.
Did he mouth, I have a deuce?
I think this is just a very clear check. I'm not sure what, yeah. But, go on, queen. Ah,
wow.
That's sad. Does Declan do anything other than check there?
Yeah, it's really interesting now because he might have checked the 9 on the flop. I feel like checking a 9 on this flop is probably not the craziest thing to do if you're
definitely agree.
In Rice's shoes.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't bet the river, you're just like, cool, showdown.
Go on, big 5. Ah. Room for Declan here. That's such a rough way to lose his hand, honestly.
Yeah, your deuce is good. Thank you, Joe.
Declan's not going to be happy with that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, poor lad.
The rotation occurred, favouring Mavericks, who's up to nearly 25 million now.
Cheers.
And we are still four-handed.
Sky floating the flop.
That's what it felt like, right? I mean, effectively it was a high card float, but as soon as it plays that way.
I had a king as well, and I had nothing in having a 2.
Yeah, as soon as the hand plays that way, obviously feeling good about having any pair on that river. If we don't see the deuce, I have a feeling we probably would have seen another bet on the turn, though, from Mavericks. So I think his plan was to just barrel off here
Potentially,
when he doesn't see a c-bet on the flop.
Depending on the turn, for sure. Potentially, yeah.
Time is it, Tom?
10:30.
10. Doesn't feel that late.
No.
Hey, Joe.
Doesn't feel that late. It feels later.
Joe, I have a question.
Yeah.
Why are you not cranking it right now?
I've been cranking it for the last hour. Can't you see how sweaty I am? Can you see the calluses on my hands?
Not seeing any results on screen, and that's what matters.
Sometimes when you're cranking it, sometimes you've had like a long week and it's hard to focus.
You think you're out of practice?
I'm definitely out of practice.
I mean, we've had a couple of late nights now, buddy.
Cranking what, says Hendo? So I bring a cooler machine with me. You guys, get your minds out of the gutters. Come on. I have a machine that I crank when I just want a cooler to happen. It doesn't target anyone specifically. It's just random. It just means that we're going to have a confrontation.
21 million. I don't know how much you have.
No, you don't cover me.
I think he's going to jam this. This one in particular is a very efficient jam.
While we're waiting for something to happen, Dr. Digital says, here's a little known fact, which I'm going to class as a hashtag fun fact. Declan is the Tyrone Rubik's Cube champion, the under 18 class, from a long time ago.
Wow.
So, no offense to Declan, but did the Rubik's Cube exist when he was under 18?
4.4.
I would say that was absolute peak Rubik's Cube.
It was probably
era.
like, brand new, right?
Yeah.
The record was 4 hours.
Like, back then, the Rubik's Cube was the same as, like, the PS5.
Now, you mean?
Yeah.
Do you have anything behind there?
No,
People were saving up to afford a Rubik's Cube.
It was the ultimate in gameplay.
No, little stack of whites. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
And the ones that I have in my hand.
All right, he's gone with a 3-bet non all-in. I'll be honest, this is the third option I would have taken. But it's going to have probably the same result as a jam would, unless Docherty's feeling especially spicy, which, I'm going to be honest, I would love to see a jam here. But
First time I have a jammable hand in my big blind, and he does that.
Good job, then, Mav.
I'm loving the action, though. Sakis here just getting involved. Just loving his no-fear attitude, and he is paying dividends at the moment.
It's freezing.
Gareth Cash has a request. Spice it up.
Yeah.
I mean,
like we'll throw a little spice on the cooler machine.
Mississippi.
Yeah.
Maybe like a warming gel.
Thank you.
Can I have a hand, please?
Love you, right?
Give the man a hand.
He gets a hand every single time there's a deal.
Four, 3 suited for Declan Rice.
Wow.
9-8 off for Mavericks. He didn't tell the story of the card protector, did he? He said after the hand he would tell the story, and he didn't tell the story. We still don't know.
True. Maybe after Declan got 3 hours, he didn't want to know anymore.
Okay, Perkle, first-time chatter, welcome to Twitch. Says, is there a stream without casters? No, but there is a stream without you. You're banned.
Wow.
Thanks for joining us for the first time ever. Welcome.
First time, last time.
Oh, I would love to see David rip this one.
Rip it.
Yes.
Sometimes you got to rip it and dip it.
Oh, that's a point. I still haven't had a spice back yet.
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, prepare yourself.
That's why the universe has kept you here.
It's what was missing, mate.
You can't leave
little
home
spice
until
bag.
you have a spice bag.
Yeah, a little spice bag. That little pep in your step you need just to get over the line.
That's the problem when you're out there crushing poker tournaments every day. You don't have time to eat.
That is accurate. I have had 6 chicken fillets whilst I've been here over the course of a week. Because there are just no other options to go anywhere.
I've enjoyed the food in general. The pizza truck is decent. The burger truck is decent. The Asian truck is the same thing. Every menu item is actually the same thing, just slightly mixed up differently.
Yeah, sauced differently.
Yeah, slightly different sauces.
Different
on
accoutrement.
Go on, David. Yeah, I love it.
Rocking that Prague hoodie too.
How much of our time do you think he's going to waste? Nah, it's the old, I'm going to tank so you don't pick on me in the future.
I mean, it's an observation that people have been making probably for the last 2 days. It wasn't so much a problem on day 1 or day 2, is the absence of a shot clock in this tournament. And I guess a lot of people who are used to seeing EPT, 5K events or 100K super high rollers where everyone's on a 30-second shot clock, to then see an event where there is no clock and realizing why so many tournaments have introduced clocks.
Yeah, definitely fair.
You're cold too, Ramona. You look cold, yeah. Hands cold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a look at those chip stacks now. Mertsakis putting in that work, playing that wider range up to 32 big blinds. Waters with just the 13, going to have to find a spot to put the chips in if he wants to get back in this game. 4 remain. We're getting into it now, guys. Strap in. We're playing down to a winner.
You said it's 40-minute levels with 3 left?
Yeah, we might have to change that to 4 eventually.
Thanks.
Yeah, let's mix it in there.
Arrived at like 17 there, right? When you were counting? You said like 17, right?
I said, yeah, but I'd actually counted and it was 15 and a half.
Perpetual Retro Funk has had enough. 2 more hands and I'm out. This is getting absurd.
Lights Out Loser says also whatever happened to the dressing nice at a final table. That went in about 1997, I want to say.
I think it's a rabbit.
Okay, we're hearing more about the card protector. A dog? A dag.
Yeah,
Do you like
dag.
dags?
Looks like a dag.
You want not dags?
Love a good dag.
Jamie Meyer says, can we just give them all 1 chip under 1 big blind and force them all in? I mean, give it another couple of levels, we'll be there.
Also might like to see Rice jam this one.
I do want to reset real quick and say we have our fun. We laugh about how long it's taken. They're playing for a lot of money, more money than anyone here has ever played for before. Tom, maybe.
I mean, I did almost win $1 million a couple weeks ago.
15, I think. Or maybe
Who has won $1 million?
I almost won $1 million.
Not you.
Them.
Them.
The players, you moron.
I'm joking. And also 16th doesn't count.
But it's not a million miles away.
Them.
It wasn't really close at all, to be honest. Got to win my flips. Got to do better.
So all I'm saying is play as long as you want, fellas. We're going to get a little crabby from time to time, but it's your money. It's your tournament. You do you.
Yeah, amen. You're absolutely right.
Biggest tournament of all time held in Ireland. I'd probably be playing pretty tight, too, wanting to take down that title.
I guess Benny had a pretty big score once, too, I suppose.
Yeah, might have done okay once or twice.
Still talking about the people at the table.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm joking.
I don't know why you think we're somehow involved in this tournament, Nick. We're just watching it on a screen.
I know. I just feel so invested, James.
I also may have been involved in this tournament at one point. So.
Back when the Rubik's Cube was new.
And yeah, I was going to answer Henrik's question about.
Yeah, so Henrik says, do Glaser take advantage of the possibility to watch the stream in breaks? please? And if not, why not?
I did. I also, even whilst I was playing, tried to get information about the hands and scenarios as well. Whilst I was not in a hand, I also tried to. I did in breaks too, but also in breaks, I kind of just tried to clear my mind a bit and maybe get some chicken fillets. But yeah, I did pretty much try to get as much info as I could. I think it can be pretty valuable.
On the river would be amazing for me. Now that I'm thinking about it.
You're not greedy at all, are you?
I could imagine Joe Stapleton, you know, being like, oh.
It's like cooler, isn't it?
Does it all the time. Just goes, sits there and goes, oh.
Once they've registered the chip.
It's my number 3 catchphrase.
Docherty on the button here, obviously going to want to play the king-queen.
Lights Out Loser asks, is this the first Irish Open? No, this is the longest running No Limit Hold'em tournament in Europe. It's been going for decades.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's swinging a bit there now.
So Docherty's got about 25-ish behind once he's made his raise.
I'm all in.
Oof.
Wow,
That already sucks for
to
David.
fold. Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. That would have been a reasonable flat candidate too, but he.
Sacramento says this is also literally the longest running tournament in total time.
Left me on.
Sorry, I was looking the other way.
I have to remember some of us were there for EPT Monte Carlo in 2014.
Yes, we were.
EPT Copenhagen 2008.
Yeah, I remember some of the ones. PCA.
Yeah. Come back to me when it's 6 a.m.
Yeah, was that Mike McDonald one? Was
Dominic Panker, yeah.
Panker, yeah.
And then Jack Salter, Antonio Bonanno. But the first brutal one I ever had to deal with was Copenhagen when it was Tim Vance versus Soren Jensen.
Yeah, that was a good one.
By the way.
Which still contains one of the greatest moments, or one of the worst moments of my broadcasting career, when Soren Jensen, the Danish player, shouted something to his rail. It's back when we had the big glass EPT trophy, and the prize money was in a suitcase.
Oh, lovely.
And he basically pointed and shouted at his rail, and I was, at the moment, on the live stream with a Danish journalist who obviously, I thought, well, he'll speak Danish, he'll know something. Can you tell us what Soren just said there? It's like, yes, he says he's going to take a shit in that suitcase and sell the ugly-ass trophy on eBay.
Wow.
I don't think I've heard that one before.
That's incredible.
That's special.
Only on the Irish Open.
You're 1 million big blind.
Twitch chat.
Oh, it's wild.
What a giga chat.
Loving it. Rightfully so.
Love it so much. All right, guys, new hands. Blinds 500,000, 1 million with a 1 million chip big blind ante. Mavericks, he's got queen deuce off, but he's got the button. Our guy, Mavericks, actually finds the fold. Waters doesn't have a whole lot to do here, though.
He didn't look without me noticing before you said that. That'd be bad.
Wouldn't have done that.
That'd be a hell of a... Yeah.
Someone would catch me on camera.
Yeah, I can't help but think that a shove might have got a call there as well, Benny. King 6 suited in the big blind for 8 bigs.
Yeah, that would have.
This is a fair question, actually, from Emon22. Surely they must be thinking about a deal at some point. I mean, as the blinds are about to go up very soon again, and we're looking at an average stack of 18 big blinds, you have to question, Benny, how much skill remains? How much is in the lap of the poker gods? And do you not just want to lock up as much money as you possibly can?
I do overall agree with the premise, but I definitely think there are still some spots where edges can be made. I think, for example, Declan might be inexperienced in short-handed, so I think short-handed is typically where some of the biggest edges are. And you know, if people are folding too much or not enough, especially in this kind of ICM dynamic, then there can still be some decent edges. I think.
That's
yeah.
14,
16 or something, 17.
16, 17. We just up over 17.
Yeah, cool.
Curious to see how David plays this one. Could definitely do 2, maybe 3 options.
I think limping is fine. I think raising not all in is fine.
Yep,
I think it's
and
right in line for both
maybe
those.
also raising all
in. Yep, I think King 5 is a decent candidate to actually just apply max pressure. Yeah, really interesting one there. I think King Deuce might have been a defend there for me, Benny, but obviously tricky as we get shallower.
Again, I think it's fine. Like oh, there he is. Yeah, when Tom is shortest, I think it's okay. You're not really incentivized to be playing.
Yeah.
Post with.
I think it's really, really close anyway from a chippy BB perspective, but with the ICM considerations, yeah, absolutely can definitely afford to get away from those poor playability hands.
Yeah. I've just realized, guys, that we have rolled into level 40. We are now playing 500,000, 1 million blinds.
So
I'm guessing you have to go soon, right?
Soon-ish, yeah.
Oh, he's having a good time. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go.
He's like, guys, I got a heart out. No, I'm having fun. I can stay all night.
At least this level is easier to work out the number of blinds.
It is.
Yeah.
This is the human calculator level.
Yeah, the answer is no one has any blinds. I mean, like, no one has a playable stack. That's the calculation.
Might be thinking of just jamming this. Yeah, he is. The effective jam.
20 million, the effective all-in.
Isn't it amazing to say I bet 20 million?
Cool, yeah.
It's almost Casino Royale-like.
20 million in the pot.
Remember to quiz you on your bet sizes someday? To quiz him on his bet sizes someday.
I think that's. I'm not folding.
I was going to shove, but I thought it sounded cooler to say 20 million.
Exactly as you said.
That's literally all it was there. I just thought
it's cooler if you don't put it all in, you know. Like
Wanzia Raga says, how do they know what cards they have if they fold pre-flop? There is no cameras on the table. Basically, the players look at their cards, and because they're microphoned, they just basically whisper their whole cards into the microphone, and a member of the graphics team is then able to input the information.
I mean, yeah.
Mr. Ice waking up with it. 16 big blinds. 16.15 big blinds.
Excellent math.
I know. Comes naturally.
Raises to 2.5. Mavericks with King 7 in the small.
Hold on, I was just typing that into a calculator and he was right. Pretty good.
how many purples?
6 million in purples.
With the inside.
Or 10, no.
I mean,
yeah,
he can't be considering anything.
Roughly
this.
about 16.5 million.
Okay.
I mean, he could.
We
He
can
probably shouldn't, but he could.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Ace 10 for Tom Waters, who's only got like 6 million chips.
There's no way out here.
Yeah,
Mandatory.
he's all in.
Yep.
And good luck to him.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck, guys.
We do have a domination situation. Tom Waters at risk and behind.
Waited for that spot all that time.
Oh, poor Tom.
Yeah, this has been unfortunate.
Been patient and
Yeah, there's nothing you can do here. This is just a cold deck.
Declan's mannerism and little wink.
Oh, 2 spades on the flop. Tom Waters with the nut flush draw.
Mouth literally watering for a spade.
No spade on the turn.
Opportunities.
But yes, opportunities have emerged. Plenty of cards save Tom Waters. But that is not one of them, and we are finally down to 3 in the Irish Open main event as Tom Waters bows out in 4th place.
Good luck.
Cashing for 124,500 euros.
To be honest, it's up.
Sorry?
It's up would be fair. You know, like.
Well, we'll talk about it anyway. That's
No, I mean, it's up in this spot that you play, they say, because the board. I mean.
Because it was a big cooler, right? Yeah.
What?
Because it's a big cooler. You mean? A queen or a
Wait
three
for
on
him to
the
get away
river?
from the table
Oh,
at least.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, no, I mean.
You said about chopping that hand, is that what you're doing, or no?
Are they talking about chopping
would
the
be
prize
fair
pool or
if you
chopping the
think
pot?
that, okay, it was a cold deck, you know, like.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on.
Big blind only, yeah.
Do you just want to talk numbers, or?
I'm happy to keep playing.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Go, David.
What
David Docherty
a boss!
shoots down any prospect of a deal. We play on.
Let's go.
And obviously, when we get to the end of this level, there will be a short break, and now we reach the point where the levels will be reduced to 40 minutes now that we're 3-handed.
David Docherty is just like, you don't know this, but my family's quite wealthy.
Pulling a Flexinelli.
I don't care to make a deal.
My family's worth 30 million. That's one of my favorite moments ever. Beautiful.
Now that we are 3-handed, everyone has locked up 161,500, 228,700 for second, 365K for the winner.
Yep.
GG, by the way, Tom Waters. Big fan of Tom and his family.
Yeah, I love it. I want to see Mr. Docherty go all the way here. Bust him up, buddy.
Agreed. Happy for Tom that he got this far, though. Great score for him.
Yeah, very, very nice.
He's gone with a limp. And again, this is questionable, I'm not going to lie. With a candidate that I would not do with. Oh, it's blind versus blind. Even though he's button? Oh, okay. That's more reasonable.
Here we go. Top pair, second pair, all goes in.
I think definitely could consider a raise though.
You know the audience is running out of questions when they start asking about taxes.
I find it fascinating why people are so obsessed with taxation on poker winnings. I couldn't think of a more boring subject to discuss than tax.
First time chat. How much are winnings taxed in Ireland? I mean, what?
Are these people who grew up with the Star Wars prequels who think that taxation is an interesting subject?
I wonder if he barrels this. Like, David has just so few ace, X. No. Oh.
Wow.
So it's probably going to be a big bet from David if he does.
I like going big here. Definitely plenty of combos that still call. especially given the fact that the straight draws and flush draws missed from the flop. Just make it like 6 million.
Mm-hmm.
Slight overbet, like a boss.
I wonder if Mavericks would have bet if checked too, though.
Yeah.
It's kind of an unfortunate river for him actually when the queen doesn't play anymore. So he was less likely to, but yep. Oh, yeah, there's the overbet. Let's go.
There we go. I love to see it, buddy.
7.
Yeah, no wonder he's happy to play on.
I'm glad all three of us agree, but Benny, that makes me feel good about my game. Yes! Slight overbet. Love to see it.
I agreed, but I literally have no idea what you guys are talking about, so I don't really count.
I mean, trip's good hand, so.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, no, wait, no, I do know that one. Okay.
Okay.
This is completely reasonable that Queen 7 would call here. Like I said, quite a few draws bricked out here. I guess, given Docherty's position.
Yeah, agree. I mean, Queen of Spades isn't the best one to have,
right?
But he's
yeah. It's an interesting dynamic, though, right, Benny? Because Mavericks is probably aware of the fact that he might make a move like this as a bluff, as with Docherty, and therefore quite easy to level yourself into a call here with a 7.
Of course. I mean, it's also just a somewhat weird range given that he's limped pre anyway.
Right.
So I doubt he knows exactly how his range is constructed in that spot where it's kind of a rare one with no small blind.
Chips are worth too much to call makes the large bet bad. Agree or disagree?
I mean, that is nothing compared with the number of people who are now banging on about competitive tax rates for businesses in Ireland. Jesus Christ.
Actually, it's Jesus.
Yeah.
Christ. I think you'll find.
Oh, go on, David.
To be fair, it's not wrong. Chips equal important value.
Well, I'm waiting for the day that I read something like that. And Benny's like, well, actually, it's actually quite an astute point.
But no, it does not necessarily mean big bet is bad. Declan's just left the table.
See you in 20 minutes, lads.
Yes, this is a good bet. Yeah, no, a good one. For me to poop on.
What is that accent, Joe? Is that Greek you're going with?
No. He looks like Robert Smigel, who plays a character called Triumph the Insult Comic Dog.
Okay. I'm not familiar, unfortunately.
It's really worth checking out.
I'm sure.
Look up Triumph at Star Wars.
Okay.
I like how Benny mentioned earlier about him sort of mouthing things, being a tell. Is it still a tell if he's speaking Greek? Benny responds in perfect Greek and goes, yes, of course.
I mean, obviously it matters less when this is like the last decision in the hand.
I tell you what, I am enjoying the fact that it is taking Mavericks this long because now everyone's moved away from tax and is just typing the word clock incessantly.
The problem is that I also have a spade, you know.
Yeah. It's a bit of a fake spade in the way that it's not super relevant because David might not be bluffing like queen high anyway.
Right. Having the 8 of spades here probably a lot more significant, right, Benny?
Completely, yeah, absolutely.
Who is the Greek god of gambling? That would be Mavericks.
What if they made it if the tournament took over a certain amount of time, then people would start getting taxed? I bet decisions would be made quicker.
He just needs to take into account the VAT rate and corporation tax prior to making this call.
I'm curious how long it will be until David calls clock, though.
Tax clock.
I mean, Rice has basically gone away. He's like, I've had enough of this.
Yeah.
So if I fill out the details from my P60, combine it with the information from my P11D, as long as I file before January 31st.
Is this a write-off? Can this be a write-off?
This call is definitely a write-off.
It's a write-off.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could could write off a big call because you wanted the information and it's research.
It was a business expense.
Yeah. Good question from Raksha. Is the delay close to catching up?
Serious point, though. People who go, why are you on more than a 5-minute delay? This.
Yeah. Cool.
Tom asking, can observers call the clock on someone? Tom, if I had that power, no one would get more than 5 seconds per decision.
We should have a new feature, Twitch chat. If we get enough votes, mandatory clock applied. In the past, yeah, I know, James.
Also, we need to focus on, and look, maybe this is your blood is, your veins run cold with ice water. Okay, there's the fold. But it's tough to sit there for Docherty, right?
Yeah.
At the same time.
That's a very good point.
Sweating that out.
Very good point.
Absolutely. Especially it seems that Mavericks is into kind of trying to get some live reads on people. And props to David for pretty much staying statuesque through that whole time.
I couldn't fucking tell you. I heard it follow me one time.
Oh, Declan, that's great.
Now the deluge of words come out. Perpetual Retro Funk says he should not be allowed to take that long. It's up to the players. It's up to the players to call the clock. I totally understand why they wouldn't. I totally understand why he would take that long. It's not exactly pleasant for us, but it is their tournament to do with what they want. Action folds to Docherty in the small blind.
No, I'm good. No. Beer. Beer.
Declan like he's needing a beer. End of last night as well, he was getting on the beers too.
For some of us, it gives us strength. All right, we've gone to the flop queen, 6 deuce, 1 spade. Checks through, 8 of clubs on the turn.
I think this one that David will delay to river. Yeah, has to bluff this. Pretty much mandatory bluff.
Yeah, I think so.
4 spades on the river.
Yeah, there it is.
Everyone completely missing everything here. Docherty going for the bluff. 3 million in the middle.
I think 3 million's my bet here.
1.5 million is the bluff, half pot.
I like that Declan's actually considering it at all.
Right.
Go on, Declan.
Yeah, he's just said here, do I have to make the hero call really here? I mean, having a 5 is nice here, obviously. Blocking some random straights.
It's kind of a fake blocker because straights are never going this size, and also straights have bet before this point.
I agree.
Like 7-5 would have bet. at some point before. So
Yeah.
it's again,
it's a nice to have, but also I think a lot of people misusing that in this context.
And it can be potentially bad because
as well, and I was like, I'm gonna have to
as-
in the last 15 minutes.
Hey, that's my catchphrase.
Nothing that I could go into the tank with, like, you know. Is there or King Hay was a hero call or not?
Yeah, because as you can see, like, a 5 is going to be one of the cards that David's actually bluffing.
Right.
Like with the Jack 5, 10 5 type stuff.
Yep.
My eyes were so sore at the end of that.
Does this mean you were bluffing?
Maybe.
Everyone's in high spirits, though. That's nice. All right, guys. 3 players remain in the Irish Poker Open here. We're playing for that trophy and 300 big ones plus. Mr. Docherty is on the button, first to act.
Kev asks, why don't they let these guys spread out? It's actually quite chilly in here. They're staying together for warmth, I assume,
they're
at
huddling,
this point.
They're basically like emperor penguins at this stage, huddling together for warmth. Ace-9 suited. What a monster three-handed. He is applying maximum pressure with a very pretty hand.
Rice out.
Not 30
I
minutes.
actually think I would just prefer a non-all-in open with this. I think that's too much when they have 20 each, but it's definitely reasonable.
Oh, it's going to be profitable for sure. Ace-9 suited is just so pretty to play in position, isn't it?
Agree.
I think you actually just do so well by playing that from position. You raise, you get called, you just play it out, you make a lot of chips that way. Probably a little bit more than the EV of a shove, I imagine.
Yeah, there are other hands that I would take as first candidate shoves for that.
24, 25.
Yeah, hands with that much playability in position, though. Really, really juicy.
Yeah, and you're also just going to dominate a bunch of shoves. Like, Ace-9, Ace-10 suited is right around the region where you can start raise calling.
Quite right. And Rice now on the button, folds the Jack 3 off. Blind beat blind, Meritsakis 17.7 big blinds.
It's another close decision. I think probably plays as a limp.
Yeah, I think, I imagine it's probably a mixer, but yeah. I think a little bit of this, a little bit of that, probably majority limp.
Someone asked me to explain a bit more. So, a hand as good as Ace-9, Ace-10 suited that you can raise and call versus 3-bet shoves, then they're going to be profitable to call versus the shoves when you're dominating enough things. So when you're, in a way, inducing shoves from worse, then your call's going to be profitable.
Yeah, and then obviously when they do just flat, you get to play that really juicy hand in position, make hands, and outplay people from position as well. So added benefit there too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right, Sakas, buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say, either way, this decision we were going to have to take a while to see. I feel like Docherty's already glancing at the clock in preparation to call it. Ah, this is an absolute prime candidate.
Yep, King 5 off.
Either ISO or... Okay.
Yep, seems good. Again, I think King 5 off is a combo that many players will opt to ISO, try and play from position.
Queen 9-4.
Bluff a lot of flops. Queen 9-4, great board to c-bet if there was an ISO there pre-flop and Meritsakis decided to flat. In any case, Meritsakis obviously capable of mixing things up. Docherty maybe just not wanting to get limp raised there. We did see a little Trapperino earlier with the 7s for Meritsakis. So definitely capable of that.
Threads up poker. Some say it's the purest form of poker. Mavericks 9 tray.
Yep, three-handed poker, really the game of kings.
That's the hand I like to call the yeesh.
I think that people that play three-handed poker regularly are just
yeah.
really, really great at poker and really handsome.
Definitely not biased or anything.
No, it's nothing to do with, I suppose I do play a lot of three-handed poker.
Oh, would you look at that?
I was talking about somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
Short stacked, three-handed poker. Docherty, Jack 10.
Okay. Tom says Nick plays three-handed poker. Yeah, exactly. All right, so Mr. Docherty has called check from Rice. Going to the flop. Hello. 5-5 queen, Rice miles in front now.
It's got to feel like having a full house here. Jack 10 drawing nearly nerd.
Yeah, I do wonder if David continues there.
He does indeed.
It is probably a good theoretical continue.
Well, he turns a bunch of equity now from 5% to 19% with a flip of the turn card. Unfortunately, check, check, bricks river.
Does he turn it into a bluff?
Jack high.
He's blocked it. That was...
That was... Tell us some stuff, Benny.
Well, I think with that particular hand,
Jack 10.
either bluff for a large size or check. Because pretty much specifically targeting only king high, maybe a rivered 4. Seeing as Declan has almost no aces, ace X anyway.
I'm almost following this. I'm proud of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing, not me.
No. You look normal for you. Like, I'm not saying it's not impressive, but I mean.
Sure, I was trying to explain it in a way where it's followable. So
No. I'm saying that in general. Yeah. When I say almost following, I am following it.
I understand.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks. I was just teasing.
Explaining.
Yeah, I think with that particular hand, if you were bluffing it, I would have chosen a bigger size or a check.
You know what it is? It says the average is 24 million up there, but I don't think there's 72 million chips in play.
In three-handed, Jack high, eternal nuts. Everyone knows that.
Threads up.
Threads up, Jack high, eternal nuts. Rice in the small blind with ace king of the offsuit variety.
How much you started with?
Mavericks wants to know how much you got, buddy, before I choose what to do with 6 deuce off.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, maybe 26.
We can assume that he needs this information for future hands as well, not just this one. There you go. If it was only 18 million, I'd have put you in.
There's a possibility that it's not right because they may have added in the chips from the stacks that were paid in, but not.
I think the ones at the bottom were right. It's just the average isn't right because I've been working off the average the whole time, thinking there's like 73 million chips in play, but I don't think there is.
Yeah. Well.
Don't know.
To be fair, he did miss the opportunity to play the handy Andy as an all-in.
6 deuce.
Yeah, I did miss that, guys. Well spotted, chat.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, do you want to do an updated count now, roughly?
That's okay. It's okay. It's close enough, I think. I just saw it didn't add up, and I was curious. Is all really.
Yeah, there was definitely seats put in as well from operators that qualifiers that
didn't show up. Yeah,
didn't show up.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, wow.
Didn't
know that. Yeah, interesting.
Sorry, it's on me. Sorry.
That might be why James busted so many bullets. He was playing off the average, but it was incorrect. Oh, it makes sense now, honestly.
Aren't we talking about the difference of like 60,000 chips when there's 72 million out there, right? The 4 people that didn't show up to play.
Pretty much. Missing its chip, restart the whole tournament immediately. Well played. Yep. Null and void.
All yours.
It's all yours.
It doesn't seem like any of these players are looking at their phones or getting info during hand. So
sure doesn't.
So, for example, like that 3s versus King 9 hand, seems like neither of them have seen the other's hand. So it's pretty interesting.
So Joe, really quick, buddy.
Yeah.
My mom in the chat. By the way, everyone claps in the chat for mom.
Shout out to Nick's mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right as well.
He has a question. She has a question for you, Joe.
Okay.
Is Joe performing in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin on the 20th?
I am indeed.
He is. Appleton, I believe.
Well, I'm flying into Appleton, and I've been told all the gigs are like within a 45-minute drive of there. So I think Fond du Lac is one of the towns I'm playing in Wisconsin.
Lisa, obviously.
2 weekends from now.
Oh.
Not far from there, our hometown.
Mavericks.
All right, I'm going to be honest. This is
raising a lot. 10 million.
This hand
and Rice has an ace, but folds.
No.
Sorry, I got excited there.
He's been incredibly fortunate with his timing.
Yeah, it just seems to pick those spots really well with such a wide range.
Yeah, I mean, it's barely even an open at this point.
Wow, interesting. I do want to reset the stakes, as long as we're talking about what stakes we're playing for. Obviously, the title, the biggest poker tournament ever held in Ireland, was already a prestigious title, the Irish Poker Open. But this was an 1,100 euro buy-in event, and right now they're all guaranteed 161,000 euros. Second place is more than 60K more than that, 228,000 euros. And first place is about 140,000 more than second, 365,000 euros.
We've all had one now.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Keeps bringing us down to earth. These guys are playing for some serious, serious dollars. And I know we're giving them a hard time for their tanking and obviously being a bit critical here and there. But, you know, these guys are playing for a significant amount, and no deals have been made. A couple questions in the chat just now. There are no deals.
I mean, there could be a deal. There hasn't been a deal.
Correct.
Is what Nick is saying.
Yeah, thank you. It was proposed at one point. Mr. Rice did say he would be willing to consider it, but Docherty shut it down immediately. He's like, no, I just want to play. And so we are playing for the advertised payouts. Very, very excited to see it.
Yeah.
Brivtech mentioning that a three-way chop would give them around 250K each. That sounds pretty good to me.
But yeah, it's good to see David shutting it down, even as you said, like, none of them have been in the spot. I mean, I personally would have also shut down a deal in this scenario. But it's harder to do when the money is so meaningful and you haven't been in the scenario before. Then just your comfort levels go down.
One Stern Brew in Twitch chat says, this must be the worst final table I've ever watched. This is the worst comment I've ever seen your band.
Yeah, I agree with Only Bets and Nuts that I don't think Docherty's going to be interested in a deal at any point. Possibly heads up with Mavericks.
It kind of feels like they would have to be exactly even at 12 big blinds each before Docherty would consider a deal. Mortz, I agree with, who says this is a standard final table. We've seen 3- and 4-handed play at the EPT go on just as long as this. This sort of exact action, blinds getting this shallow, it happens pretty regularly. No two final tables are the same, but this isn't that different as far as I'm concerned.
Mavericks really just hates folding buttons. I mean,
yeah,
it's like I have the button position.
Well, he hasn't really been burned yet either, so
no, that's what I was
why
saying.
not?
His timing's been unbelievably good.
Yeah.
Very lucky. This would not be an open.
Nick asks, will there be another raise in the blinds? Yes, absolutely. The next break, I think, is at the top of the hour, so about 12 minutes from now.
Docherty with a decision.
A decision indeed. Mavericks loves his suited queens.
Just ship it in his face.
Yeah.
Just bang it in. Had enough of this guy raising my button.
This is kind of what I was saying with if Docherty has seen some of the hands that Mavericks opening buttons, he's just would clearly stuff this in his face. But without having seen that, it's a dicier spot. Like if he knows he's had the queen 5 off and yeah.
Say 20 million again. Do it.
Yeah.
20 million.
Oh, he's gone 3-bet non-all in. Nope. He's just faking.
Yeah, we've seen various. Oh,
he is.
Does
go
go
on, David.
I was going to say we've seen this before. The count out, the seemingly go all in or 3-bet huge, put the chips back, and then put them back in.
Yeah. Go on, David.
Docherty picks up another pot worth $4 million, closing in on the 30 million mark.
I got 25-3 now, so I should be able to work out.
I've got a wee bit more than 25.
Yeah, 25-3, I think I have.
You've got 25 as well.
25-3, yeah.
Horse in the chat says almost midnight there. I hope the commentators and players have plenty of stamina. Even better, we got Guinness, baby.
If stamina is Gaelic for Guinness, we're doing just fine. Docherty on the button, pocket queens. I don't like suited queens. I prefer queen with a queen kicker.
Oh, he's gone with the limp.
Yes. The limping strategy. Rice with 7-4.
I mean,
not going to get in trouble.
So this is where it would have been interesting if we'd seen if Mavericks raised non-all-in or all-in with the king 5 off earlier versus Docherty's button limp, because he might do the same this time, and it's not going to work out for him as well.
His timing has been impeccable so far, as you've mentioned, Benny. Let's see if he can manage to avoid.
Yeah, I don't know, Benny. I think this is a flat for me.
Go check.
Oh, sorry, he limped the button with the queen.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Let's go. Sorry, I missed that little detail. Nice hand.
Remember the dog.
Jack 10-7, 2 diamonds. Pretty nice flop for pocket queens.
Yeah, so obviously we have seen a couple limps here from Docherty, mixing in some big hands too, of course. Love to see it. On this texture, I'm assuming we're just going to see a bet right now. Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
I'm not sure about that one with this. I think this is going to be maybe my literal first candidate that I would bet on this flop. You don't block any pairs. You still need some protection. And you just want to get value from your very good hand, I think.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Wow, played this so tricky. This is really, really funny.
Yeah, he's definitely going to bet this turn, though.
Got to do it. If you're going to miss the flop bet, too, I want you to go super big on the turn here. Like 3.5, just full pot turn.
It's a bit dicey because after you've checked flop, you can't exactly... I mean, it's fine, but yeah.
What was the bet size, just out of interest?
2.5, I think. 2.9.
Yeah, I love it. I was going to say, I think probably closer to 3 million is going to be what you want to do there. I think full pot's probably a little bit sloppy, but
yeah, it's just a bit tricky after you have checked back the flop.
Yeah, it's hard for you to have bluffs when you check the flop, right? Lots of showdown.
Also, just as chip leader, I think you generally shouldn't be limping. I mean, shouldn't, quote unquote. Limping buttons when you're the chip leader and you have less risk premium on you. So as David, I would probably just be opening every button I play.
Yeah, I think story checks out, and I think probably we do see a defend from the king 3 off there, unless Mavericks is going to knit it up all of a sudden. But I don't know. Again, king 3 off is not a great hand. I don't think it's completely ridiculous to fold, but Mavericks not afraid to play those combinations as well. Yeah, knitted up is definitely not the appropriate term there, but you guys know what I'm saying. It's not going to start playing scared suddenly.
Rice is raised with Jack 9. Gets a fold from King. Oh, nope. Gets a re-raise from King 8, and that'll take it down. Yep, Anuna says James and Joe are napping right now, right? Yep, this is me napping. Just sleep commentarying. Don't wake me. It could be dangerous. Mavericks on the button. Queen 9 suited. This seems right up his alley.
I mean, this is a stone cold premium when you look at Mavericks' button open.
Absolutely.
That range so wide. Love Queen 9 hearts.
Wow, the exhale.
Wow. Long exhale.
What the heck?
It really is. Oh,
All in.
Wow.
Docherty with 10s.
Here we go. Here we go. Joe's standing up. Exciting.
The timing has got to run out at some point. Eventually, you run through the minefield.
Yeah.
Full sprint,
There we go.
eyes closed.
Here we go.
I can see everything else.
It's always interesting in general when you like exhale that much and then continue playing the hand. Like you're then all in. Like,
Sure, yeah. I mean, you're probably not doing that with a super premium,
Yeah.
right? You're probably not going to just, it's just like, yeah, it's not that your hand's bad. It's just you're not going to do that with a really great one. Docherty all in over the top. Rice with the easiest fold of all time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Oh, man. Sweat for Rice here.
Not quite a race, just one overcard for Mavericks. Docherty has got him covered.
Come on, David.
69% of the time, Docherty is going to knock out Mavericks. And we're going to go heads up.
Repping Las Vegas.
Flop time. 9 high flops, so that's a pair.
That's a lot of cards that look like 9s.
The upside down 9s.
Turn is the 5 of spades. Spades not a factor. Mavericks needs to catch on the river to survive. No catch. 10s hold. Mavericks is eliminated.
You had some come back there too. You had a great run. They come back.
A long threads up battle, seemingly. Mavericks understandably dejected. Finally just ran into it. Out in third place for 161,500 euros. Looks like we're going to take the break a little early.
Love to see these guys heads up.
We were supposed to go to break in about 15 minutes, but I think now that we are heads up, we are going to take the break. Now I'm going to take this opportunity to say thank you and goodbye to Benny Glauser. Thank you, Benny.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It was
And
fun.
congratulations again on another deep run. You did win the high roller this week. We should
Yeah.
mention that, so not all tears for you. And have yourself a good night, my friend, and we'll see you at the next stop.
Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure. Thanks, chat.
Once again, Panagiotis, Mavericks, 161,500 euros, leaving only the top 2 prizes. those two prizes, 228,700 euros and 365,000 euros. So we're talking a 137K difference between second and first place. Rice and Docherty have already headed to break. These are their chip counts. The blinds won't be going up just yet, but we will be taking a break momentarily. Docherty with a significant advantage, a 2-1 chip lead over Rice. And I guess it was only a matter of time with Mavericks. I mean, I guess it didn't have to happen either.
I mean, don't forget as well, Joe, this is the guy, Declan Rice, playing for first now. He didn't even want to play. He just wanted to jump on a cash table. He played the Sadi, and now he's heads up for all the jewels.
Pretty great story. We've got someone from Scotland and someone from Ireland still in it, still in the mix. We are headed to break. 12 minutes, 33 seconds left on the clock for this level. Then we'll be going straight into the next one. Looks like about 73 big blinds effective in play. We're going to step away for just a minute, let them get set up for heads up. Back in just a few from the Irish Poker Open 2023, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
You will be sitting at the table there. Usually it's a good sign.
Okay, let's do it.
Blinds 2,000, 4,000. They are not in the money yet. 32 players getting paid.
He's announced the raise, makes it 20,000.
And Callahan opening with eights. Pocket threes for Slade.
All in.
Yeah, it's about $100.
Lee Jones doing chip counts now.
Johnny pushes all his cookies in.
Lodden pushes in all of his cookies. Lee Jones, 2006.
Pat pushes all his cookies.
Oh, graphics error. AJ White has become AQ White.
Ack White?
Now the action is back around to 7-seat Pat. He's invested
Pat O'Callaghan now has to decide whether to call. The effective shove is Lodden, of course.
Patrick of the Callahan. Lets it go. Can't really blame him.
So White is the at-risk player. Dominated by Jonathan Lodden.
And slap him down, dealer.
5 deuce, no suits.
Now I really want to hear this turn card.
It's a queen.
Yeah! Come on, buddy, one more queen. Put it home. Now, Johnny will need a king.
Never call for outs for your buddy when they're ahead.
Yeah!
That's a nice deal in there, Slappy.
Okay, so you get 13-6 from there.
Nice hand, AJ. Ah, Slappy's gone. But this, James. This could be the one.
You know it's coming, right?
This could be the one.
Loddon raises with King 10.
Connor, would you move the button a little more towards you so which one player did you have?
Slappy meet sloppy.
Johnny, make it 2,000.
AJ doesn't really have the chips to do anything but move all in.
Pat says he's all in.
Is all in.
I guess we had his name wrong before. It's actually Ack White. I'm all confused now. Because he's got a king.
Hold on to Luke in the small blind. Johnny has to call 32,800 if he wishes to play.
So it's going to be Loddon versus White round 2.
I think so.
Yep. Johnny calls.
Johnny is gambling for most of his stack.
King 10 for Johnny.
White officially the at-risk player here. Ahead, but Loddon has live cards.
We know that one king's been folded.
Pat has flopped a pair of queens. Johnny needs a king to win this pot. Burn us all. Turn card, please. There we go. That changes things. Now Pat has 2 pair. Johnny now has...
I'm focusing on the dealing and not on the cards.
4 out, which are the jacks to win
This
this.
dealer's a lot more ginger.
It is a jack.
She tapped the table. She was like, sorry about the bad beat.
Hitting Johnny's gut shot.
Before she turned the river over.
Out of the tournament.
White eliminated.
Did you lose a player?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, congratulations, all the remaining players. We're down to 32 players. Everybody's in the prize money.
Oh, wow, that was the bubble. White bubbled, and now we're down to 32, and now everyone's locked up at least 7,400 euros.
So that was a sorry you just bubbled table tap and then turned the jack over?
Oh. Anthony Holden still watching from the rail.
This side is so rigged. Yeah. The button is on Luke in the 8th seat. Nick Downey has the big blind in the 2th seat. Rob's going to be first act. He passes.
Holds queen 10 under the gun.
Canvas passes. Connor and Pat.
Round to Luca on the button, King Deuce.
Luca passes.
And now it's Slade.
Nick makes it 13,000 total, so 9,000 raise.
Raises with the 6s.
Johnny calls.
Loddon calls with 3s.
Was that a huge raise?
Just to get him in.
I think this is it, Joe. Yes.
9, 9, 3.
Let's take it back. The worst flop in EPT history.
Flop is 9, 9, 3.
One more time.
Just to get him in.
So bad. Just incredible.
Oh, full house for Johnny Loddon.
He bets 25,000.
Now, James and I can do that because neither James nor myself have ever made a mistake on television before.
Correct.
Johnny makes it 50,000.
Slade continues. Loddon raises.
You reckon I can do that?
Oh my God! Why would you try? What?
Says he's all in.
Just say the
It was
words.
2006.
Full house.
It was all about style. That's super embarrassing, though.
So
You don't even get a chance to make your little move with all your chips. You get snap called, drawing pretty much dead.
Yeah, they're checking the stacks here, but it looks like Slade's got Loddon covered just.
The turn is an ace.
So Loddon is at risk, but a 91% favourite with one card to come. But it's a 9 on the river, and Slade makes a better full house. Loddon effectively counterfeited and eliminated in 32nd place.
I should not have said almost dead.
Golden.
I really try to just have one Bahama Mama. I ended up having two.
I've referred to you a couple times on today's show as the people's champion. People really were rooting for you. You had the Twitch community, you had the PokerStars Twitch community, and it seemed really fun. But I just want to double check. Was there extra pressure from that, seeing everyone counting on you? You were sort of playing for everyone else, for all the Platinum Pass winners who didn't quite go so far. To know that you had that many people rooting for you, was that pure joy, or was there like a little bit of extra pressure on there too that maybe wasn't, that was stressful?
I think to me, it was not stressful at all, which might be a little bit of a surprise. But I think me being there and representing the whole Twitch poker community, the whole data stream community, just was an absolute honor. And I think nobody would have been like disappointed if I busted. Even if I busted on day one, nobody would have said, well, you made a mistake or you played it wrong. I think everybody was just having my back, and just knowing this, was giving so much energy to me and to my mindset that it was just pure help. Yeah.
Well, let's go back to the beginning then. Let's go back even before day one. So you arrive in the Bahamas, and the night before the PSPC starts, there is the welcome drinks party for all of the Platinum Pass winners, the 400 people who've qualified for this event. Joe, you and I walked down to the venue, and we were 15 minutes early. It was due to start, I think, at 7 o'clock. It was 7:15, and there were already 200 people queuing, waiting to get in. And that's when you knew this is going to be a great crowd. These are people who are here for it, they want it, and they're ready for it. And that's a tough one, right? Because you could have a really big night, but you know you've got to play this 25K the next day.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that at all. I think that, obviously, I'd like to hear what Nicholas' situation was there that night. I think that some people overdid it anyway, but not you, I'm guessing.
No, I really try to just have one Bahama Mama. I ended up having two, but that's also fine. I think it's all about finding the right balance between enjoying this once-in-a-lifetime chance, but also opportunity, and still having fun with everyone else. I think I found the right balance. I connected with a lot of people. I also knew a lot of the pass winners from before the PSPC.
Yeah.
Because we had some opportunities to connect with each other with like a Facebook group. And we had a meeting in Cologne with Felix X-Flix Schneiders. And I think all the other pass winners from the other countries also had those opportunities. we had some competitions to get to know each other, and that was just really great. So it felt like meeting a lot of friends. The time was obviously short, so I would have loved to be there for longer, but that's always with these events. So I think I was disciplined about going to bed early, and yeah, it paid out. It paid off.
100%. So day one, you've already referenced the fact that you did. There's no such thing as an easy table draw in a 25k buy-in, right? And you've mentioned you had Mustafa Canet, but I mean, Joe and I were referencing the fact that that room felt electric at the start of day one. In no small part, thanks to the presence of all those Spanish qualifiers when they all came in together in their hats. I mean, in a way, does that help relax you in the sense that it looks like everyone's just here to have a good time?
I think so, yeah, because I also did have a good time and thought about just having a good time. So seeing everyone enjoying themselves just also made me feel like this is a 25k event, but it's not like a pure competition, everybody coming in with hoodie, sunglasses and everything on before the tournament even starts.
Yeah.
But people were talking to each other, chatting to each other. So I think this is like a great community event, and it's not all about winning or final tabling an event like this. It's more about participating, which is already so much fun.
I want to talk about the other bubble. And I realize it might be difficult to sort of pinpoint how you were feeling in any given moment, right? Because it's like it's a marathon of emotions too, not just of poker playing. But the other bubble being going from 7 to 6 players when you've made the final day and you're guaranteed $1 million. Granted, you were guaranteed close to $1 million even before that, but I would imagine there had to be some precipice there, some big jump in emotions when you made that other 7-figure bubble.
Definitely. So that was, I think, the first or second time in the tournament where I felt enormous pressure, because I started to think about the amount of money. Up until that point, it was like, oh, I'm playing a tournament. It's so much fun playing with all these high-profile players. Also, the chips, the TV table, it was all so much fun to just be there. Even if it was a free roll, I would have loved to participate. But then I was looking at the payouts more and more, and I saw, wow, I always dreamed of maybe someday winning the Sunday Million. And then there's a price jump of just double the first prize for the Sunday Million, just if one player busts. And that was just feeling crazy. But then I looked at the rail and the people rooting for me, and then I was calm again, I think. Because then I also said to myself, it is a big prize money difference, but yeah. I achieved so much already. So enjoy every moment of it. I said to myself, enjoy every moment. Don't think about the money, and regardless of how I bust now, it will be my story.
Welcome back to Dublin and the Irish Open 2023. Heads up in the main event. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 2 players. We started the day with 16. Around 5 o'clock this evening, we got down to the final table of 8. Now just 2 remain competing for a first prize of 365k. Those players being Declan Rice from Ireland and David Docherty from Scotland. Chip disparity very much in David Docherty's favour, but as we know, in heads-up poker, anything can happen. The stacks are still relatively shallow, and the blinds are big. Let's go down to the floor, because Phil Baker is going to introduce the players before we get this heads-up battle underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached heads up in the Irish Open 2023. Holding the button in the heads up will be Declan Rice with a stack of 21,175,000 chips. In the bigs will be David Docherty. David Docherty has 52,350,000 in chip stack. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next short period of time, one of these gentlemen is going to be crowned Irish Open champion for 2023 to become part of Irish folklore within the poker world here in Ireland. We'd like to wish each and of the gentlemen here the very best of luck as we go heads up. Our winner will receive €365,000. Our runner-up will receive €228,000. Gentlemen, good luck to both of you. Dealer, please deal.
Just to be clear, Declan Rice does not get the button for the whole of heads up. It will rotate on a hand-by-hand basis.
He doesn't get to hold it the whole time. Dealers must shuffle before they deal.
It's kind of like it's an immunity idol from Survivor.
So here we go, 52 big blinds playing 21 big blinds. We've still got about 12 or 13 minutes to run at the 500,000, 1 million blind level. Action will start with Declan Rice on the button in the small blind. And to answer young Dorito's question, no, they did not make a deal. When we were three-handed, I think it was Declan who raised the prospect of a deal, and David Docherty was the person who said, no, I want to play.
Also, just a reminder, Mr. Rice here just wanted to play a cash game. Didn't even want to play tournaments. Was forced to play a satellite, which is why he's here now, because there was nothing else going on.
No one had a gun to his head and said, you must play the satellite. He chose to play the satellite so he could play something.
Listen, when you want to play poker, you want to play poker. Decided to play a satellite. Now he's here playing heads up for all the jewels.
With his first hand of heads up, Rice has the advantage with king high. Bets the flop, takes it down.
Rice-a-roni.
For this, I don't take it.
Quite the spin.
There is the other one.
Very, very exciting. Love to see these spin ups. Hello, shout out to Chris Martin in the chat. Welcome back, buddy. Chris joined us for a short while here in Ireland as well.
Does he still talk to Gwyneth?
Ha! What about Apple?
What if I don't win any hands?
keep that thinking up there. That's the way to think.
Now, I have to say, Phil was optimistically predicting that this heads-up battle would take place over a short period of time. Not much else about this tournament has happened in a short period of time.
That's not the theme of this Irish Poker Open. Mostly the theme has been green.
Obviously, Declan Rice been at this a long time. He's going to have a big rail. Irish person in the Irish Poker Open. But how about David Docherty, huh? Going kind of deep in Barca. Quite deep in London.
I mean, very deep. Making a final table is very deep.
Yeah. Seventh, right?
Correct.
And now he's heads up. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, right?
Yeah.
Is there really any point of it? Is there really any point of it heads up?
What's that?
Is there really any point of it heads
up? Yeah, it just stays there, doesn't it? Like,
yeah.
Kind of silly, really.
Yeah, because whenever it was a normal empty. When you went heads up, there was no empty.
Inflates the pot slightly, but it's like it just stays there, right? Even if you win the pot, it just stays there, like, for the most part. Like.
I won the taxi, guys.
Rice with king jack on the button. Raises to 2.5 million. Docherty's got ace-3 of hearts. Thank you to Healy Williamson watching on Twitch, who says that if Docherty wins this, it'll take him over $1 million in live earnings.
He can 3-bet here. Yeah, that's also an option. And I think with the additional dead big blind ante in there as well, there's even more incentive to go.
Well, king jack is 40%. King jack's pretty strong here.
Really, honestly, if you're going to raise his hand, you could consider raise calling. You're going to be up against hands like this where you have equity. You're going to be flipping against some small pocket pairs.
Light, but I don't really was content to put it on this light.
I don't think king jack's that light heads up.
It's not that light.
No, it's not that light.
Snap it, but
started 22 big blinds effective. I don't think.
Yeah, I've said it would, yeah.
So actually, guys, just speaking from my somewhat extensive heads-up experience, this is kind of one of the reasons why you're limping king jack off heads up. First of all, because you get your opponent to do some weird stuff from out of position where you can play a nice hand in position with a very playable hand like king jack, but also by raising hands like that, you will be put in tough spots by good opponents who will put you all in with hands
doesn't pass back and forwards.
like ace-3, therefore negating your ability to get value from those specific combinations. It's not a mistake, but it's better to limp call king-jack there than it is to raise fold. Exposing a lot of your stack there. Something in the region of 10% of your entire stack.
Yeah. I wouldn't be the same if he wasn't here.
10-3 for David Docherty. Raises to 2 million. Declan Rice with King 8 offsuit. By the way, who is the idiot on the team who said this would definitely be done by midnight? Griffin, right?
I'm willing to blame Griffin.
Yeah, definitely Griffin.
Who's conveniently not checked in to see if we were still going.
Who else but Griffin? Yeah, convenient, eh? Unbelievable. Both players with a pair here.
Ooh, 10-3 getting better.
Yeah. Open-ended straight draw plus the pair of threes. Rice still ahead right now with a pair of eights. I have to say, there is a decent crowd building on the rail. Supporters of both players. Deuce on the river, so the board bricks out for David Docherty.
Eight.
And 8 is good at showdown. Tom says, I think we can say Senkel had it wrong. I think everyone had this wrong. The Widget had it wrong. Griffin had it wrong.
Joe Stapleton, who is quite worried that his 5 a.m. ride to the airport was more right than the rest of you.
I still think we're a long way from being worried about a 5:30 a.m. pickup. Especially now we're at 40-minute blind levels. I mean,
it's all well and good, like that I'll make the ride, but like, what about going to bed? Anybody ever heard of that?
Yeah, we don't care about your physical and mental well-being.
Speaking of that, so Griff, here's the most galling part about Griffin not being here right now. You know he's in the players' lounge. Like,
no, he's probably back in his hotel room watching the stream.
He's definitely not watching it. Well, actually, I was wrong about that once. He's probably like partying. He probably just doesn't even understand the tournament's still going. He's like, he's probably 40 yards from here.
It's all right, guys. Got your back.
Okay, all right. This is a good bad beat story from Brandon. Bought $20 worth of takeout while I was visiting my grandpa. My cousin's dog jumped through my car window and ate all of my food.
That is a bad beat.
That's a pretty bad beat.
Raised to 2 million.
Having the organizer should have written me on, yeah.
And called by Docherty with Jack 10 of clubs.
Yeah, actually going back to the King Jack we were just talking about just now, King 7 is actually a much better candidate to steal with because you don't mind raise folding this combo, right? Raising King Jack and then being put in a tough spot is much, much worse.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's why we steal with some of our weaker kings. We limp with some of our King Jacks just to try and play it in position more frequently. In any case, guys, we make it to the turn. Mr. Docherty does not improve, but heads up on this texture does have some showdown with Jack High.
I've just had another one of my genius ideas, James.
Oh, God.
When we get to heads up, it's Canadian rules.
You mean like Canadian stud rules?
Yeah.
So like 4 cards to a straight beats a single pair?
King, Queen, Jack 10 is a straight here.
Right, okay.
And beats the pair of kings.
I agree. Make it so. Heads up. Canadian stud rules apply to the ranking of hands. Yes.
You played for 4 days. We're going to change the rules for the last 2 hours.
Let's go, David. Cry the rail. Surprisingly, David Docherty's rail, or
I'm
not
playing rugby
surprisingly.
against him.
And we
Imagine last year playing against me.
are still at the 500,000 1 million blind level.
Oh, really?
Probably more intimidating to play poker against you. Never thought about that.
Docherty completing. Rice checking. Rice still ahead.
Sorry, got it.
Check.
Check.
Docherty does have outs. Queens, nines, and sixes working for him. Action has been checked to him. And David is going to bet a reasonable size, 5 million in the pot.
Go ahead. It's okay.
And before the dealer even has a chance to verify, Rice folds.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Rice should make a habit of that, James. I feel like that you start to give away a lot of information that way. Don't act too quickly, because you will start to give away your position a little bit too liberally to a thinking player, someone paying attention.
Good. All good. Yeah, all good.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Walkies, yay.
Yeah, just there's nothing there. Like, no.
It wasn't great, but it was the best hand, because I don't think you'd have folded anything better.
Still a 2-to-1 chip advantage for David Docherty as this heads-up battle continues.
With a weak king.
I wish.
I don't know. I feel like that one, we might see that one nominated for a Global Poker Award. The Irish Poker Open Trophy. Now, to be fair, there are like 35 nominations, but...
Oh, you mean the trophy for best trophy?
Yeah, the best trophy.
Trophyception.
The question is, the award that was presented to best trophy last
Dude,
year...
I agree with you on so many things, but this one, I'm not with you on this one.
So, obviously, there is a Global Poker Award for best trophy, which was presented this year.
At the Global Poker Awards.
Correct. So is that trophy that was presented now eligible for best trophy at next year's awards?
This one I am on board. Sorry, I thought you were going to say the other thing.
I suppose so.
Yeah, sure, why not?
I mean, what are the criteria?
It's actually not a tournament poker
right,
trophy, though.
Right, exactly. That's what I was going to say. What's the criteria? Any trophy associated with anything to do with poker? Wait a minute. Look at this, guys. Both players top pair.
Yep, 10-7, 7 deuce on a 7-3-3 board. Rice moves all in, and Docherty wants a count.
David Docherty has the worst hand in poker.
What did you say? Yeah.
I think it's the same as what we started. It's roughly it's about 21 million, I think. You want one stack? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, on this.
Oh, man, this is gross. What a horrible spot for 7 deuce off.
What is Rice shoving with here that you're beating?
4-5 or 5-6. Those might be candidates. I'm not sure that's really Rice's style, though. I don't.
No.
We have
Pocket fives, pocket sixes.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Potentially.
I call.
He makes the call.
Docherty calls as an underdog here.
There's lots of ways to chop, though, guys.
Absolutely, plenty of chop opportunities here. But as things stand, Declan Rice is a 7-3 favorite to double up through David Docherty.
The board is 7-3-3. Declan has 10-7. David has 7-2.
Come on.
Turn card is an 8. And the river is a 3. That is a full house for both players. And David Docherty fades the situation where Rice doubles up.
Everyone loves a
Everyone
chop
loves
pot.
a chop pot.
Let's go.
We don't need to do it when the players are doing it for us.
Blinds are up, yeah.
Ten out of 10 for David Docherty's performance there.
Who gave that a 4 out of 10? You banned.
Yep. Lifetime. Get out of here. That was world class from David Docherty. I'm a big fan. One of my new favorite poker players.
I mean, of course he loves a chop pot in that situation.
Don't we all?
Okay, so 9-4 for Rice.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go, David!
10-9 versus 5-3 here.
Check.
And Rice's paired is 3. Rice still good on the turn.
Sorry, got it.
And Docherty spikes a 10 on the river.
3. Yeah. 3.3. Yeah.
Docherty's made it 3.3 mil. And Rice folds.
Sorry. I keep forgetting. It's like so. We're both just so tired. I think.
Yeah.
Fatigue is real, and just to
Especially with
highlight
this
once
every
again,
hand,
these
you know.
guys played until about
Yeah.
3 a.m.
Might
this
take longer that
morning,
way.
or should I say yesterday morning, because it's now officially
Yeah.
Tuesday.
But also, they can end it whenever they want.
All in.
Face.
All in and a call.
Here we go. Welcome to Flipsville. Like Kip versus Yoke. One of these two things in Ireland has a slight mathematical advantage.
Clubs, 7 of diamonds, and David has pocket 2s, 2 red 2s. David, let's see the flop.
Deuces ahead for now. And if deuces hold, it's over. King 10-5 on the flop.
10-5 rainbow.
Everyone, if you're going to jump in, all right? Give an ace. We're all jumping in at the same now.
And the turn.
Turn card is a 3.
It's a 3 of hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, Declan must hit the ace or the 7 to remain in the Irish Open. If not, David Docherty will be crowned Irish Open champion.
The river is an ace. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance to save Declan Rice and give Declan the chip lead. Gets the double up through Docherty. It is close. 37 million plays 36 million, but Rice now has the slight chip advantage as this heads-up battle continues.
Too close to call, you'd say, almost, right? I mean, if they got it in again, they'd have to count the chips down.
Yeah, absolutely huge moment there. Those are the spots where you're just like, oh, so close, one card away from the win.
I said this to like your man. I can't remember what his name was, but like your man the other day.
Yeah.
Your man the other day like celebrated when he like hit a river against me, and he was like, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I'm like, your final 2 tables in the Irish Open. Like, it's like
what a cool
celebrate
dude.
as much as you want.
Yeah,
It's all
yeah.
good.
I bet he'd be a great
All good.
podcast guest.
Did we get his email address? Did we get his number?
18.
Blinds did go up, by the way. We are now playing level 41, the level that nobody thought we'd get to. 600,000, 1.2 million of the blinds.
2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. No, that's 1 minute. That's 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah. No, I know.
5, 6, 8, 9,
Yeah.
10, 15, 17, 18, 100.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I was counting those. Each of
So a
those
quick
2
look
minutes.
at
and
our
1
chip
minute,
counts
yeah.
there. Rice.
So close right now.
Yeah, Rice winning that flip now, very, very close in chips. But, you know, 30 big blinds heads up. Obviously, anything can happen heads up. Anything can happen at these shallower stack depths. But I would argue that 31 big blinds effective heads up. Still plenty of skill involved. Although we've seen a couple big all-ins here. Very, very important to win those for the championship. for the Open FTW.
I'm honestly okay. No, it's nothing disrespectful. I've never dealt in anything. It's just
I wasn't expecting whenever you had such a chip lead.
Yeah.
But now that we're level, I just wanted to see.
I think it's a good policy if you're just never going to deal ever. It seems fine. It keeps it fair for everyone.
I played Dominic Nietzsche heads up and didn't chop, so like.
Did you win?
Name dropper, like.
You know, like.
Did he beat you?
No. But
oh.
you could.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't Irish, like.
Yeah.
Love it.
I like the explanation from Docherty. That's cool. Was not necessary.
Yeah, nice to see behind the curtain there.
Talking about going behind the curtain, guys, I did have to quickly nip out to use the men's room. Didn't find any phones in toilets, but there were two guys who, let's just say they were not in a particularly good state. They were unable to kind of walk in a straight line. They may or may not have been bouncing into walls and into hand dryer machines. And one said to the other, "Are you playing cash right now?" I'm thinking, I really hope for both your sakes that neither of you are playing poker for real money, because I'm pretty sure you'll be playing suboptimally.
Did you ask them what table they're on for later on?
The crazy part is that James is so drunk there was only one guy.
And it was him in the mirror. Oh, beautiful. All right, guys, so we're going to the next hand as we see Rice raise, Docherty fold.
There he goes, Nick.
Okay.
Follow that guy to his table.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Don't get him back here. I'm sure the guy that tried to baseball slide under the curtain also is probably has chips somewhere.
That's at table 89. I'll see you very shortly, sir. What are you playing? Any stakes? Let's go. I don't know. I feel like those are the guys that just run ultra hot when you're in a cash game, though, right? You're like, this looks like a soft little table. Everyone's having a good time. Everyone's a little bit drunk. Cool. Get it in. No. Next hand. Get it in. No good.
No, we're so tired. Like we really don't know. We should sit each side of you, just let you work away with the chips. Like.
Everyone's tired. It'll be over soon.
I still think it was 1 million.
Sacramento says, "Can we stop saying the prize in euros? I'm American." Thanks.
God.
Sacramento, the answer is no. Thank you for your question. Good night.
Oh, Sacramento, you're
bad.
You're making us all look bad, buddy. Please don't say stuff like that. Ugh. All right, so the defend from the 10-8 off, as you'd expect. And the flop, no improvement for 10 high. Rice still with the best hand. Has backdoor diamonds and a gutter ball and king high. King high the best hand for the time being. So Rice, having open pre-flop from position, might be tempted to barrel the ace. I think this is very reasonable. Definitely could convince some smaller pairs to fold, especially on the ace turn. Obviously also protecting your hand if your opponent has 2 live cards, for example, any 10 and the 8 in this particular setup.
$2,491 total entries in this year's Irish Open main event. A record-breaking field. And over the course of 3 very long days, they played down to 16. 16 returned for the start of play today. We got down to the final table early evening. Got heads up within the last hour, and now it is David Docherty playing against Declan Rice for the title, the trophy, and the first prize of €365,000.
And a pretty great title. I mean, obviously 365,000 euros is massive, especially given the buy-in was 1K. But this is a pretty cool title.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Irish Open, sick flex, man. Honestly, such a fun one.
Griffin never shuts up about it. That's how I know it's a good one.
Yeah.
Never mentions his high roller win. Never mentions Shark Cage. Irish Open, defending champion. Look at the trophy. That wasn't a very good impression of Griffin. I'm sorry.
Well, you didn't step over any of us while you did it, so.
And you're here, still doing commentary, unlike some people.
So I know that we already know the story of Rice only entering because he couldn't get a seat in the cash game.
Yes.
Do we also know that he's a delivery driver?
No.
That's just hot off the presses from Matt Harper.
Delivering bad beats every day, professionally.
For DPD, I'm not sure what company that is here.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
DPD.
They're pretty solid, DPD.
DPD sounds like the delivery service in a porno.
Let's not go back to that subject matter.
What are you delivering? DP.
D. Good Lord. Heads up here, Irish Open. Obviously, last time we checked in, guys, chip stacks were relatively even. Few smaller pots exchanged, but still going to be around the 30-ish big blind effective mark. That trophy green.
Yeah.
So Docherty, as we know, Scottish, 9th all-time on the Scott money list.
Glaswegian.
And his biggest score before today was at UKPT Luton in 2021 for £138,000. Which is like 8 times Declan's total live earnings.
Yes.
Which is around 19,000. This is great for both of them.
Well, Declan has called here with 8-7, and David is going to check his option with 9-3. And there is a 9 on the flop. It is an open-ended straight draw for Rice, but right now it's second pair for Docherty.
Rice probably tempted to bet his up and down straight draw here. It's got the diamond too. Doesn't hurt. I don't think Docherty's folding flop though.
$1.5 million apiece. This hand goes to the turn. It is an 8. And that gives Rice a pair, but it does not give him the lead. He is still an underdog.
2 checks as we see Rice improve. 3 of hearts, no change. I feel like the snap check on the turn again, a little bit of a timing tell there.
Well, no change for Rice, but it is 2 pair for Docherty, so maybe feeling a little bit more confident about the hand now.
Yeah, right. Quite right. Improver for the 9 tray, but obviously doesn't change the balance of power. Still the best of it. I think you keep it nice and chill here. I don't necessarily think this is a bigger is better scenario. You still want to get called by some 8s. You want to get called by some 6s. I don't think this is a spot where, given the turn check from position, I don't think you're expecting to run into too many big hands here. So I think you're looking for more crying calls from some smaller pairs. 6.6 in the middle. Let's see if David agrees with me. I wouldn't mind seeing, like, you know, sort of 40% pot here, something like that, maybe 50. Unless he goes the opposite direction altogether. Goes for the overbet river instead.
So Docherty manages to close the gap a little bit, but right now Rice has opened up a decent advantage over his opponent.
Yeah, Docherty, a bit of a Docherty right now.
Yeah, that's going to help him get a little bit closer to stacks just the way they were. Now 26 big blinds to Rice's 35.
Wow. So shallow, though, in general. 61 bigs in total play.
Ace, king suited for David Docherty. Raises, and at this point, I guess, hopes his opponent has got something playable. Rice with king 8 of clubs, that is playable.
Wow, sure is.
Yeah, I think probably this is just a call, though, in the big blind. Looks like Rice agrees.
Darway, it's not that Declan Rice nearly didn't play. He wasn't going to play at all. It's not like he almost missed his chance. He couldn't get a seat in the cash game and entered. Apparently, he's been sleeping outside in a camper van every night.
Well, he's getting a hotel room tonight. We heard him trying to get that sorted earlier. He is in trouble here, though. He's flopped top pair, but he has got kicker problems.
Is there?
Yeah, I don't know. With the stacks this shallow, ranges just being so much more valued heads up. I don't know how this doesn't end up with a double up, unless the board changes significantly. Especially with both players being this tired.
2 million the bet from Docherty, and looks like Rice has check raised to 5 million.
See you at the river.
Yeah, quite right. I think you're just kind of flat if you're Docherty here. Hand so strong.
A lot of people saying GG. Not possible if Docherty's hand holds.
Yeah, if an 8 comes, though, it would be all over, and we would see Declan Rice become the Irish Open champion. As you predicted, Nick, no raise from Docherty, just a call. This hand going to the turn, 16 million in the middle.
Something like a 5 would be really savage here because the ace will still play.
Oh, it's the 8.
Oh, not the Ocho.
However, it is the 8 of hearts. So yes, Rice improves to 2 pair, but Docherty's now sitting there with the nut flush draw. Plus there are some alternative outs, jacks, aces.
Wow, here come the purple chips. 500K each, 6 million the bet.
6.
Docherty certainly not folding.
Yeah, absolutely not. Not only will have the best hand here, tons, but has the improvers as well.
It's just weird that you can sit here watching and think that things are kind of boring, nothing's going to happen, where's the cooler, and bang, here it is. I mean, holy, this is legit right now.
Alter Ego 77 says this is all in for sure.
No. No, you're just going to call here again. Don't be ridiculous.
But more chips are going in, so let's focus on, let's try to spin it as best we can.
Let's see what we get on the river as Docherty calls the 6 million.
Now stacked to pot, nobody has pot size
Correct.
left behind.
28 million in the middle. The effective stack is David Docherty, who's got 18 million behind. The river card is a heart.
Wow.
That is the flush for Docherty.
Now it's going in.
This feels much more reasonable now.
How do you fold 2 pair heads up?
The backdoor hearts. Wow, finds the check.
Yeah, but
he's not folding to the shove, though, is he?
I don't think he's checking a fold. No.
It doesn't have to be a shove necessarily, but no, it's whatever bet happens here is going to get called.
I mean, 28 million in the middle. You've got 18 behind. Why not just play for it all?
I mean, there was so much aggression on previous streets as well, James, right? You feel like you're probably going to run into a hand here quite often, given the check raise flop continue turn. So I think probably the line is to push, but let's see how David feels about it. I mean, obviously Queen 10 and the like missed, so you're not going to get any value from that. So you guess you just target the King 5, the King Jack, the King.
There it goes. All in. And Rice snap calls. And David tables.
Wow.
He tried the walk away.
Ace, King of hearts. And David Docherty is going to get the full double up, and that is going to change the dynamic substantially.
Yeah.
There
David
is no
Docherty not only reclaims the chip lead, but also has a ridiculous advantage now. 64 million plays 9 million?
I want to say there is no more dynamic. I mean, it is now. Rice is
I think so. That's
up
brutal,
against the ropes.
That's such a cold deck for
What
Rice.
a class act, Docherty, right now, telling Rice how unlucky he just got.
They'll have like a worse two pair I'm shopping as well.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, just such a cooler for Rice here. Really, really unreal, honestly. I mean, Docherty getting so unlucky on the turn in the first place, but that run out is just no chance you're getting away heads up, especially with the backdoor hearts.
Diamonds, you just win the tournament.
The poker gods eventually always deliver.
14,
Yeah, Rice on the ropes now. Fewer than 10 big blinds.
1875.
Yep. 1875, good year.
Yeah, I'll ship you over the whites. That'll take them out of play. Then you can.
What is that? 6 big blinds.
That'll take them out of play. Rather than me pushing them out there.
There you go. It's very conscientious. I mean, in the wake of a sick bad beat heads up for 300K, he's like, oh, let's just be sensible with the chips. I'll give you the whites.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'll just push them.
I kind of get the sense that for Declan Rice, this is all gravy, right?
It's all
You're
gravy.
guaranteed nearly €250,000 euros because second place pays 228,700. It's going to be an amazing result no matter what. And you know, if you go heads up against Poker Pro David Docherty, you know you're an underdog.
Eyeball one of our stacks then, and we can see it exactly.
And that's why I kind of am all right karmically with a win for Docherty, who has made this his life, made this his career.
Yes.
This dude was like, oh, geez, I didn't get to play cash. I guess I'll play the tournament. I want everyone to get the thing they really wanted, and I think if you had asked Docherty at the beginning, he wants a win. If you had asked Rice at the beginning, he'd be like, yeah, I'd be happy with a decent score. And they're both going to get what they want, should things turn out the way it's looking like it's going to.
Exactly. We could see some more swings. If there's one thing this final table, if there's one thing this tournament has delivered, it's strange situations and big swings. But right now, yes, David Docherty is a huge favorite to close this out and take it down.
A surprise around every corner, a pot of gold around every rainbow.
I just feel like this is, as far as heads-up battles go, doesn't this feel like an IPO heads-up situation? Like, just everyone's so friendly. Everyone's in such a good way, in a good mood. Irish Poker Open, excuse me, really brings out the best, salt of the earth. And look at these two, man. Very, very pleased for both players here, even though we see that really sick cooler go down just now.
7 big blinds.
I mean, when you look at the middle column, it really puts it into perspective. 53 big blinds versus 7 big blinds.
And I just want to remember, David no-deal Docherty.
Make sure it goes a bit quicker.
Said, you know what? I just don't deal, nothing personal. I want to play this for the win, and he is poised to have been prescient in that moment.
Sorry, guys, really quick. How many spice bags can you buy with 300,000 euros?
All of them.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
Spice bags for everyone.
Nice one.
It's pretty nice of you to be spending the winner's money.
All good.
There is no chance David Docherty would not completely agree with that assessment.
If David Docherty were to win this.
Quite right.
We're hammering the nails in the coffin right now. It's not quite a done deal yet.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
Mate, I've seen it turn around.
Oh, I've done it.
Many times before. Let's not count our chickens.
Lucky Didder's coming back in now. That's okay. Oh, exactly. You can leave. Like it's
Let's not count our spice bags.
Never want to see you again.
Aww.
Yeah, well, Joe knows that. What give you? 1 point. Sounds small.
Yeah, we're still at the 600,000, 1.2 million blind level, level 41 of the Irish Open main event.
Yep. I don't mind looking up at half of yours. That's what it is. Looking up and putting in half of yours.
Yeah. Copy me.
6.
Yep.
Let's see what Declan Rice wants to do here, whether he's just going to find a spot to gamble and try and spin up this short stack.
I would fold once if I had to, but I don't know if I could fold 10-7. Okay, all right, I'm into it. I'm into it.
You what, sorry?
Were you beating 10 high?
I actually wasn't, no. You'd have got it through. I had 9-4.
Seven's probably a shove there, isn't it? Yeah,
Nick, what do you say?
You don't know what I've got.
Yeah, it's close.
You don't have a lot of,
With the big blind ante, it's going to be real close.
Yeah, you weren't folding in front of him. There was very little worse that you were folding in front of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen 5 suited for Docherty, shoves on Declan Rice, who folds 7-4 off.
All right, one more hand.
Yep.
One more hand. Let's go, Declan.
Wait for
you can
it.
do better. 10-7, 7-4. Mathematically, I feel like one of the cards should be higher on your third go.
Queen 5 suited, definitely a push there. Easy jam at that stack depth.
Oh, yeah.
Jack deuce. He's going to go for it.
Well, Jack is higher than a 10.
I mean, that was...
Ooh.
The chips went forward in 2 motions, but no one's bothered about that anymore.
King 10 suited.
Rice getting it in with Jack deuce. Docherty ahead with King 10. A 68% favourite to hold. A 68% favourite to win the Irish Open.
This could be it, guys. Docherty could pull it off.
2 in the window.
8-6 deuce.
Deuce.
And that pair of deuces sees Declan Rice become a 71% favourite to double up and stay in this game.
No.
Wow. Could get counterfeited now.
That never happens.
The river card.
Oh!
It's the counterfeit!
The counterfeit does it!
8s and 6s with the king kicker, and David Docherty becomes the Irish Open champion, winning €365,000.
Look at that genuine smile. He almost can't believe it.
Let's go. What a run out. What a way to do it.
Oh, that's adorable.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please show our appreciation for a man that showed quality all throughout the event? A gallant runner-up and the winner of €228,700. Please put your hands together for Damien Rice.
Congratulations to Declan, played a great game. Never intended to enter the Irish Open main event.
Declan, heads up. You got that great break by hitting the ace on the river that time. Can you tell us a little about the experience of the whole event here this weekend?
It's been a great event, absolutely brilliant. I ran so badly, but because of the structure, I was able to sit and sit and sit. And eventually, I was down to 4 bigs yesterday. I came back at day 2, was 2/3 of starting stack. Short stack ninja. That's it.
Well, I have to say you performed tremendously well. Your crowd supported you right throughout the day.
They did, yeah.
And I know Donegal and Tyrone are going to be very proud of you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big
And
round of
Jasmine and
applause.
Basmati.
I go for a beer.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Later.
I'd like to interview an Irish Open champion. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner for 2023, David. Tell us what the whole experience has been like here this weekend.
Yeah, it's been pretty surreal, Phil. I ran very good on day 1. I managed to bag the chip lead. And yeah, I just rode the chips most of the way to the end. I was short stacked a little bit of today. But yeah, I just ran pretty well towards the end. And, you know, just glad I hit that heart in the river, or you'd be congratulating Declan right now.
And tell me this,
I'll have to bring it back up because I've seen a lot of faces in poker. Your face when that ace hit that time when you were about to become the Irish Open champion. Tell me, I know it's a hard thing for a poker player, tell me how you felt at that time when that ace hit on the river.
Honestly, I try and feel like, you know, just pretty chill either way. I was sort of picturing what I was going to do if an ace or a 7 came down. So it didn't affect me that much. I just jumped straight back into the chair, tried not to think about it, but you know, it's just another heads-up match at that point. Like, it can happen, that sort of thing.
Well, I have to say you showed great quality in the last few hands there, and you're a very, very worthy champion of the Irish Open 2023. Well done to you, sir. I'd like to call upon Mr. JP McCann and Mr. Paul O'Reilly to come across and make the presentation to our winner. Ladies and gentlemen, he's won €365,000, but more importantly, put your hands together for the Irish Open champion. Let's hear it for David Docherty.
David Docherty lifts the trophy and claims that prize of $365K.
Fantastic.
And yes, let's also have a round of applause for Paul O'Reilly and JP McCann, the men behind the Irish Open, who put together an amazing series over the last few days.
Absolutely.
It lived up to the reputation.
It did.
What a great championship it has been. Record numbers, and we are really so positive about next year. We're looking at breaking that 3 million barrier with the great support of our sponsors each and every year. Thank you also to our fabulous staff here and all our fabulous dealers. A big round of applause to you guys for putting in such wonderful work all throughout the week. We're going to say a special thank you to our sponsors, PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. What great support our two sponsors have given us this year, and they've brought us to another level here in the Irish Poker Championship this year, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys, and we hope to have great support with you guys in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long week, but a great week here in our new venue of the RDS. Last thing I want to say is, one more time, he is the champion for 2023. He becomes part of folklore here in Ireland and becomes now the Irish Open champion 2023, David Docherty.
I just want to echo very quickly something Phil said there. As someone who got to play this tournament, albeit briefly, the dealers, the floor staff, exceptional.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to let the lads in from the cheap seats. They're going to come over and get a little photograph. JP, you want to get a photograph?
Everyone wants a photograph.
But we're going to have a podcast interview.
We are indeed. David Docherty has already given us his details, and David has agreed to come on the Poker in the Ears podcast. We're going to be recording that on Thursday and releasing it on Friday. It will be our official Irish Open recap show, and you will get to hear from the man who just took down the 1K main event for 365 grand, David Docherty. Who may have provided us with the best ever performance of Everyone Loves a Chop Pot on a live stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty great.
That was really, really cool.
He doesn't need to go anymore. He's already won.
I'm sure James is going to hit a bunch of thank yous, by the way, on the way out, but I don't know how long the end of the show is. So if I could just shout out the mods, the crew here behind the scenes, you guys out in the audience. James can handle the rest, but I want to make sure we cover that before they cut us off.
Absolutely. The most important thing is to thank everyone who's been watching over the last 4 days. Obviously something a little bit different for us. Don't normally cover an event like this. Long days, enjoyable days, some fun moments, some great poker, and a deserving champion in David Docherty.
By the way, David Docherty did qualify on PokerStars as well. Used both of his qualifying tickets to play this event.
A 7th place finish in EPT London last year and a win in the 2023 Irish Open.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Well, congratulations to all of the finalists. Congratulations to the players who made the final table and cashed for significant sums of money. And that brings to a close our coverage of the Irish Open 2023. And yes, like Joe, would like to thank the production team for staging the stream that we've brought you over the last few days. Thank you once again for watching, and thank you, of course, to everyone involved in the running of this very successful event. Hope to be back next year. We will be bringing you live coverage of the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino from the last weekend of April. Join us then. Until then, though, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benja, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Dublin, good night from the Irish Open. Congratulations once again to David Docherty.
You want one as well?